Still.
Is it a good deal?
No.
Wait. Starting hot.
Come on. Let's go get some candy and some food. Go see our turn. Because we're just gonna buy some nice shit. I'm buy some every time.
Oh, we're signed in to skip the jury case and had to get a phone number. Gave my home phone number. Maybe want to get a seat or you think? Or,
Just sit down. Well,
yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Engineering again.
Or you could just show up, you could just put a first class on an airplane. Or you can get a suite. One lady's got a two-room suite in Boston. For $35 a night.
Y'all get those. Okay. Right here, over here. That's fine over here.
Okay. Hello. How you doing? Good.
You got any coffee or water?
I'm gonna get my first check. Yeah. So I'm gonna get to some of the report. I guess it has to be.
Yeah, it is. It's not bad.
I'm using a street, I'm using something else that doesn't use.
Hello, how are you? All right. Yes, fine.
How are you?
Just fine, how are you?
Well, thank you.
What are we gonna use this projector on? I don't know. He's supposed to be bringing the tape. Oh, okay.
How you doing?
Oh, we'll just have to see if that's what it's like.
Yeah, before you get a lot of hot air going there, it's too bad. Get it out.
Well, we don't have a cord anyway, so we gotta bring us a cord. I'm gonna bring an extension cord so we can
Yeah, I was
so
gonna
we quit
say I got
chasing.
25 foot.
So we quit chasing these people down there because they don't have time to set up.
But I said,
No, be fine.
Yeah, we can't.
so tight, but I like it. You, yes.
I'm so sorry.
guess she don't ever get back.
I think she did, didn't she?
I don't know. I was on the way back.
Explain to you a little bit about the travel. This is an opportunity meeting for Travelmax International, and what we'd like to do tonight is describe for you a little bit about the travel industry. Tonight we're going to talk about the industry as a whole, the company, and the opportunity. And then we're going to explain the compensation program to you and show you how you can make some money when you do travel. My part on the program is to explain to you a little bit about the travel industry. Now, as we go through some of these slides, you'll see different scenes. And some of these have meaning for some of us because they've either show places where we've been or places where we'd like to go. This one, oh, I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself. Travelmax International has recognized the change in the travel industry. They recognize that the travel industry is one of the last archaic industries. In other words, an industry that is going to change. And they position themselves to be in front of this change. Now, what kind of change are we talking about? Well, you can go back a number of years and visualize what the hardware stores look like. Center of town had bolt nails. They were owned by one person or a family usually. And now, even though they may be owned by a person, they are controlled by Ace Hardware, True Value, and have to run to their standards. You've got other industries that are the same way. For instance, real estate industries used to be private, independent businesses run the way they wanted it. Now they're scrutinized or run the way Century 21 or Remax wants them run. The travel industry is pretty much the same way as far as travel agencies are concerned. They recognize that the trend is going toward two different kinds of agencies. One is a mega agency, and that's described as an agency doing over $100 million in sales per year. And the other is a niche agency. That would be an agency that specializes in one kind of travel. For instance, travel to Mexico or cruise travel. So Travelmax has recognized that the trend is going toward these things, and they have positioned themselves to be a player as a mega agency. Remember I said it was $100 million per year or more is what the definition of a mega agency is. And Travelmax International right now, as young as that company is selling $5 million worth of travel per month. So if you call the 800 number, you'll see that they are busy. They're constantly having to add on people and add to their telephone capacity for this enormous growth that they have. Well, Travelmax has recognized a couple of trends that we'll talk about later, and they position themselves to get in front of this trend, which is, of course, the way to make money. Find a trend, find something you know is going to happen, and get in front of it before it happens. And that's what they've done. So they've positioned themselves to be an agency of the 90s and beyond. Now, this is a place where I said we're going to look at some different travel scenes. Some mean something to different ones, and some don't. This particular one is one that my wife feels is due her. She had the money in the bank when she met me, and we got engaged. She and a friend were going to England to hear Big Ben and some other things, and I'm not sure what all. But as we got married, I had some ended debts that we had to use the money for that, and we haven't been after 32 years. But the date that we're going is closing in on us, and I think that Travelmax might be the impetus to put us over there, not only as an opportunity to travel as a travel agent, which of course is more pleasant, but also to provide the cash that we can finally close in on this commitment. The next slide I want to show you is already in the past. And this is the kind of thing that's opportunistic. This is the Lone Cypress in California, if you recognize it. We were out there on a 10-day trip, and as we were standing looking at the Lone Cypress, a Oriental person came up to me and said, "Would you mind taking my picture?" And my wife was quick enough to say, "Only if you'll let me take your picture with my husband." And he does one of these or something at any rate. So here I am with the Japanese people who are probably showing this same slide somewhere else, saying, "Who is that man?" But anyway, this is supposed to be, pardon me?
Which one are you?
I'm the fourth one from your right. This is the kind of picture you can get when you're traveling. One reason we enjoy it. Now we'll show you a picture a little bit later on of people that don't travel. And that's what you see if you stay here in Louisville. This was taken by one of the people that's in Travelmax. Enough of the frivolities. Let's get back to the travel industry. The travel industry is a $3.4 trillion industry. It's the largest industry in the world, and it even outranks food production as an industry. It employs 100 million people worldwide, and it's a trend that's growing very, very fast. I mentioned the growth a minute ago, and growth is partially stimulated by deregulation of the airlines in 1985. That has some other important facts on it too. But another one of the growth trends that's causing this growth is the fact that our baby boomers now, the first of them have turned 50 years old, and they have available money to travel. They work their way up into enough time to travel, and they have a desire to travel like most people do. So the travel industry, the property owners have had to gear up for the baby boomers. In addition to that, our senior citizens are healthier than they've ever been before. They have more vitality, and they want to travel. So these two things, especially for United States travel, is driving the industry to accommodate these two categories with properties. As they recognize these people coming, they're building more resort properties, they're building more hotels and cruise ships. And, as I mentioned a minute ago, the economical flying once again relates to deregulation. It said that travel in 1996, air travel in 1996, is at the same level of cost that it was in 1985. So everything else has gone up. So with it staying at the same level, that's pretty dramatic. One more. Some of the industry challenges. The hotel and cruise ship vacancies. As they build these new properties, as they get them ready for the rush that's coming in the next few years, and they complete a property, then they want some way to get revenue out of that property. Well, a lot of times what they do is they will discount the ticket. They will discount the cost of a room or the cost of a cruise in order to get someone to try. One of the groups that they discount to is travel agents. And as a referral travel agent, you join that group. So you will have an opportunity to be able to travel at a lower cost based on the fact that they're trying to fill the rooms and promote the availability of this particular property, whether it's a resort property or a cruise or whatever. One of the things that is facing conventional travel agencies as we know them now, and one of the things that is such a high cost or expense to them, is their advertising. And this is where Travelmax has done them one better. The advertising are independent travel agents who refer travel to the agency. Actually, you can't walk up to the Travelmax building and make a reservation on a plane or cruise ship or whatever. There is no storefront there. It's a nice building, and they've got the reservation that's inside, but the only way you can have access to it is the 800 number and a PIN number of the person that gave you the card. We'll show you a little more about those cards later on. But think about the difference in this type of an agency that is strictly 800 numbers and the conventional agency in a shopping center. They've got a high cost property they have to maintain. They've got to have people who are trained to work the computers. They've got advertising costs, as I mentioned a minute ago. They've got extended hours that have to accommodate accommodate the same traffic patterns that they have, and these costs are what's hurting them. Now you compare those costs of keeping a retail store open to the mega agencies and their buying power, and you can see where the squeeze is coming on the individual travel agency. The lack of public awareness of affordable travel refers to one of the jobs of a travel agent, and that is to let the consumers know where new properties are, where inexpensive properties are, and where deals are. And our 800 reservationists are well equipped to let you know this kind of thing. If you ever call the 800 number, by going through a voicemail choice system, you punch into the one who specializes in travel to Mexico or whatever other specialty you're looking for. The solution to a lot of the challenges that we've described for the travel industry is Travelmax. It allows our independent travel agents to promote the exciting world of travel, make travel more affordable for not only themselves, but for family members, friends, and others that they refer, which includes strangers. We'll get into that in just a minute. And it helps develop consumer awareness for people who are not traveling or are not traveling to the property they're going to, they intend to go to. It also provides an opportunity for you as an independent referral travel agent to become a business person, a home-based business person. To tell you a little bit more about the business, I'd like to introduce to you Art Kessler. Art?
Who likes to travel? Anybody here likes to travel? Am I in the right room? Okay. Who wants to travel at a discount? They can travel cheaper and less money, 50%. Nope, not everybody? You don't want to? Okay, good. Who would like to get paid while other people travel? Nope, just a few of us. Huh? The rest of you are just wealthy and just don't need the money, right? I want to tell you who's Travelmax and how do they fit in this problem or this turmoil of the travel industry, and you know who's heading this up. Well, first of all, Travelmax was started by 5 individuals in March of 1995, and these individuals are independently wealthy and have really had successful careers before. Some of them in travel, some of them in network marketing. And one individual, for instance, is our president, Lou Prescott. Lou comes from a corporate background who was recruited by Rexall when they were at their low point of sales. Well, Lou, through his network marketing skills, increased Rexall's sales by 3,000% in 2 years. Now, those who are in sales, that's phenomenal growth. And then we have Dale Paisley, who was with Cooper's Labbrand as a senior partner for 25 years. Now, he had taken Travelmax public in December of 1995 on the NASDAQ stock exchange under the call letters of TMXX. And this is the kind of people who are heading up Travelmax. Now, these guys you can't afford them. We can't afford them. Nobody can afford 5 individuals like at least 2 of these are. They are working salary-free. They're working for stock options. They have stock options coming to them. They cannot cash in for 2.5 years. Now, how they get paid? Well, they get paid by increasing the value of the stock. How they do that? They make Travelmax better and a growing and a larger company, just like any other company who is public or a national stock exchange. Next. Now, Travelmax is a fully appointed, accredited, bonded travel agency. What's that mean? It means they are accepted by all the different travel industries of the world. Cruises, resorts, air travel, hotels, motels, riverboats, whatever. And they rely solely on independent travel agents. Now, how's that different? Well, the independent travel agent is not a new concept, because there are about 300,000 of them in the United States. But what Travelmax has done, they've taken it a little bit they've taken it another step higher to referring travel agent. Now, what's the difference? Well, when you're a independent travel agent, you may work out of your home or you may have an office, and you get certified in your state, and you get a computer, and you learn how to use the software, and you get an extra phone line to plug in, and then learn, and then you actually sit in front of the computer and do the booking when somebody calls you. Okay? Travelmax is a little different. Go ahead. Next slide. Go ahead. In Travelmax, you purchase and complete an independent travel agent tutorial. And this gives you the travel card as an independent travel agent, but you're a referring travel agent, which means there's no computer training, no additional certification or registration with the state. And all you do is just show or tell people about your travel or about different travel experiences you may have. You say, well, how do you make money doing this? Well, we have a card, a business card. It has an 800 number on it, and it has your PIN code on the back of it. Now, all you do is say, next time you get ready to travel, here's my business card. And they call Travelmax. They do the booking. Travelmax gets paid their commission on doing the booking, and they will pay you 40% of their commission. That's all you do is hand somebody a card. It's not hard work. It beats sitting in front of the computer all the time. But what's Travelmax gets out of this? They have a bunch of people talking about vacation and travel instead of sitting in front of a computer doing it. They have salaried people doing that will give you the best fares available because they don't work on commission. Okay? There's the 40% I was telling you about. Travelmax will pay you 40% of their commission for giving their card out with your PIN number on it. Now, professional courtesies. What's this little card mean? This with a picture on it. You go have a flight out. Let's say you go down over to Stanford Field it's Louisville International Airport, across the and you go up to the ticket and you say, is the flight full? And they say, no, not really. I'm an independent travel agent. Would it be possible for you upgrading me on a courtesy basis? And on space availability, they'll let you fly first class. And you pay for the cheap seats in the back, but they'll let you fly first class, no extra charge. They're glad to have you fly first class. You know why? Because they want you talking about their airline to other people, how nice Delta or American or Continental treating you. Okay? Now, also, what about when you get to the hotel? Not only do we have 50% off on our hotels, which has happened to us already, we've experienced this. How about in Riviera, for instance, $79 a night room, you have for $35 a night. She walks up and shows her travel card and asks if it would be possible for a courtesy upgrade. I said, ma'am, no problem. She gives a key, she goes to her room, or what she thought was going to be a room. It's a 2-bedroom suite, 2 balconies, 2 bathrooms, 4 TVs, fireplace, about 1,400 square feet, $35 a night. It was a $279 a night room. It gives you an idea on the upgrades, the basis. The competitive airfares is because of the arrangements Travelmax has made with the airlines of certain cities, they usually beat prices. Not all the time, but usually. The travel discounts are car rentals, cruises, theme parks, 10 to 60% off. This includes Disney World too. Okay? Now they have FAM trips. Familiarization trips. They want to take you or get you to go someplace, a resort for instance, to come and see them. That maybe they just opened up, or maybe they're not heard of. And they want to get the travel agents, and that's what they want to do. They'll give you very, very special prices. So you can go there, and they will treat you their best because they want you coming back and talking about it, and you sending other people there. That's all you got to do is show your pictures of your vacations, like I know nobody ever has done that, and just talk about it. And then that's how come they have FAM trips. Give you an idea on price on a FAM trip. How about going on a cruise, on a Caribbean cruise for $35 a day? Most people can eat that much on a cruise, much less having the privilege of being out there. Okay, next. We have VIP giveaways. Getaways, excuse me. I'll watch myself. Getaways. This is one of our products. Go ahead next. What's in the giveaways? They have benefits and discounts over 1,000 ski-related locations around the world. Up to 50% off on golf courses, driving ranges, and we've experienced that already in Lexington, Kentucky, because a few people are playing golf for $17 or $15 a round instead of $35. You can see America and Canada in the comfort of your own recreational vehicle. They even have programs you can rent recreational vehicles to travel the United States and Canada. Romantic cruise certificates, I can't talk. Romantic cruise gift certificates are in the package also, and they always have the complimentary deluxe accommodations. They're going to give you the best accommodations because they want you talking about it. They want you promoting travel, just like you may want to talk about a movie. That's it. Another trip is a fully paid, unlimited use of admission for 6 days for 2 adults and a child at Walt Disney World. That's in the package. Short notice airfares to certain cities, and they have certain arrangements where you can call literally within 24 hours and be ready to fly out and get some of your best rates without avoiding all the 21-day rates. Some of the package, including the VIP program, are the Bahamas, Virgin Islands, Greek Islands, Mexico, and just some of the exotic places that around the world you may want to go. Next. Go there, or join me there. Next, we'll get rid of that slide. Charity services. How would you like to go to your charity and say, I can make arrangements for you as a charity, or this charity group, to receive a check from Travelmax on a monthly basis. So what do we have to do? Write a letter to Travelmax stating who they are, or they write the letter on their letterhead saying who they are and what they do. It can be a nonprofit organization, it can be a church, it can be a charity, your choice. But this is your charity. Now, when those people that belong to this group of people travel through using Travelmax as their travel agent, Travelmax will give your charity 25% of what they make. And on top of that, they'll pay you a portion of that also for bringing it to that charity. Some of the other services, travel services I've mentioned, consumer benefits, seminars, telecommunications, financial services, merchant service programs, and student scholarships are included in some of the benefits they can give or are offered to charities and nonprofit organizations. They also have a foundation. Travelmax takes 10% of their gross income and set it aside in a foundation. What do they do with this? They pick out charities all over the United States and they give 100% of that 10% and every one of those dollars away. Not 80% and use so much for administration costs or whatever. 100% of those dollars in the foundation get given away every year. You know, that's a little bit about Travelmax. A little bit where they fit in, who they are, and what they can do. But to tell you about the real opportunity of what we're here for tonight, Pat Murphy. Come on up, Pat.
Good evening, everybody. Y'all excited?
Yeah.
I know some of y'all are. Okay, why are y'all here? Make money. Opportunity. What I'm going to tell you about tonight is the journey that my wife and I took to take a look at the opportunity. Now, it may not be the same journey that you will take, but it'll be some similarities, and you can use those if you'd like. My wife and I own 4 companies, 4 businesses that I'll refer to as conventional businesses. We have an architecture company, a real estate company, a roofing company, and a material supply company. All these conventional businesses exist in yours and my world of conventional business. In network marketing, we had to understand what the difference was between conventional business and network marketing business. In network marketing, you have a group of people that come together for a common goal. In conventional business, you have paid employees. In network marketing, if your people in your group or some of them have a wild weekend and don't show up on Monday and Tuesday, it isn't going to hurt your business. Over here in the conventional world, it can hurt your business. It can certainly slow it down and make it aggravating. In looking at this as a business, first and foremost, I wanted to find three things. Number one, I wanted to make sure that this had a cash stream of income, which it certainly does. Over here, I had a cash stream of income. Over here, I wanted to be able to buy back time. Over here, I couldn't buy back time. In this business world of conventional business, the more successful that we became, the more constraints we put on our time. I mean this egotistically, but everything revolves around what I do. If I'm there, everything's great. If I'm gone for any length of time, that begins to spiral downward. If I'm gone for too long of a time, it begins to deteriorate. Over here in network marketing, through the process of leveraging, of my sharing the concepts of Travelmax with other people, who understand those and then go out and share with other people, you're leveraging your time. For instance, if I get one person the first week, or the first month, or the first 6 months, and I'm putting in 10 hours a week, and another person joins, we are now collectively putting in 20 hours a week. We go forth and each get one more. We're putting in 40 hours per week. That's the leverage of time. I cannot do this in the conventional business world effectively. At this point in time, after 6 weeks in the business, we have approximately, well, my wife and I in the network business have approximately 40 people in the business. Now, if we're all just putting in 10 hours a week, that's 400 hours of marketing exposure for Travelmax, for my personal income, for my business. At some point in time, when enough leaders get in the business and they go forth and get other leaders in the business, they're not going to need me, and that's not a bad thing. I can stay involved if I want to take off for a while, or if something happens to me, and I don't need to be involved. So the first thing I was looking for was cash stream of income. Second was to buy back time. The third was a true sense of security, which has to do with the same structure of the network market. And what that means is that if something should happen to me, these businesses will deteriorate and go away. A true sense of security is if I've built this up and something does happen to me, my family will be provided for. Because when you get in this business and you buy your business centers, you own them. They're willable. People can inherit them. It's your personal business that you develop and maintain. But it's a different way of thinking about business than conventional businesses. So once we understood that concept, what we then wanted to do was an analysis. We went through 3 steps: an analysis, a decision, and a commitment. What we're talking about now is the analysis. Insofar as the analysis, we wanted to find something with a really hot product. That is something that would have some emotional appeal, something that people would talk about, and it would drive itself through the marketplace. For instance, if I was a rich man, everybody goes to the movies, right? Anybody not been to the movies? Have you ever been to a real? That's the wrong roof, Casey. I didn't know. There wasn't James Bond. Oh, by the way, I did that in Indianapolis the other night. We had a small group of people, and there was this little, nice, petite, blonde-haired gal sitting in the back of the room with her arms folded, and she just stared like this through the first 2 parts of the presentation, of which she did through the first part of mine, and I started doing it. If I was a rich man, she absolutely freaked out. And I kind of enjoyed it. It was kind of neat, because I kept doing it, and she kept freaking out. She thought I was going to run back and kiss her or something. At any rate, where was I? Going to the movies is an emotional experience. We come home, we share that. When you go on a vacation, that's an emotional experience. That's exciting. You come home, you tell people about the adventures that you had. You take pictures of it, you share those with people. You put them on Christmas cards, etc. So the product that we looked at was one related to travel, specifically the discounting of travel. That's highly relatable. How relatable? Do you like to travel? That's relatable. That's relatable. Do you like to save money? Would you like to save money when you travel? Would you like to make money? Would you like to make money when other people travel? I have told you everything in those 3 questions about the opportunity of Travelmax, because it's a hot product and it's easily relatable to people. So beyond that, you've heard about the industry, you've heard about the company. We had a hot product in a network market that was surrounded with good financing. We're on the NASDAQ stock market exchange. The stock has done very well from its initial public offering in December of '95 at $2.25 a share. It's gone up considerably. It's more than doubled or tripled its value. Then you surround that with good management, and we can tell you in more detail about the managers. Just suffice it to say for right now, they are all experts in their respective fields. Some are in networking, some are in travel, and some are in the financial field. They've all come together to surround this company. So here's a hot product. It's surrounded with good financing, and now you have good management around it. What was the most exciting part after we've done all that analysis to make a final decision? Well, there were a couple of things. One of those things was to clearly understand where this opportunity exists in the United States of America. That's a very broad pictured view. In studying network markets, I understood there were certain individuals in other network markets that had downlines of thousands of people, tens of thousands, some of them hundreds of thousands of people in a business. In this business, it is so new and it's just beginning that there is only, as we speak right now, 14,000 independent travel agents in Travelmax tonight, as we speak. Understand, their projections are that in 5 years, this will grow to 2 million people. Be conservative, cut it in half, cut it in quarters. If you get in, I got in at 10,000, if you get in at 14,000, and there's going to be 500,000 conservatively in the business, when you see the binary compensation plan and see how that works, strap on, you're sitting on a rocket ship. That's how we looked at it. That's why we got into this business. Highly relatable product, good network market, but the positioning of it in terms of the opportunity of its launch. The launch was held back until they got the financing in place and the management team in place. That took them a year to do that. But they were wise enough as experienced individuals in network marketing not to pre-launch too early. Because when you create momentum, then you can have growth problems, financial problems, management problems. They resolved those issues and held that back. Now we're in the launch phases. Momentum is beginning to pick up. But still, you can travel around the country. Not many people have heard about this yet. Lots and lots of people in this area, within 5.5 hours driving radius, there's some 37.5 million people. So if there was a way to earn a serious income in a proven career that was affordable to start, and all these conventional businesses over here, they're not affordable to start. They take a lot of upfront money to create a business. Over here, it's a nominal amount to establish your business centers relative to what it would be involved in a conventional business world. It allows you to be your own boss, and it gives you creative control. For those of us that are sitting here tonight that get a paycheck from somebody else, how much creative control do you have? They tell you when to get up, when to go to lunch, or when to work on the weekends, etc. I'm not knocking that. Over here, I've got businesses where I pay those people. But even my clients, I am trading my hours for dollars. And over here, I'm leveraging hours and creating dollars. There's a big difference between there's only one me. If the other question to ask about this is, could you, or what would it take for you to double your income as you sat here? I mean, in the next year's time, think about with what you do, what could you do in your business to double your income? In this business, you can double it, triple it, quadruple it, etc., because of the issue of leverage. That allows you to work part-time or full-time. It's been said in this industry that you could work on a part-time basis and create a serious full-time income. If you understand the power of leveraging in network marketing and a hot product that's in place to stay with a trend that's for the long-term basis, then you understand that you can make a full-time income on a part-time basis. It allows you to earn what you're honestly worth, and it allows you to use other people's energy and other people's money as you grow and expand this network. Methods of distribution. We're familiar with the traditional sales force, direct mailing, telemarketing, the ever-famous infomercials, and multi-level marketing. Understand this is a true network market. There are not levels in this business. This is a network market. There's no five-star generals or admirals or anything to get paid. I got paid the second week that I was in this business, and I haven't missed a week yet of pay because what I put in, they return to us. It is truly entrepreneurial. That's how they've designed it. Their whole concept initially was to create a true home-based business that you can operate out of your home. You can pass your business in the morning on the way to the restaurant. Not many people get the opportunity to do that. Network marketing is allowing that to happen. You know, part of the dream for me is to wake up the way God meant for me to wake up. And then to roll over and hug my wife and say, honey, we're at work. Network marketing through Travelmax International has the advantages of no product inventory. A lot of network markets that I looked at and that my wife looked at, you had to stack up on some product and some inventory. How are you going to keep a trip to the Bahamas in your garage? It's impossible. You don't need to do that. The beauty of this system is, and I don't know if you've caught it yet, you are referring travel agents. You don't do any booking. You don't incur any liability. As a businessman, that was very important to me. I didn't need any more liability. Got enough over here. If I'm designing and building buildings, other than being a doctor, I'm not going to incur a whole lot more liability. Didn't need any more of that. No, you have no product inventory. No monthly sales requirements, and as we said, there's no levels or generations. We have excellent training and excellent support. The program that you're hearing tonight is the same program that's going on in San Francisco tonight, in New York City, down in Florida, Puerto Rico, some of the outlying islands. This is excellent, excellent national marketing, training, and support. Low startup costs, which we talked about, and low overhead costs to operate. Travelmax compensation plan. As I said, commissions based upon sale of our products. There's 3 products that we have developed at this time. There is the independent travel agent tutorial. You buy the product, you take the test, and you become an independent travel agent, card holding with all the benefits and perks that Art talked about. The second product that we've got is the VIP getaway package that is chock full of all kinds of points of destination, golf and ski resorts, etc., etc. 50% off everything. Romantic cruises. Pay one full price, your partner sails for free. The third product we've got is what is called our Certified Charitable Consultant. It's a program that Art also touched upon, and it has a series of different items, but what it allows you to do, those 3 programs allow you to get into a business, number 1, and make income for your family. Number 2, enhance your family's lifestyle through discounted travel. And number 3, give back to the community. To allow sales volume to accumulate, when Dan gets up here and talks about the binary compensation plan, that'll make more sense. The plan pays on what really counts, volume of infinity, not multi-levels. Now, as if it wasn't good enough when we had looked at it, when I looked at the binary compensation plan, and you set up your business centers, and you reach them on a maximum level, and if you've got a tri-pack, you can make $6,750 per week. And when you do that, they will also give you from the company 1,000 shares of gifted stock option. Now, what's a gifted stock option? Well, it's like if I went into Coca-Cola as the new CEO and said, okay, guys, it's sitting at $10 a share, and if I really boost it up, I want to be able to buy it a year or 2 later at $10 a share if I make it go to 50. Well, remember I said these guys were really interested in making this an entrepreneurial, home-based business. They have offered each and every one of us that same opportunity. When you maximize your business center, they will also send you a warrant for a stock option. Now that warrant allows you at a later time when the stock goes up to buy that stock at the date you got that warrant. The stock is predicted to go to $50 within a year's time. How can that happen? Well, a month ago we were booking $4 million a month of travel. Now we're booking 5 because the network's growing. I talked to my stockbroker. He said a company that has a hot product and a stable financial grounding can grow incredibly. So those are another pool of wealth building options that you can have. You can earn up to 40% on retail commissions. That's the travel. When the other card that you have is you go out and you hand out your card. Would you like to travel? Call this number, etc., etc. One guy got 3,000 cards. He wrote one letter and duped it 3,000 times. He sent it out to 3,000 people, and he put one card in each letter. And the letter read, "Thank you for the opportunity to serve you. I've enjoyed our relationship. I would like to return that with a gift. Use this card, and you can get discounted travel." Huh. Knock me out. What a great idea. Earn up to 20% override on your organization's sales. All sales volume is saved or banked until maximum payout is earned, and that's part of what Dan will explain. And the other thing that we looked at for business, I didn't want something extremely complicated. I couldn't handle something extremely complicated. If we've got 4 businesses over here that are active and financially successful and ongoing, I had to find something that was very simple. And again, 1, 2, 3. It is this simple. I'll tell you everything about the business one more time. Do you like to travel?
Yes.
Would you like to save money? substantial discounting up to 50% off on your travels, and would you like to make money when other people travel? And I truly have told you everything about the business in those 3 questions. And with that, I'd like to bring up Dan Cowell. Thank you.
We have a great opportunity this evening. Bill has been traveling around the country, but he's back in town tonight. He's going to share a few words with us in a few minutes. So while he's moving that in, I'll just stall for a second. We get started in Travelmax. We get started in Travelmax. The first thing we need to do is to 1 through 3 that they were talking about, create a business center. That cost us $25 filling out a form. Send that to Travelmax. They send you back this kit here. Inside the kit you'll find the slides, or the chart, which is just like our slides. You'll get all the rules, regulations, policies, everything we need to do about the business. The second thing we need to do is qualify our center with $800 personal sales. Now, they mentioned we have 3 products. This slide does not represent but only 2. There's another tutorial, which is the charities tutorial, called the CCC tutorial. It has a workbook, 1 videotape, 4 audio tapes. You take a little test, and that's one of our products that we do not have in hand yet. It's not on the slides. The other tutorial is called the ITA tutorial. It has a 127-page reference book. It has a videotape, the audio. It has a 25-question test that you take, send in. And when you send that in, they keep talking about these cards. That gives you the ability to first get this card here, which is the travel agent's card. You're actually referral travel agents, but it says travel agent on it. When you have this card, you have the ability to use this card. This is the one that has your PIN number on it and an 800 number. There's no name or address or anything. This card is given to anyone, and they use travel, all this different here, whether it be airfare, cruises, whatever. This, we get the 40% of the agent's commission. The other product that we have right here is the VIP getaways that Art spoke about. There's 1,000 different skis, golf, RV type travel, all different types of vacations, cruises, the Disney trip, and all the T50 hotels and so on. This product here can either be consumed, it can be wholesaled, it can be retailed, or it can be given away. So by the purchase of 1 of 3 products, that allows us to qualify this center. The next thing we do is activate by finding 2 representatives, and that's why you all were invited this evening. When we go out and start this center right here, we found 2 people, John and Mary. What this amounts to for step 1, we have 3 different levels of pay each week. Step 1 is 3 sales on the left, 3 sales on the right. In binary, everything has to be equal. Equal left, equal right, and generate pay. When we do this, we get a check for $250, and the bonus is a 5-day, 4-night vacation stay in Mexico at 1 of 5 different resorts. And Art's waiting back there. He's headed there. He got his certificates today, 2 different certificates for Mexico. Step 2 is 3 more sales on the left and 3 on the right. Gives us a $500 check and another bonus, which is a certificate for more travel. Step 3 is 3 more on the left and 3 more on the right, $700 check and a bonus, which is 2 more certificates for travel. When we accomplish this all in a week, which is 9 sales on the left and 9 sales on the right, that will give us this business volume, $3,600 on each side, gives us a check for $1,450 for that week. If someone in John's organization and someone in Mary's organization reaches a step 3 check the same week that we do, that also brings up an $800 VIP bonus, which maximizes that single business center at $2,250 per week. When we come to Travelmax, we have an opportunity. We can either purchase a single product and accomplish the $800 worth of sales, or we can purchase what's known as a tri-pack, where we purchase all 3 products. We have this business center here by filling out that form, and the company awards us business centers 2 and business centers 3. In this particular chart, when it shows 9 sales in each of these columns, that particular week it'll pay Business Center 2 $14.50, pay Business Center 3 $14.50, and because both of those reached a step 3 check that week, it brings up the $800 VIP bonus to Business Center 1, maximizing this particular center here at $51.50. 2 weeks ago, this fellow here in the front row achieved that. We've had 2 or 3 others in the group do it. He's been in the company, what, about 4 weeks now? 5 weeks. So, at this point, I'd like to bring, Leon, you want to come up or just go ahead straight to Bill? I'd like to bring Bill Johnson forward.
Good evening, everyone.
Good
Time to
evening.
turn the lights on. Everybody can wait now. Can't sleep through this part. How many are here for the very first time tonight? Wow, that is wonderful. Take one of these pens. My part is very brief. I always like to summarize when I hear an opportunity down where I can understand it, because I'm a simple-minded person. And if it's not simple, a lot of people don't understand it. And it's very difficult to do things that are not simple. So we try to do everything that way. Anyway, 1, 2, 3. It's simple as 1, 2, 3. And I'm going to have to borrow somebody's ID card. You have one with you? Good, thank you. He's always prepared. I didn't know I was going to come up here. I would have got mine out. Thank you very much. It's simple as 1, 2, 3. First of all, I read this on a napkin, and I know where I read it, up in Seattle some years ago. It says there's 3 kinds of people in the world: those who make things happen, and those who wonder what happened, and, excuse me, watch things happen, and those who wonder what happened. And you've known people say, well, what happened? And it's all over. It's already happened. So when I first heard about Travelmax, I was number 3. I had no idea. The lady called me, a friend of ours for about 9 years, and told me that she sold her business and was getting into Travelmax. And she said, you didn't know before I met you that we were in the travel agent business. I said, oh no, well you'll do well. Had no idea what it meant. Next time she called me to thank me for helping her sell her company, she said, I said, I bet you're doing well in that travel agent business. She said, I'm not a travel agent. I had no idea what she was doing. So somebody else called me from Montana, and they told me they were doing this business. And so I began, and I found out how much they made, and I thought, well, I need to look into this a little further. And as I looked into it, I began to decide, him and I, that this is something we'd like to be a part of to make things happen. The other part is 1, 2, 3, is when I got into business, I didn't understand that it's kind of a card-carrying business, and you don't need an office. I did understand you don't need an office. And it's a home-based business. And here's the simplicity of it. 1, if somebody says, I use this example, these are kind of shiny cards, they look like they might be waterproof. I told this young lady one day with art in her home, I said, can you imagine sitting or laying on the deck of a ship, a cruise ship, sunning yourself, swimming suit, sunglasses, a cold drink, and you turn to the person next to you and you say, isn't this a wonderful cruise? And he said, oh yeah, it's really nice, food is good and all that. And then she says, my husband and I can't get over that we're getting this for $35 a day. Well, after he gets up off the floor and gets back in the chair, he'll say, $35 a day, how did you get it for that? Well, you can slip this out of your swimming suit because it's waterproof. And you say, well, the next time you take a trip, you might want to call this 800 number and maybe you can save some money. That's number 1. You might go so far as to say, and my husband and I also like making money when other people travel. Well, how do you do that? Card number 2. Now, this don't look waterproof, but we have our picture on it. It's It's a character that never grows old. That picture looks good because it's 10 years old and we've never changed. And say there's an 800 number on the back of this, you may call and they'll give you all the information. And there's another number at the bottom of the card that they'll fax you on demand all the information so you can read it. End of conversation.
Now, is Travelmax itself,
Yeah, I don't do nothing. I don't want to do anything.
they just call the number on the card?
They take care of it. Send me the checks. And I get paid when they do that. The third card is, like when we went to California here a couple weeks ago, first time I tried this, because people said it wouldn't work. It's not this card, but my card. Chris's I'm using. We went down to we got cheap tickets from Travelmax. They were $189 or $198 round trip from here to Los Angeles. So we go up to the gate, they stamped the tickets, and I just said, is the flight full? And they said, not completely. I set my card up there, and I said, is it possible that we could upgrade? She looked at the card, looked at me, and said, why, certainly. So we flew first class and leather seats and good service and all that, just because we were carrying this card. So that's the 3 cards, and that's our equipment that we carry around. I've sponsored people in Toledo, Ohio, 2 people, 1 in Colorado Springs, 1 in Seattle, Washington, and 4 in Texas. They've never been to a meeting like this. They've heard the 800 number, they've read the fax on demand, and they did look at a video for about, I think it's a 16-minute video, and made the decision on doing their due diligence that this was a company that was going to be long-lasting, and they'd like to be a part of it. So that's 1, 2, 3 is the 3 cards. The last 1, 2, 3 I'd like to share with you is 1, you can come into business with 1 business center, and they call you whatever your social security number is, 001. That is your business center. That business center can only sponsor 2 people. Cannot sponsor any more. You can't come back tomorrow and buy any more business centers. There's no more business centers for sale to you when you buy one. So you can't buy a garage load of business centers. The other way you could come in, instead of this way, is you could come in with 3 business centers, and they call you 001, 002, and 003. That means that this 001 business center sponsored its 2 people, myself, which I did. And that means these 2 can sponsor each 2, which is 4. This business center costs about $500. How much?
About 1,000.
About 1,000.
Can you qualify? Everything's about $1,000 a year.
Oh, okay. Didn't buy one then, so I didn't know. But you can get a ITA, independent travel agent certification, for around $500. But if you do all the thing to get that active and ready to go, it's about $1,000. And you can earn in this business center a maximum of $22.50 a week, and that's enough for anybody for a second income. I mean, that's enough, isn't it? $22.50 a week. You wouldn't send it back. I wouldn't.
No.
That's enough money until you make it, and then you say, "Ooh, that's all I can make out of this business center because this one over here you can make $67.50 a week." Now all at once it ain't good enough, but it is until you make it. This business center costs you about $1,700. That's $1,500 plus $200 worth of literature we recommend. So you have a choice of buying a business center or 3 business centers, or 1 business center, and you notice that this is 2 people and 4 people. It's doubling your effort and tripling your income. When my 3rd check that I received was $67.50, the first 2 were $51 and $5,200, and then I sponsored Em, and her first check was $14.50, and her second one was $51.50. So we know the program works, and we know it's duplicatable, and we know that it's profitable. And we know we can stay home and enjoy all this and travel when we want to. That's what I'm looking for. I came out of retirement, semi-retirement of another company. And they have decided to continue to pay me. I thought that they would cut my pay off, and I've been making very good money the last 9 years from another network company. But they honored my request that they let me retire and continue to pay me for my downline. So I know that networking works because we've been in it for years. But the reason I gambled on that was because of the opportunity here in Travelmax. I can honestly say to each of you, there's a full-time income opportunity here for your part-time effort if you just do the simple things that we have been able to do and duplicate here in the last couple months. So I ask you to look at it carefully if you're looking for a second income. And from just returning from Seattle, I found out many of my friends that I was in an organization with called the JCs back in 62 and 63. I was the state president of the Washington State JCs. Many of them have been downsized. Many of them have changed jobs many times. Many of them I didn't recognize because it's been 20-some years. I had to look a while and see if I could see them people in them people. Oh, there they are. They're still in there. And to hear the stories of people, I'm thinking, I'm so glad I'm doing what I'm doing, and I'm so sorry they were doing what they're doing. So networking is a way of the future. It's been a way for us for a number of years, a profitable way, and it's only going to get greater in Travelmax. So I'd like to turn the meeting back to Leon, our tall, good-looking, Oriental gentleman. Thank you.
Folks, this is one of the luckiest days of your life. Two different reasons. Number one, we finished the meeting here before they got really cranked up. Because I could hear somebody over there doing this on the PA system. So for us to get through in time is really lucky. But the other thing is that we have a leader in this group, and that's Bill Johnson, who just spoke to you, who really knows how it's done. I mean, he's done it. He's helping us. He's sharing with all of us. He's willing to spend time on the telephone. He's willing to spend time in person with you, regardless of where the meeting is or where the presentation is. He's been very, very generous with his time. Now, as we grow bigger, he gets thinner. But while he's here, make sure that you get all the questions answered tonight. What we'd like to do is break into individual groups. The one who asked you to come here will break into circles, and Bill and Em will rotate around the room and help each one of us get all the questions answered. We didn't make announcements tonight, did we? We have a meeting here at the Executive Inn on Tuesday night, of course, at 7, also on Saturday morning at 9, and we also have an executive lunch at the Terrace restaurant on Fridays at 11:45. So those are the 3 places that we have presentations during the week. Anything else? Oh, tomorrow night there's a group of us going to Indianapolis, and we're kicking a Founders Circle off over there, the original, however many it comes out to be, and we think we have probably a good circle of 8, 10, or 12, we hope. We're also doing some missionary work over in Lexington, and we have a meeting in Lexington on Thursday night. So anyone who needs to introduce somebody to the business, if you're in and you'd like them to come to the meetings, then please let them know where it is. We'll have the calendars in the back of the room, or we'll pass the calendars out so that everybody gets one. Dan? And the meeting on Saturday is Super Saturday. We've really got a power-packed program for you, and I won't tell you what it is, but please be here and have all of your people here that are interested in this business. It should be very beneficial. Anything else?
Lexington meeting is at the same place, same time.
Lexington meeting is going to be in a private home, so you have to get with someone who knows where it is for that.
Get with me on that. I'll be glad.
Art's phone number is on the back. I'm going to be going. I don't know where it is now, but I should know by the time we get ready to go. Anything else? Thank you very much.
Yeah. Get some materials also to get started and get handouts and business cards.
All right.
1,700. you the whole package.
Well, you get, first of all, you're buying 3 packages. You're buying the CCC, tutorial, 3 business centers. Well, you'll have 3 business centers. But when you buy three of the products, they will award you 3 business centers. Now, what that, we don't have time to show you, or in this presentation, we do a one-on-one, what the value of that is. It looks like it appears that you double your effort, but actually you more than triple your income with some of the same effort. You're not really doubling your effort. And it takes a little bit to show you that, but I'll be happy to. Who invited you on? Dan? Oh, he knows all about it. Dan's good. Skip?
Cherry. Nice to meet you.
Stuck in the back of the room there, that's fixed space.
Cherry.
What did y'all like best today?
Well, I'm still a little confused about it, but I Nicole said once you get $1,700, join, they give you what, 3 business centers?
And that gives you the tri-pack. That's the best way, in either case, for a single center or a tri-pack, you can earn more centers. They briefly touched on that, and usually Bill goes into it. Once you reach a $22.50 check or a $67.50 check, besides getting the stock certificates, you also get a placement center, which allows you to drop down in your own downline and sponsor 2 more people, and that center can also earn $22.50. Now, there's
More centers you got.
more centers you got, the more money you can make. Now, those centers are earned by production. You can't buy them, you can only earn them. So in other words, each center in tri-pack can earn 2. So in other words, that first tri-pack can earn $67.50, and each of its centers can earn $22.50. But each of those that comes down can also earn 2 more centers. So it's
So
pretty.
what about the charities? How does that work?
Well, that has a separate tutorial, and that's a separate, there are 8 different sets of products that work under the charities. Now, each of those products is marketed in one form or fashion. I mean, put it this way, they only touch on it in the slide, you have to actually see it. It's a book of stuff this thick. Each of the products is marketed through, say, let's just use an example, the big church out there, Christian Church Southeast, 10,000 members. If they were dealing in coupon things, they have, for instance, buy a set of coupons, you get 4 times the amount of coupons. For every coupon that's used, the church itself gets a portion of it. The person that has the CCC tutorial also gets a portion of it. It averages approximately 20% for the charity and 20% for the individual who sells the product to that particular charity. Now, there's a lady in the back of the room, her name's Tina Bell. She's the area coordinator for the charities and knows a whole lot more about it than the rest of us. It's her job to work with people. Right now,
I know a church I might be able to get the whole church for a cruise.
that's right. But see, at this point, we joined on July 16th. We were certified on August 16th at the convention for the charities. Right now, we're building an organization. Honestly, we have not gone out to work with the charity products because our main concern is to build an organization. And we're in several cities. I mean, one guy went to St. Louis last week to start the pre-work there. The second meeting this week in Indy. We've had 3 or 4 in Lexington. We've got one started in Cincinnati. That'll be long. We're going to Bowling Green. So we're starting to spread out. And as we develop these, then people that are here local, there's 20.
Let me ask you this on your motel discounts. I noticed is that just sell on holidays? Travel to holidays would book you in.
Right. All travel has what they call blackout days. So there's a possibility if it wasn't pre-booked ahead of time that you may hit one of those. But depending on what you know in advance, if you were going to go to Acapulco, like our convention is in January 22nd to 26th, most of us are booking now for our convention. If you were to wait till December to book for then, you may be locked out on a deal like that.
It seems like a pretty easy way to make money to me. once you learn the program, I mean, just to give you an idea how powerful it was when I take a look at it. I usually fly. I work for a company, I'm in sales, and they're in Waco, Texas. And normally I fly personally. I'm a pilot, and I'll fly to Waco. It's faster. This time you transfer, take a rent-a-car and all that business. It's quicker to fly straight from airport to airport. Well, I stopped in Dallas that one time because the weather was going to be bad, so I took a commercial flight. I was asking the security guard because I was waiting for a layover type deal. I said, how many people go through here a day? Guess how many people go through Dallas's airport a day? Connecting over 2 million people through one airport. Now think about your other big ones, O'Hara, Dulles, and all these. There are people, literally millions of people traveling every day for every kind of reason. And we can have a piece of all of that. Not just the airfare, the rent-a-cars, the hotels, whatever the case may be, we can have a portion of that. So it's really quite a market.
So you're not really set up for software or anything. In other words, you hand him the card, they call that number, Travelmax books.
Right. Travelmax has an office out in Newport Beach, California. All those people in that office are salaried personnel. They don't get paid commission. So they will search for the best discounts, the deepest discounts they can get.
Because you know you compete with like the travel channel. You know,
Oh, yeah.
travel channel.
Yeah. See, it still doesn't affect your frequent flyer miles or anything. If you're flying like US Air and you're on one of their special programs for mileage, you'll still get the same mileage. The only difference is you get a cheaper ticket. And then if you're the one that booked the ticket, you can actually get paid for booking the ticket.
Dan, could you show me how to make $22.50 and $67.50? That's what I don't know if I understand. You all understand? I don't think that, bro.
This week I'm probably gone.
Yeah.
All right, well,
I've been taken off.
20, let me show you 2 different examples of why one works better than the other one, just to give you an idea. This is Art would say, or the rest of them are saying, is 2 different possibilities. They explain it a little different. In order to make $14.50 to start out with, they were all tri-packs, which is
In Louisville, I don't know, they don't understand.
well,
What's a tri-pack?
A tri-pack, this is a single center, a $500 deal. A tri-pack is a $1,500 deal. Either case, it takes $200 worth of literature, tapes, this and that in order to do business. In order to qualify this center, you have to have $800 worth of personal sales volume. And this one or this one makes no difference. But what I want to show you is the difference between what it makes in pay. Now, tri-pack, as we mentioned before, is basically all 3 of these centers joined together. The person's purchased 3 products for 3 times $500. So you got in here, you have basically 6. Each one of these represents 3 sales. It could be it's a total of 9 in each column. 9 sales. This could be single centers, because this is a single center, $500 center. In this case, it takes 9 sales or $3,600 worth of volume to pay $14.50. It pays the same over here, but there's 2 other legs that right now aren't being used. So in order to get to the $22.50 that you're asking about, one of these people here on each side will also have to have 3 more people somewhere. Now this doesn't necessarily work just in straight lines. It could be 1 here, 2 here. It makes no difference. Yeah. So in other words, it takes a total of $7,200 worth of sales to produce the $22.50. Because what has to happen? This side and this side need to have a step-free check, which is 9 sales, at the same time this center does. So this is 9 and 9. This is 9 and 9 to get the $22.50. But the great thing about this is this same number of people, if they're right here, because of the way this works, right here is 999. These 2 here is $14.50. These 2 here is $14.50. But these are qualified on the outside legs. This business center 1. So this center it reached 1450. This center it reached 1450. So that's each one of those is paid that. But since this center also reached 1450, it brings up the $800 deal plus the 1450. So the same 12 things here will pay 5150 versus a single center on here will pay that. So in other words, you spend a few more dollars to purchase a tri-pack. But what Art keeps trying to point out,
What would you get?
you get three products. You get basically right now what it amounts to is you get one of them. When we first joined, we bought one of these and two of them.
I come in, I put $1,500.
Right.
I'm gonna get 3 of these.
Well, when we joined, you have to have the ITA in order to get the card. In order to get this card right here, you have to have the ITA tutorial. All right, that gives you the ability to pass out these cards to get the 40%.
How many? Do you get many? You have to pay for these cards?
Sure, that's what we're talking about.
So you got about $200 worth
Yeah,
of
by the time you buy all the cards and the little brochures, the literature, all that stuff. And then and I have other cards that are ordered that also have this, but these are the opportunity cards. It has the 800 number on the back of the tabs to meet the conference.
So that's why it's going to be, you said about $1,000 to get
Right.
this done.
So in other words, over here, you have
That counts as your volume.
right.
If you buy like $200 worth of
No,
cards,
the merchandise has nothing to do. Those are two separate companies that travel. So they have nothing to do with that. But in other words, what it costs to get into business is what we're saying. It costs you $500, $470, $470 for this product. It makes no difference which one of the three. $45, which is $495, plus whatever state you're in is tax.
I get 3 of those. Is what we're talking about.
Over here you get 3.
I get 3 of those.
Over here you get 1.
Over here I'm getting 3. And then tonight, let's say he gets a tri-pack. And she could get a tri-pack.
Right.
So what would that do?
All right, what that would do for you, for instance, if this tri-pack here was you, the two of them,
That's me.
right, these 3 centers right here. If, for instance, each one of them joined as a tri-pack, you put one over here and one over here. That would automatically bring you a check for $250 plus you get the vacation bonus. Well, that's just one of the benefits. Now, you get the vacation bonuses no matter which, whether you're single center or a tri-pack, makes no difference. As soon as you reach a step 1 check, that brings up
Let's say they,
$250.
let's say they have 2 friends and they want to be tri-packs. Right.
They put them down here, which activates one of their 2 sides. You know what I'm saying? Yes. This makes you a $500 check, or a total at that point of $750.
I'd make $750.
Plus another bonus. Now see, that's how we did it here in town. When we started, we had Bill Johnson here. We had the 4 of us called the 4 Horsemen. And we went 4 wide right away. In our first week, this was my leg. This is Leon. We had a deal. At first, we had them like that. Dan, Leon, Pat, and Art. 2 little tail off. That's what we called them. They ended up where this is Art and this is Pat. It makes no difference. When we started out the first week, we took our paperwork to California. We had 15 contracts already put together. So Bill's first week's check was $51.50. Now what we didn't understand at that time is in order to make that $67.50, somebody over here or somebody over here, you see this is the 002 side, this is the 003 side. Well, the binary has, tri-pack has 3 business centers, 1, 2, and 3. And these 2 legs here belong to here. These 2 legs here belong to here. The 2 outside legs belong to this one. So this will pay, and this will pay, and then this volume is banked for this.
Plus you're going to be trying to, every time someone puts a trick in, get
Those people below you don't make you money. That's right.
but you're also going to get commission. Trips are to top sale.
See the difference between this, for instance, and a standard multi-level is you only have 4 spots to put your people somewhere in one of these lines. Now, as these things continue to develop and there's people spread all over the place, it doesn't make any difference. When that computer searches, as long as it finds 9 sales in this leg, it doesn't make any difference where they are, how deep. That's what we're talking about paying to infinity. So it'll search 9, 9, 9, and 9. As soon as it finds them, it maximizes that center out. Now, if it finds 9 plus each side has one that made a step 3, then it brings up 2 $800 bonuses, one to here, and a third one there, making it $67.50 for that week. It takes 29 tri-packs in order to pay a $67.50 check. We didn't understand that in the first week or two. We thought that 29 my goal, 29 tri-packs for your first $67.50 check. But really, your real goal is to go out here and sponsor these 4 people. And then have each one of them go sponsor at least one, but actually they're going to sponsor 4. A tri-pack can only sponsor 4. Yeah, they need themselves, 3 others to help you. But it's actually it's, well, they might take another meeting, so. Well, believe me, the first thing that they told us is true. Anything you know about multi-level, forget it. Because this is different. And it's different for 2 respects. One, when you get somebody successful in a multi-level, they break away and you lose them. In this case, you never lose anybody. If you go out and find you 3 or 4 producers that are yours from now to the cows come in, you never lose anybody. And when you're up here and you earn one of these placement centers, there's only one place to put it. That's down here someplace. It doesn't make any difference where. Now what we do is we put them in a weak leg. If you got one leg, it's running right down here. It's got 31 centers this week signed up. You got one over here. It's got 2. Put it over here to make this one pay. Now once this thing pays out full, it flushes. So then it starts over again the next week. But you had a potential every week to earn. Now the one girl I was mentioning in the back of earlier, her and her husband just came to town a little last week. They've been in 2 months longer than Bill Johnson has. They have 1,700 business centers. Their average check is over $10,000. Average, sometimes more. Well, her husband's up in Chicago this week. Oh, okay. But her name's Corey Fireball. Corey Fireball. One question I got for you. Every 13 weeks, right, which is $400 in sales or one product. If you sponsor one person, you automatically sold one product. Is that simple? Every 13 weeks, what is it? You have to sell one product or sponsor one person. If you sponsor a person, they buy a product, you've met your goal. And the reality of it is, if you want to make a lot of money, which most people do, you can sponsor 4 here. There's the sheet, you see it has 2 blocks on it. One says sponsor, one says placement. If you knew 50 people, you could sponsor 50. You can only actually put 4 across the bottom of your center. The other ones that you bring in, it's just like the placement centers. You sponsor them, but you place them wherever they're needed. So a person can be as aggressive as they want to be. Every time you get a placement center, it does allow you to sponsor 2 more people. And the best thing to do is put your 2 powerhouses that you got, and it just keeps driving that volume up. But you become your own downline in this system. That's not an option in standard volume. Well, we'll be back. Saturday, we have another meeting here. It would be a real good one this week because part of what we're celebrating is we've been in just 9 weeks now. 8 weeks was 60 days. And part of what Bill works on is what he calls the story. What happened in the first 60 days is what's going to happen in the first 60 days forever. Well, Bill's first 30 days with Travelmax, he made $45,000. So 60 days is important. 90 days is important. So part of what we're going to do this Saturday is set our goals for 2 things.
All right, that tape is now part of the record of this hearing, so you may have it back. Council, how's 10 o'clock tomorrow morning sound? Can resume.
How long do you think we might go tomorrow with this? I have to I've got
5
another
again,
court-
maybe?
I got another court out of town that I've got to be at. It's in Illinois. I had a few. My client is Callan. There's been some testimony. I wondered if just a few minutes today, so I might cross-examine Ms. Trumbo.
Ms. Trumbull's not even through on direct yet, right?
Right.
I just had about 2 questions on, and then she'd be available for so I have 30 seconds.
And what do you have tomorrow?
Look, I'm going to be in federal court in East St. Louis about 2 o'clock their time. I've got enough time.
All right. Well, we'll start promptly with her and get you in and out of here. I can only hear so much, and I'm tired of even taking notes on it, especially that last stuff. I couldn't hardly tell what was being said. All right. We'll see you back here at 10, and we'll go tomorrow. If we don't finish tomorrow, we'll go the next day. We're going to finish this time.
Thank you, Judge.
Let's see.
Okay, because I'm at.
I'll just hold on to it.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're ready to proceed. Is everyone present? Did anybody not come out from?
I believe we're all here, Judge.
Mountain Hall? All right, are we going to proceed with Mr. Trumbo's testimony at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Trumbo, would you please retake the stand? Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right, you may proceed, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Trumbo, were you in court on yesterday when the video recording of the September 24, 1996 Travelmax presentation was made?
Yes.
Does that appear to be an accurate representation of the meeting that you recorded?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Ms. Trumbo, after the conclusion of the presentation, what did you do?
Went back down the hall into the restroom, turned the tape off. Then we proceeded back out to the vehicles where we were to meet. I viewed a short portion of the tape to make sure it worked and the sound worked. And then I turned the tape over to Investigator Hansman.
Now, when you viewed a short portion of the tape to see if it worked, did the video portion come out?
Yes, it did.
And the audio portion?
Yes.
And did the tape that you viewed yesterday appear to be the one that of that meeting that you recorded?
Yes.
Now, was any other investigator or anyone else with you when you attended the meeting on September 24, 1996?
Yes.
Who was that?
Investigator Hawkinsmith.
Okay. Now, there were some voices that were asking questions, I believe, on the during the informal portion of the tape that where you were meeting with Mr. Callan. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know whose voices those were?
Yes.
Could you tell us whose voices those were?
It was Investigator Hawkinsmith and Dan Callan.
Okay. Was your voice? Did you ask any questions at that time?
I'm not sure if I asked any questions or not.
Okay. Your Honor, that's all I have.
Cross.
Ms. Trumbo, did you transcribe any portion of that tape? Or have you seen a transcription of that tape?
The first question, no, I did not transcribe it. The second question, I have seen the transcript.
Okay. I'm going to show you what is marked as Exhibit 5. I'm approaching with Your Honor.
You may.
Does that appear to be a transcription of the tape that the court was shown yesterday?
I'm sorry. Just the question again. I'm sorry.
Does that appear to be a transcription of the tape which the judge saw yesterday?
It's a transcription of the same meeting, yes.
Okay. That transcription, if you'll go to the back page, does not have the transcription of where Mr. Johnson was making a presentation, does it?
No, sir.
Okay, it ends there, does it not? Although the tape continued on.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And yesterday, Mr. Turner said that something happened to your recorder which prohibited the Commonwealth from being able to hear the rest of that tape. Do you remember that, him saying that?
It wasn't my recorder.
Okay, whose recorder was it?
The one that Investigator Hawkinsmith wore.
Okay. So Investigator Hawkinsmith had a recorder on his body, an audio recorder, and you were carrying a video recorder that recorded video and audio?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did something happen to, is it Hawkinsmith?
Hawkinsmith. Yes, sir.
To Investigator Hawkinsmith's tape recorder, and what's Hawkinsmith's first name, if you don't mind telling me?
Skip.
Skip, is he in the court today?
Yes, he is.
Okay, who is that? Okay. Did something happen to Investigator Hawkinsmith's recorder that prevented him from recording that entire meeting? You understand the question?
Yes. You're wanting to know why it didn't pick up. Did something happen to it?
Yes.
I don't know.
I mean, you were sitting there. Did you see him turn it off? And he was with you, was he not?
Yes.
Okay. Did he turn it off? Did he say something's happened? Did we run out of tapes? Do you know?
No.
Okay, no, which one is? I'm sorry.
No, he did not turn it off. No, he did not indicate that there was something wrong with his tape.
Have you listened to the tape?
The
The
audio
tape. The tape I'm talking about is the tape that Agent or Investigator Hawkinsmith
No.
had. You've not listened to that?
No.
So you have no explanation. You can't explain why that tape is inaudible.
No.
It could not be recorded.
No.
How did you get involved with this investigation?
I was asked to attend a meeting.
Okay, and by who?
Detective Ansman or Investigator Ansman.
And how did it come that he would ask you to attend a meeting?
I don't know.
You're a legal secretary, is that correct, or do I have the title wrong?
No, right.
You're a legal secretary to whom?
In the Consumer Protection Division.
And who do you work for as a secretary? Who do you do secretarial work for?
One attorney and a program coordinator,
And who is the attorney?
Mike Swindeman, but I report to Todd Leatherman, the Director of Consumer Protection.
You report to Mr. Leatherman, who is not here today, or is he?
No, he's not
He
here.
was here yesterday, was he not?
Yes.
Okay. And you do secretarial work for him also? Or no?
Maybe some.
Okay. And who else do you do secretarial work for? Swinderman, is that correct?
Swindeman.
Swinderman?
Yes, sir.
And what is his position?
He is an attorney with the Consumer Protection Division.
And any other work?
I work for the program coordinator,
And who is that?
Jerry Robinson.
Is he in the courtroom today?
She.
Is she in the courtroom today?
No, sir.
Did she have anything to do with this case?
No.
Okay. Can you just tell me briefly what training you had as to do undercover work? Do you understand the question?
Yes, sir. I was thinking, no, sir. None.
Is that typical at the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office or in the Consumer Protection Division? Maybe I should limit to that. For them to use staff to do undercover work?
Yes, sir.
When has that been done before?
I don't know.
Well, you just testified that it's common to be done. What do you base your answer on that it's commonly done?
Well, I do know that there was at least one other staff person that has done this type of work before.
Okay, so it's happened one time before?
Well, that I know of.
Okay, and I'm just asking
Okay.
your opinion, Ms. Trumbull,
Okay.
please. These aren't meant to trick you in any way. But you have never done it before.
No, sir.
And who was the staff person that did it before you?
I know that Lori Ferris has been in on one.
Lori Ferris, and who is she?
She's a staff person.
Okay, and in what capacity is there?
I'm not sure what her title is.
Okay, was she a secretary?
No, sir.
Okay. Who does she work for?
She's in the Consumer Protection Division.
What type of staff work does she do?
Training, I believe.
And she was approached to do undercover work?
Well, I don't know how she was. Yes, I suppose. I don't know.
Well, tell me what you do know, because your testimony was this is commonly done, at the Consumer Protection Division, what is it that you base
I
that
don't-
answer on?
Well, I don't know that it's commonly done, no, sir.
Okay.
As far as if there's other people that, I don't know.
Was there no other investigator to do this?
I don't know.
Okay. Who asked you to do it? Ansman, is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct? Investigator Ansman?
Mm-hmm.
Did he say why he picked you?
No.
And tell the court, how did that come about? I mean, were you at your desk typing one day, and did he walk in and say, you want to do some undercover work, or how exactly did that happen?
I was asked if I would mind going in and sitting and observing a meeting,
What type of, just any meeting? I mean, did he tell you what type of meeting?
a Travelmax meeting.
Okay, and what did you say?
Yes.
You wouldn't mind, or you?
No, I would not mind.
You would do that?
Yes, sir.
Did he say what he wanted you to do during the meeting?
I was going to be wearing a fanny pack with a video in it.
Does that sound like something you'd ever done before?
No, sir.
Did it sound exciting to you?
It was different. Yes, sir.
Were you going to do this on your time, secretarial time, or off duty as away from your secretary's business?
Away from.
You understand my question?
Yes, it was after hours.
You were going to do this after hours?
Yes.
Were you going to be paid for it?
No,
So why did you want to do this?
to help the office
To help the office do what?
on an investigation.
So your testimony is, it sounded like something you wanted to do to help the office investigate Travelmax. Is that correct?
Yes, I reckon.
And before you went in, what were you told about Travelmax?
I don't recall.
You were giving no briefing whatsoever about what's going to happen in the meeting?
I'm sure they might have told me something, but I don't recall.
Well, this is what we want to ask about. Is this is something you say you've never done before?
Mm-hmm.
It's something you were doing voluntarily just to help the office?
I'm going to object. I think the witness has answered the question posed. She indicated that she did not recall.
You don't know why you were doing this, or you weren't told anything about it? Is that your answer?
Well, yes. Well, I was told something, but I don't recall what.
You don't recall what it was you were told?
No, sir, not exactly.
Well, Your Honor, if I can, you say not exactly. Do you recall generally what you were told? Did they tell you it was a criminal investigation or a civil investigation?
No.
Okay. Did they tell you they were anything about, they thought there was a pyramid?
Yes,
Is that term ever coming up?
That's possible. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at the consumer, well, that's important. See, that's the thing. I'm not. That's the kind of thing I want to know. They told you that they were investigating a pyramid. Is that correct? You knew that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you went in there,
A possible pyramid.
a possible pyramid. Now, did they tell you how many meetings they had attended before you went in?
No.
Had they attended any meetings before?
Yes.
Okay. And who had attended those meetings?
Investigator Ansman.
And Investigator Ansman told you then that he had been to meetings before and that he was investigating this as a pyramid. Is that correct? Words to that effect?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Investigator Ansman, did he say how many meetings he had been to?
No.
Did he explain to you what a pyramid was?
No.
So you knew when you went in there, though, you know it's something bad, correct? Pyramid is something bad. I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay. So you knew when you went there that you were investigating the pyramid aspect of whatever business was here.
I wasn't investigating as such. I was there to attend the meeting, record, and report back.
Okay. Well, the reason I'm asking these questions, so we can get to it, is because you also gave testimony yesterday that characterized the meeting. Do you recall that?
That was the gist of what I got from the meeting and what I reported back.
Now, after watching the video, you testified about what you felt the meeting was about.
Yes, sir.
Who provided you with the camera?
It's part of the consumer protections equipment.
Have you ever used it before?
No, sir.
Who actually gave it to you? You understand the question? Who actually gave you the camera?
Well, it's part of the office's equipment, and as far as whenever someone needs the equipment,
I'm sorry, I'm not making
okay.
myself clear. I apologize. How many times had you used this camera before?
None.
Okay.
Okay.
How did you know where it was if you'd never used it before?
Where the camera was?
Yes.
Is where they keep the rest of the all the equipment that they have in the office.
And you went and you just grabbed it and strapped it on. No investigator said, "Here, put this on. Here's how you wear it. Here's how you use it." So what you tested?
No, I'm sure there was somebody. I don't recall who. Which just showed me how to turn it on, turn it off.
Okay. So the
get
question,
the tape in.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, and get the tape in and take the tape out.
Okay. So the question is, who did that job of giving you the camera, putting the tape in, showing you how it worked? That's the question.
I don't recall. I mean,
how many people were involved in the investigation? This one that you were involved in.
I don't know.
Well, let's start. Was it Ansman, correct? Was Mr. Turner there?
No.
Were any of the gentlemen sitting here there?
Oh, David Van Venner was probably in the office.
Okay, when you put the fanny pack on, or when they showed you how to use it?
But I don't recall who showed me how to use it.
Okay, and you don't recall who gave it to you or even who else was there?
No.
And do you recall the instructions that the person you can't remember told you?
I'm sorry?
Do you recall the instructions that they gave you about how to use the camera? For instance, where to point it, how to hold it, where to aim it, what to look at?
No, that's something that basically after I strapped the camera on that I had to more or less see where it took a picture as to how I was holding it.
Okay, great.
Where
How
I
did
was
you do
wearing
that?
it.
How did you do that? How were you able to see where it was pointed to?
Well, I walked through the office with it on.
And how could you see where it was pointing to? Did you have a hookup?
You can't. You can't until you come back and play it. And as far as where you were wearing it on your body as to how.
Well, this is what I want to know. So you rehearsed in the office in preparation for going to the Travelmax meeting. You rehearsed in the office.
Yes.
Okay. Who was there during this rehearsal? You can't recall anyone there?
No, I can't.
There were other people there, though?
Yes, sir.
You weren't alone in the office, were you?
No.
And you can't recall on this one event that you had never done before, that you were doing voluntarily. Your testimony is you can't remember the name of a single person who was there. Is that correct?
Who showed me how to use the tape? No, sir.
Okay. Well, who else was there that didn't show you how to use the tape? Who
I
was
don't
there
know.
helping? You can't recall the name of a single person who was there?
No.
They asked Ainsman this. He was in charge of that.
Were you told before you went there to be sure and point the camera towards any particular area? For instance, were you told, because we saw in the video, the camera was pointed in the second conversation where the blackboard was being used or a white marking board was being used, you were pointing it at the board. Was that deliberate on your part?
Yes, sir.
Did someone tell you, be sure you point to the board? If he's drawn anything, be sure you point it at the board?
No, that was just, no one specifically told me. I was just trying to get a picture, a video of how the meeting went, of the presenters and
Of the prisoners?
of the presenters.
Presenters, I'm sorry. Because some of them did become prisoners.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to mischaracterizing the statement of the witness and move to strike that comment.
I heard what you said. It's
Okay.
presenters.
Presenters, I'm sorry, I did not hear. Okay, so and what I'm asking is, you're saying no one told you before you went to the meeting to be sure you aimed the video at any diagram or person that's talking? You were never told that?
Not that I recall.
And this is your very first time doing undercover work?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again. I think the witness's statement has been mischaracterized. The witness has already testified that she was not doing undercover work. that she was simply asked to attend a meeting to observe, record, and report back.
Your Honor, if someone carrying a concealed camera for the government to record a meeting where people were suspected of criminal activity is not undercover work, then I will accept the definition of that Mr. Turner chooses to pick.
Well, the question has been asked and answered, so why don't we just move along?
Okay.
I'll make a determination of what kind of work it was. Not that it's really relevant. Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, there were two distinct parts of the meeting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. There was one meeting that lasted an hour that involved a Travelmax presentation that was to the whole audience, correct?
Yes.
And then there was another meeting that you and Hockensmith had separately with, who did you say it was?
Dan Callan.
Dan
Callan.
Was anyone, in that second meeting, was anyone else there besides you and Mr. Hockensmith?
Yeah, there was one other gentleman.
And who was that, do you remember?
No, sir, I don't.
He was watching you all.
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to talk about the first part of the meeting first, the Travelmax presentation. Your testimony stated that most of the time was spent trying to sell the tri-pack. It did not focus on travel. And then you said a few minutes on travel at the most. Do you remember saying something like that yesterday?
Yes, sir, possibly, yeah.
Okay. Now, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Something to that effect.
Do you wish to change that testimony today?
That was the gist of the meeting when I reported back.
Okay, that's exactly my question. You saw the tape yesterday.
Yes, sir.
And that was the meeting you watched.
Yes.
Correct? And that's the meeting you characterized yesterday as focused on selling the tri-pack and very little, only a few minutes focused on travel. Those were your words.
Mm-hmm.
After reviewing that tape, do you wish to change your testimony?
No.
Okay. Now, if you would, for me, when we were watching the tape yesterday, in the meeting, the 1 hour meeting, did you count how many times the word tri-pack was used?
No.
Would it surprise you to learn it was only mentioned twice? Would that surprise you?
Yeah. Well, I know.
It wouldn't surprise you. Okay, that's fine. Now, going back to the travel, isn't it true that the first two presenters yesterday in the tape talked about nothing but travel? Did you watch the tape yesterday about that?
Sir.
Isn't it true they talked about nothing but travel?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I think the tape really speaks for itself on that point in terms of what the statements of those first two presenters were to attempt to strap the witness into specific representations when those representations are graphically clear. It seems to me is maybe inappropriate. I think that those individuals talked about a number of things.
Your Honor, and I would agree, if I could just put on the record, and I'll of course accept the court's ruling, but Your Honor, had the Commonwealth simply put this witness on and said, this is what I recorded and that's all, they deliberately solicited from this witness a characterization that this meeting focused entirely about selling tri-packs and not at all on travel. The tape is obviously contrary to that, and this witness should have to account for her characterization that way.
Your Honor, I think, again, there's mischaracterization there. I think what the witnesses have said is that the primary focus, I don't think any of the witnesses have indicated that there was absolutely no or entirely, that there was entirely no discussion of travel.
You're correct that witnesses have said the primary focus was selling the tri-pack situation. And this witness testified previously that the majority of the meeting, or worst of that,
That's correct,
was on selling the tri-pack. We viewed the tape, and I think, if I understand Mr. Pence's questions correctly, you're wanting to determine how, from what she saw, she's making that determination.
Yes.
I mean, obviously, I will determine what the tape
Exactly.
said, but
if I may, do you realize that the first 24 minutes of that tape talked about nothing but travel? That compensation was never brought up until a half an hour into that tape? Do you realize that?
Okay.
And
No.
your testimony is still that only a few minutes were spent talking about travel?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
And your testimony is and was yesterday that only a few minutes were spent talking about travel, and the majority of the time was pushing a tri-pack?
That was what I reported back right after the meeting with the tape.
Okay, look, okay, no. You were asked yesterday, could you characterize the meeting you were at, not what you reported back?
Okay.
Your Honor, I think that question has been asked and answered by the
Your Honor,
witness.
I'll move on.
Yeah, let's do it.
During this meeting, you were making notes.
Yes, sir.
Correct. Do you have those notes with you?
No, sir.
Where are those notes?
I threw them away.
Is that standard operating procedure for an investigator to throw their notes away?
I don't know.
Did, after this tape was over and you gave the tape back, who was the investigator you were working with? Ansman? Is that his name?
Yes, and Investigator Hawkins Smith.
And Hawkins Smith, did either one of those two agents say, give me the tape, give me the notes, give me everything you collected during this meeting? It's going to be evidence for people who are going to be criminally charged?
My notes only consisted of the names of the presenters.
Nevertheless, that wasn't the question. The question is, did those investigators ask you for those notes?
No.
Your Honor, I am misunderstanding the question. Are you speaking of notes taken at the meeting, or are you talking about notes that were taken at some point during this proceeding?
Well, that's an excellent question. Let me ask both. The notes that were taken at the meeting, the notes we saw in the video, did you turn those notes over to Ansman?
No.
Did you make any notes afterwards during a debriefing or for a debriefing where you summarized this is what happened during the meeting?
No.
Okay. How did you relay that information then to the investigators?
Word of mouth.
Okay. And were they taking notes?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, it is a fact though. When you came out of the meeting and you went through your debriefing, did you use the term pyramid in your debriefing? Do you understand the question?
Yes, sir. No.
And what did you say during your debriefing?
Basically,
Was it what you told the court yesterday?
Yes.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
And that is, you told the investigators you were working with that very little time, maybe a few minutes, was spent on travel. The majority of time spent trying to sell tri-packs.
I don't know.
You don't know? You're not an investigator, are you, Ms.
No.
And you're not trained to remember things like that? And you're not trained to remember detail, are you?
No.
Investigators are paid to do that, aren't they?
Yes.
Okay. And does the Commonwealth have investigators?
Yes.
Should they have picked an investigator here, in your opinion? To do
Your
that?
Honor, I think that requires the witness to speculate.
Okay.
Let me interrupt just 1 second. Mr. Westbury, you had a plane or something to catch.
I will give Mr. Pence all the time.
Okay, I was just going to say, I'll let you get in there if you needed to get going.
If you would, I want you to take a look. Did you know what a tri-pack was before you went into this meeting? Did you ever heard the term tri-pack?
No.
And could you, if I called upon right now, could you explain what a tri-pack is?
No.
Please?
No.
If you called upon to go to this board right now and explain the compensation plan of Travelmax, could you do that?
No, sir.
If you would, go to page 22. I'm sorry. Go to page 20 of the transcript. I'm going to just go to line 10. I'm not going to spend a lot of time reading this because it's in the record. By the way, you don't know who transcribed this because, Judge, we're not submitting that it's an accurate representation. There were various misspellings. But it says, and again, it's simple. And this is on line 10. Do you see me there?
Sir.
I'll tell you everything about the business one more time. Do you like to travel? Yes. Would you like to save money? Up to 50% off your travels. And would you like to make money when other people travel? And I've truly told you everything about the business in those 3 questions. You recall that was said during the meeting, was it not?
Yes.
There was nothing going on with somebody holding something up in the background that we can't see saying this means buy tri-packs, was there?
No.
There was no subliminal that this really meant buy tri-packs.
No.
And no one was pushing you to buy anything, were they?
No.
You were free to buy something if you wanted to buy something, correct? At the end of the tape, we started playing the end of the tape yesterday. Do you remember that when you walked into the bathroom?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure that was inadvertent. But I did hear a comment made at the end of the tape, and I noted this down, where a female voice, and I would assume that it's yours, said, they know more about it than we do. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What were you talking about when you said they know more about it than we do?
I don't recall.
Well, here's what I'm asking. Were you saying they know about it more than we do in terms of the people in Travelmax know more about it than we do? Were you talking about the Travelmax program?
No.
Or were you talking about recording? Or were you talking about undercover
Your
investigation?
Honor, the witness has already responded, I don't know. It seems to me that
Do you have any idea what you were referring to there?
And the best I can recall is maybe the office knows more about it than we do. Whoever the other gentleman was that was
knows more about what?
Whatever was going the meeting.
They know more about it than we do.
Yes, I really don't recall.
When you before you testified yesterday, did you meet with anyone to prepare your testimony?
I met with Mr. Turner.
Okay. And how long did you meet with him?
I'm not sure, maybe an hour or so.
Did he tell you the questions that he was going to be asking you?
Not specifically, no, sir.
And what did he tell you?
Well, I don't recall.
Did he mention tri-packs? Did he be asking you about tri-packs?
I'm not sure exactly what he asked me.
When did he meet with you?
Last week.
Well, you can't remember what was mentioned in your meeting with him last week?
No, sir, I can't recall.
Have you done secretarial work for Mr. Turner?
No, sir.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Yeah, can I follow up? I'm sorry.
Well, let all the defense attorneys cross-examine first. Ms. Westbury, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Morning.
And I represent Dan Callan, and I've got just a few questions for you. I'd like to focus at that discussion or conversation that you were a part of with Mr. Callan after the speaking portion of the tape was over. If I understand it correctly, and please tell me if I'm wrong, at the conclusion of the meeting when everybody spoke, you all basically broke out into groups of breakout sessions. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And
one of the sessions or the individual that you just happened to break out to was Mr. Callan. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, if I understood it correctly, the person that accompanied you as you wore the kind of the body recorder that you wore was Detective Hawkinsmith. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I also understand it and clear it up for Judge Shake and the rest of us as well. That tail end of the tape that was played yesterday, none of that was transcribed, was it?
No, sir.
And of course, the reason that it wasn't transcribed in all likelihood is because it was very, very difficult to understand just what was being said as you listened to the tape.
Your Honor, that requires the witness to speculate as to why a separate person who the witness has already testified that she did not transcribe.
This witness probably isn't in a position to say that, but that was a representation I think you made yesterday was that the person trying to do the audio couldn't follow it.
That is correct.
As I tried to listen to the tape, though, and I wanted to ask you, it seemed to me that there was one person asking a series of questions to Mr. Callan at the tail end of that meeting.
Yes, sir.
Was that Detective Hawkinsmith?
Yes, sir.
Now, one of the things that I believe I understood that I now understand it was Mr. Hawkinsmith to say to Mr. Callan, that sure is an easy way to make money. Do you remember listening to the tape or have any recollection of the tape of that being said?
No, sir.
My next question was in response to that, and I would ask you, do you recall Mr. Callen saying, well, you've got to learn the program first?
Sir, I don't recall specifically.
Let me ask you this, if you have any other specific recollections about what was said on the tape. According to notes that I tried to make when I was listening yesterday, there was a lot of discussion at the beginning about something called business centers. Do you remember business centers being discussed? Do you recall Mr. Callen saying in response to a question about business centers that they are earned by production?
Sir, I don't recall specifically what they said.
Would you agree, though, that the word production was used by Mr. Callen repeatedly through those remarks at the tail end of the meeting?
Did I have to refer to the tape? I don't recall.
Looking again in my notes, and I'd like to ask you if you remember, do you recall Mr. Callen saying, in response to a statement about production in centers, that you can't buy them? Do you remember that?
Sir, I don't recall specifically what they did say.
Some of my last questions for, and again, I don't mean to prod you unnecessarily, but I've made some notes from the tape yesterday, and I'd like to test your recollection just a little bit more, please. Do you recall Mr. Callen making the statement, again with regard to the sale of a product, that if you sponsor a person and they buy their product, they've met their goal? Do you have any recollection of that statement being made yesterday on the tape?
No, sir.
Let me ask you this. In the course of your work in the Consumer Protection Department at the AG's office as a support personnel, have you come to learn that there are a lot of these so-called MLM or multi-level marketing companies scattered throughout the country? Have you come to learn that much?
A few.
Sure. And to give you an example or two, have you heard of a company called Amway?
Yes, sir.
Heard of a company called Mary Kay Cosmetics?
Yes, sir.
Ever heard of a company called Prepaid Legal Services?
No, sir.
But at least with regard to Amway and Mary Kay Cosmetic, you do understand that those are what we call MLM or multi-level marketing companies. Could you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Would you also agree that it is absolutely critical when starting or making a company like Amway or Mary Kay Cosmetics successful?
Your Honor, this witness has not testified as to having any expertise as to the legal or illegal operation of multi-level marketing companies. She's a legal secretary.
I don't know what the question is going to be. What's the question going to be, Mr. Westbrook?
Next question was, I think it's going to dovetail nicely, I think, with the purpose of the meeting that they all attended in the undercover capacity. My question is, don't you understand, and wasn't it the purpose at that meeting, that before one of these MLM companies can become successful, they've got to build a sales force? Stated another way, isn't that exactly what these people were attempting to do with their presentations and the conversations that they had afterwards, attempt to help build a sales force? Could you agree with that?
Sir, I don't know. I was just there to observe and record and turn the tape over, and that was up to Harold and Mr. Turner and the rest of them to figure all that out.
Let me ask you, I used to be a prosecutor, and for the life of me, I can never remember a situation where I asked a member of my support staff to wear a body mic and go into an undercover capacity. And I believe you told Mr. Pence this was really the first time you'd ever done
Yes, sir.
anything like that before. At any time that you were at the presentation and wearing the body recorder, did you ever feel that you were in danger in any way?
No, sir.
You felt pretty safe and secure.
Yes, sir.
Well, let me ask you if you know, given that you just told us and Judge Shake that you did feel safe and secure, do you have any idea why these people were subsequently arrested in full view of a video camera and basically detained over a weekend in the Jefferson County Corrections Center if you did not feel at any time that you or perhaps anyone else was in danger. Do you know why that was done? I'm asking really if you don't know.
I don't know.
Do you know who made the decision to subsequently arrest and call the media to attend the arresting ceremony?
No, sir.
In the manner that it was done?
No, sir.
I guess that's all I have. Thank you, Mr.
Defense counsel.
I just have a couple of
Lenny.
very short questions. Ms. Trumbo, did anyone from the Attorney General's office share with you the legal definition of a pyramid scheme in Kentucky, the statute itself?
I have read it.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Did you receive any training in what specific facts would be important for determining whether a company met that definition?
No, sir.
Okay. But you say that you have read the statute, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. From your reading the statute, did you see where excluded from the definition of compensation is the payment of commissions based upon the sale of product?
Sir, I don't even recall what it said.
Okay. And I know you, and I just have one final question. I know that you really didn't know or remember what a tri-pack is and don't remember specifics, but in the overall gist of things in the presentation, you understood, didn't you, Ms. Trumbull, that there were products being offered by this company?
Yes, they did have the tutorials. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you also remember talk about receiving discounts, going to Disney World, things like that on travel with part of a VIP package. You recognize that as a product as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you tried to use any of those products yourself?
No, sir.
Okay. So you're really not in a position to tell the court here that those are not, in fact, valuable, worthwhile products to Kentucky consumers?
No, sir.
That's all the questions that I have.
The other? Okay, yeah. Someone else is going to represent the interests of your client.
Leon Duke only presented the introductory portion. Is that your result?
Yes, sir.
And in that, he mentioned travel and said nothing about compensation, did he?
I don't recall.
Leon sticks out. Leon, would you stand up for a second? I mean, he's
I know. Yeah.
head and shoulders above. Thank you. He only spoke at the very beginning.
Yes, sir. I believe so.
And that was all about travel and travel opportunities, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. I believe so. The tape.
You live in Jefferson County and commute to Frankfurt?
No, sir.
You moved to Frankfurt now?
No, sir.
You moved to Frankfurt now?
No. I
So,
don't live here or in Frankfurt.
all right. How did you come from your Frankfurt office to Executive Inn on that night, September?
I believe I came straight from work to the Louisville office, and then from the Louisville office over to the meeting place. As best I can
Where
recall.
did you meet Investigator Hockey Smith?
So I really don't recall. Maybe at the Louisville office.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions from any defense counsel? Redirect.
Yes, just a few questions, Your Honor. Just for clarification purposes, Ms. Trumbo, one of the questions, and I know some of the detail becomes fairly confusing, but one of the things that I did want to clarify here is that in the tape, and I think, Your Honor, the tape does speak for itself, Mr. Duke did commence the presentation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But later in the presentation, and you may not recall whether this level of detail, but there was
Your Honor, I do believe Mr. Turner is an outstanding witness, but he's supposed to ask direct questions on direct examination and redirect.
I hadn't heard
I haven't gotten to the question yet, Your Honor. Do you recall a reference to Mr. Bill Johnson being the leader of what was called the Four Horsemen?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall who made that reference? Was that Mr. Duke?
Sir, I don't recall.
Okay. So in a sense, when you testified that Leon Duke only made a presentation at the beginning of the meeting, what you're really saying is that you don't.
Object to leading, Your Honor, as to what you're really saying.
Understand. I saw the tape, so we don't. I mean, I don't need this witness to tell me what was on the tape.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Trumbo, you're a legal secretary, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as a legal secretary, if you were typing a transcript, have you ever typed a transcript before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you found that certain portions were not audible, what would you do?
I'll leave a blank spot
Okay.
in the transcript or in the sentence or wherever it was you couldn't hear.
Okay. Now, Ms. Trumbo, was Mr. Swindeman involved in this investigation in any way?
No, sir.
Now, Ms. Trumbo, I just wanted to ask you a question about your job description. And is there a portion of your job description that requires you to do other tasks as delegated to you by the director of the Consumer Protection Division?
Yes.
Okay. When you attended the meeting on September 24, 1996, did you have the director of the Consumer Protection Division's authorization to be there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, there was a question about you being paid for attending this meeting. Did you claim any kind of overtime when you attended the meeting since it was held at night?
I don't recall that I did.
Would it be a normal practice that if you worked after hours to be paid overtime for that work?
To get compensatory time.
Okay. Now, and do you ever do that on any occasion? Do you ever take compensatory time?
Yes.
Okay. And would it have been a normal practice for you to take compensatory time in this instance?
Yes.
So even though you don't recall, it would have
Yes.
been normal for you to do that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you there in your capacity as an employee of the Attorney General's office?
Yes.
Okay. What may have happened to you if you had decided not to be there after being delegated that task?
I'm sure I would have been reprimanded in some way.
Okay, so you weren't really there voluntarily. Is that correct?
Well, no, I was asked and right.
You were delegated the task of attending that meeting by the director of the Consumer Protection
Object to the
Division.
leading, Your Honor.
I'm gonna sustain.
I withdraw that question, Your Honor.
And I mean, she was there. She recorded what she recorded. I mean, I don't see what difference it makes why she was there. I mean, I could understand some questions about what she was told and that sort of thing, but the fact that she was either there because she was ordered to or because she volunteered to doesn't really make any difference to the court.
Now,
you may proceed.
Now, Ms. Trumbo, you mentioned that you met with me in preparation for this hearing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. At any time, were you instructed to tell the truth?
Yes.
Were you instructed to say that you didn't know if you didn't recall?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, did you take any notes at the meeting that you attended, Ms. Trumbo?
Only the names of the presenters, which would have been on the tape.
Were those, did you take any notes of how the compensation plan worked, anything like that?
No.
Okay. Okay. Now, that's all I have, Your Honor.
Recross.
Quick follow-up. Ms. Trumbo, did you do any work after this in relation to this case? Did you do any other undercover work?
No, sir.
Did you order any tapes for the Commonwealth's attorney from Travelmax?
No, sir.
Did you ever make a call to Travelmax for the Commonwealth's attorney's office?
From the Attorney General's office. You mean, you said Commonwealth
Yes, the
Attorney's?
Attorney General office.
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know if that was ever done?
No, sir, I don't know.
So it's safe to say, I just want to make sure that as far as you know, no product or material was ever ordered by the Attorney General's office as far as you know.
Yeah, Your Honor, that question has been asked and answered. The witness has indicated that she does not know.
No, I haven't even got the question, and I didn't ask that particular question.
Go ahead.
As far as you know, no material was ever ordered by the Attorney General's office from Travelmax for any of their products.
Not to my knowledge.
Your knowledge, okay. And you never did anything else in furtherance of this investigation. You did not meet with, other than your preparation for testimony today, you did not meet with the investigators to discuss the case. You weren't in on any conversations regarding the case. You had nothing to do and were not informed of the arrest that took place of the individuals. Is that correct?
No, I was informed when they were going to be arrested. Yes, sir.
Okay, now, why were you involved with that as a secretary? Why were you involved in notification that they were going to be arrested?
Well, it's just that I reckon it was just, I don't know.
Is it typical in the Attorney General's office that they share information on a case?
I may have asked what was happening on the case. I don't know.
And you were aware that they were going to be arrested?
Yes, sir.
Did you prepare anything or participate in any way in that?
I was there, but I didn't, as far as participating, no.
You were there where?
At when they were arrested.
Okay, that's the kind of thing I want to know. So you came, where were they arrested?
I'm not sure.
Was it in Louisville?
Yes, sir.
So you came from Frankfurt, or you came from your office out to the place where the arrest took place?
From my home.
And from your home. And this happened on a Friday evening, is that correct?
I believe on a Saturday morning.
On a Saturday morning?
I believe, I'm not sure.
Okay. Then on a Saturday morning, you left your home to go to the place where the arrest was taking place?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me why?
I've never, just to see how they operated, just for my own benefit.
Do you know whether who else was notified that this arrest was going to take place?
Only the ones that were working the case. I'm sure. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know who else.
Do you know whether the press was called?
No, sir.
Did you call the press?
No, sir.
Well, the press was there, though.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So somehow before the arrest took place, someone had called the press. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Okay. And I guess what I'm asking is that typical that you would go to just witness people being arrested and taken to jail?
Is it typical? I don't know.
Or have you ever done it before?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have other members of the staff there gone to witness that type of event?
Sir, I don't know.
So you don't know if they've ever done it, but you went this day and you witnessed as these people, they're sitting here, some of whom were put in handcuffs. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Oh, no, I don't know. No, sir, I don't know.
You did not see them in handcuffs?
No, sir.
Did you see them arrested?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Maybe the easier way, I'm sorry, Mr. Trump, to ask this question is, who told you that this was going to happen, first off?
That the arrest was going to happen?
Yes.
I don't recall.
Did you get permission from whoever you work with to go and witness it?
I'm sure I did from my director. Yes, sir.
And who is that again? I'm sorry.
Todd Leatherman.
Did you ask Mr. Leatherman, can I go and watch these people be arrested?
Well, I didn't say it like that.
How did you say it?
I don't recall.
Well, I don't want to mischaracterize it, Mr. Trump. What was it that you did? How is it that you came about permission to be there on a Saturday when you don't work on Saturdays typically, do you?
Not typically, no, sir.
But you went there and you had permission from someone, and you believe it's Mr. Leatherman to be there?
Yes, sir.
What is it that you saw?
They were having a meeting. They went in on the meeting and basically shut it down.
Went in on the meeting? Who is that?
The other investigators or the other investigators.
Were you there to point people out to say that person was at the meeting before and that person? And
No, sir.
You didn't have anything. You were just watching.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Now, is this one of those events that Mr. Turner says that you were compensated for?
No, sir.
Okay, but you were compensated for the first one?
If I turned in overtime, if I turned in working over that night, which I'm not sure if I did or not.
Who
which
would
you,
know that?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I think the witness is being a bit confused. I think there will be another witness who is in charge of this investigation who may be able to respond more effectively to the questions that are being raised by Mr. Pence here.
Judge, I only have a few more on this area. I think it's highly relevant on whether or not she's being compensated to participate in the investigation. So far, she has said that she was not compensated for being there that night videotaping. Mr. Turner on recross indicated that, well, you did get something, and in fact indicated she could have been fired for not being there. And I want to know, on the meeting where she went to watch people be arrested, is that the same type of event that Mr. Turner says she could have been fired for?
And Your Honor, I think the witness said she doesn't recall.
Well, the witness hasn't answered that question, Your Honor. Mr. Turner has.
But go ahead and answer the question. Did you?
if I turned in overtime, I would get compensatory time as far as whatever you work over. You could have that much time off if you needed to take off a certain day or whatever. But I don't recall if I turned that overtime in the night of the meeting.
Okay. How about the overtime on a Saturday when you went to watch people be arrested?
That wasn't overtime. I wasn't working.
You did that because you just...
For the experience, yes, sir.
And it's not an event then that's something that, as Mr. Turner indicated, that you could have been punished or discharged for not doing.
Saturday morning, no, sir.
That's all.
Any other questions, defense counsel? All right, you may step down. Who'll be your next witness?
Your Honor, would like to introduce exhibit number 5.
All right.
Let's see. Could I see the exhibit? It's already been introduced and accepted as evidence by the court.
All right, it's admitted
previously.
You have it. What number exhibit is it?
Must be number 2 or 3. Exhibit number 2.
Yeah.
If that's admitted as a 2, then we'll withdraw it. We don't need to.
It is a transcript of the September 24th meeting.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, who'll be your next witness?
Your Honor, I think our next witness will be Skip Smith.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good morning. Could you state your full name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Sandy Hockensmith, Hockensmithe.
And Mr. Hockensmith, what's your current address?
111 Spruce Drive, Frankfort, Kentucky.
And what is your occupation?
I'm an investigator with the Office of Attorney General.
How long have you been in that position?
8 years.
Have you had any other law enforcement experience?
Yes, sir. I'm retired from the Frankfort Police Department in 1989 with 22 and a half years.
And what was your title while you were employed with the Frankfort Police Department?
Most of them years I was a detective, investigator.
As a detective and investigator, you investigated violations of law?
I did.
Okay, and do you investigate violations of law in your capacity as an investigator with the Attorney General's office?
I do.
And so about how much total experience do you have as a law enforcement investigator?
Altogether, approximately 30 years.
Okay. Have you had the opportunity to investigate pyramid schemes or schemes that basically would violate Kentucky's pyramid statute?
On a few occasions, I have, yes.
Okay. Were you instructed in your current capacity to look into or investigate the activities of Travelmax International?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Do you recall about when that was?
September 24th, 1996.
Okay. Were you in charge of the investigation?
No, sir.
Were you working with other investigators?
I was.
Okay. What were your duties in that capacity? What were you supposed to do?
My duties on that particular date was to attend the meeting of Travelmax at the executive end east here in Louisville, Kentucky, and observe the meeting.
Okay.
Along with, we were audio tape that meeting.
So did you have any type of recording device?
I did.
Okay, what type of audio device was it?
I had a wireless transmitter, which is like a pager.
Now, You heard the testimony of the previous witness, is that correct?
That's correct.
Would there be a need to identify people who were presenting at a Travelmax meeting when certain people were going to be arrested in your experience as a law enforcement investigator?
That's correct.
In your capacity as a law enforcement investigator, do you use lay people to identify witnesses on occasion?
Yes.
Do you use people who are not law enforcement investigators?
We do.
Did you do that in this case?
We did.
Okay. Who was the person that you work with to identify the individuals that should be arrested?
Well, obviously, Ms. Trumbo, who attended the meeting with me, would obviously be the one to help us identify some of these folks.
Would it be normal practice to use more than one person to identify those people?
Yes, we had others.
Now, I want to go back to the September 24, 1996 meeting that you attended. Have you used a body wire before?
Numerous times.
Okay. Have you been trained in the operation of that body wire in terms of how to turn it on?
Yes.
Get the recording, turn it off, make sure the recording was properly recorded?
That's correct.
Did you do all of those things in this instance?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what did you do with the audio tape that was made of this meeting?
We turned it over to the lead investigator, which was John Ansman, directly after the meeting.
Okay.
We made sure that it operated. It was had video the meeting, and we had audio, and it was turned over to the lead investigator.
Now, the tape that you had, did it do video as well as audio, or just audio?
Just audio.
Okay. Now, I'm going to the meeting of September 24th, 1996. Could you talk a bit about what was said at the meeting and who were making those statements?
There was, we entered the meeting at approximately 7 p.m. The meeting started not promptly at 7, but just thereafter. There was approximately 5 people who presented different forms of what this business opportunity was about, which was Travelmax. And they, I think, Leon Duke, I believe, started the meeting. There was an Art Kessler, a Pat Murphy, a Dan Callan, and a Bill Johnson. Leon Duke started the meeting with an overview of Travelmax, opportunities within Travelmax, discussed certain things within and how it got started, things of that nature. And each one thereafter had somewhat of a presentation as to how you become an independent travel agent.
Now, as an investigator, were statements made that you found to be important for investigating whether or not there may be a violation of law here? What types of statements would be important from an investigative standpoint that were being made at the meeting for that determination to be made by you?
Your Honor, I'm going to object on 2 grounds. First of all, I believe that testimony is cumulative. We've seen the videotape. We've had one witness testify to statements that were made. Now we're asking another witness to testify.
Are these things other than what was on the tape that you're getting into?
Actually, Your Honor, I think the purpose of these questions is to make it clear. I think the questions have been raised during the cross-examination of Ms. Trumbo as to the legitimacy or the manner in which the Commonwealth conducted this investigation and whether it was conducted properly. And I just wanted to bring out through this witness the fact of what he did as an investigator to comply with investigative standards for objectively determining what the facts are.
Well, that wasn't the question, Your Honor. The question was what statements were made. I mean, it wasn't what did you do? It was what did other people do and what did other people say? And I also have a...
Your Honor, the question was...
If I can finish here, then you can...
Well, you're mischaracterizing the nature of the question.
Let me say this. The Commonwealth believes a pyramid scheme was involved here. The defense does not believe it. I mean, I know that. I know everyone's position on this case. I saw the tape, so I don't need anybody's opinion on what was said on the tape because I saw it. If this witness has other evidence from other meetings or things that weren't taped or other conversations, I mean, I don't want any witnesses other than experts that might testify characterizing whether this is illegal or not illegal, whether this is multi-level marketing or whether this is a pyramid scheme, unless they're qualified as an expert in the areas of marketing. We've heard some from those. So I really don't want to hear an opinion from a lay witness on guilt or innocence in this case.
That was exactly my second objection, Your Honor. It was a foundation objection. Is he going to testify?
If he has other evidence,
Your Honor, we were simply trying to ascertain what facts this investigator was looking for to make the determination that this investigator would be required to report on and that perhaps further action might rely on. That's
fine. If you want to list the facts that he pursued his investigation on, I don't want him giving his opinion on this is a pyramid scheme, this is not. I mean, I know that that's his opinion. I know it's your opinion. Or maybe I don't know his opinion. His opinion may be like Ms. Trumbo's. I'm going to videotape this and take it back and you do with it what you want. It's sort of what I gathered from her testimony. But you may proceed in terms of what actions he took. I just don't want to get real repetitive in this because I saw the tape.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. And it is not the Commonwealth's intention.
A whole hour and a half of the tape.
Your Honor, could I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Your Honor, please. You've already received copies of the exhibits that are already in evidence before the court. In reference to a few of those exhibits real quick.
They're all there.
Your Honor, ma'am, pull the exhibit.
Mr. Hansman, I just wanted, I'm sorry, my investigators confused a little bit here. Mr. Hawkins-Smith, I want to go through some of the Commonwealth's exhibits that have already been offered into evidence. Now, Mr. Hawkins-Smith, after the arrest took place in this matter, was additional information obtained pursuant to this investigation that you were a part of?
Well, are you talking about the Saturday that the Saturday of the arrest? Is that what you're talking about?
Subsequent to that, did the investigation continue and were you involved?
I was not. John Ansman, the lead investigator, was.
Okay. So if information was obtained from some of the individuals, you may not have been involved.
No, sir. Mostly what I had to do with this investigation was just this one meeting on the 24th.
Well, let me just ask you a few questions as an investigator, and I think we'll wrap up here. I show you what has been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 5. Could you just take a brief look at that, please?
Yes.
Now, as an investigator, if you saw this, would it have any significance for the question that you were investigating in the Travelmax matter?
Yes.
What would that be?
Are you talking about the amount of people?
This entire document.
Well, it's obviously a list of people.
Okay. And if I showed you the last page of that document, there's a number of what there?
269.
What would that represent to you as an investigator?
269 persons who obviously who have been signed up for this Travelmax company.
Okay, and what, if any, recommendation would you make to your supervisor on that question?
That the focus would be on what I focus in on this investigation is how you make money in this business. And that is, my observations was that you get people into the organization to make money.
Okay. Now, Mr. Hopper-Smith, if you were in the context of an investigation, if you came across what has been marked as, I think it's Plaintiff's Exhibit 8, which is a copy of a check. If you came across that, would that have any relevance to your investigation?
Well, obviously, somebody has made a lot of money here. It's a check amount of $5,150. And it's got check detail of 001, 002, and 003, which is business centers.
Okay. Now, Mr. Hawk-Smith, were you in the courtroom when the videotape was played yesterday?
I was.
Did you see representations made about how much money Mr. Johnson earned?
Yes.
And how much money did he earn during the first week? Do you recall?
I remember a figure on Mr. Johnson of something like $45,000 he made in the first 30 days of this Travelmax.
Okay. And would you see this check as somehow being relevant to that question?
Yes, I would.
And does this check give you any indication as to what this amount was paid for?
Yes.
Okay, what would that be?
Well, it would be paid for. He obviously had some other people into the organization and sold them these tri-packs, business centers, and got paid for each one.
Okay, and do you see where it says check detail here?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Your Honor, what exhibit are we looking at?
Copy of the check.
What number is that? I'm sorry, we got about 30 exhibits here. Just tell me what number we're at. Is it 8? I think I see the number 8 there.
It's in one of these. Yeah.
Let's see, which ones do you have there? I've got all the ones you said that are there. That's why I'm asking, do you have a number on it?
Plaintiff's Exhibit 10, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just like to, Your Honor, move that the record reflect that is, we're speaking of Plaintiff's Exhibit 10.
All right.
Now, Ms. Hawkins-Smith, does that, looking at the, in the left-hand corner there where it says, could you read just this information at the, in the top left?
Well, it's got Travelmax International, Bill Johnson. It's got a date of 7/23/96. And left-hand corner, it's got check detail, BC number 001. It's got an ID number, and it's got a figure of 2,250. And your BC 002, you got an ID number and a figure of 1,450. And then your 003 business center, you got another ID number and then a figure of 1,450, which I'm assuming totals to 5,150.
And so would it be your testimony that this would be significant for investigating whether this is a violation of the statute that you were
Your
investigating?
Honor, I object to that line of questioning. These are documents that were retained after a search, an investigation he said he had nothing to do with after he left, after he did the recording on the 24th. And now the testimony is this significant to an investigation when we're here to determine whether or not there should be a continuing restraining order? I simply don't see that we're pulling up documents saying, well, is this relevant to the investigation? The documents are admitted.
Response.
Well, Your Honor, Mr. Hawkins-Smith has testified that he has 30 years experience as a law enforcement officer, as a law enforcement investigator. And in that context, as a law enforcement investigator, over that period of time, there are certain investigative techniques that one would utilize in determining whether or not various documents are relevant to the question that one would be investigating. I'm simply trying to get evidence here from this witness as to where he has gathered expertise as an investigator, whether or not any of these documents were relevant to the question that he was investigating in part by way of. Now, he may not have been involved directly in the obtaining of this information, but it seems to me that his testimony as to the investigative significance of those documents is clearly relevant to the question before this court.
They're already admitted, right?
Yes, sir.
They're all in evidence, so he's not establishing any relevancy in terms of having them admitted.
Your Honor, I have to say I was at when they did the search warrant at Mr. Johnson's house. I was there on that search warrant.
Your Honor, the objection I did not clear. What I'm objecting to is, Your Honor just ruled that if you've got an expert who's going to give an opinion as to whether this is or is not a pyramid, that's fine. But Your Honor said this man is not qualified to give that opinion. And that's all we're getting at is it's relevant to making a pyramid. And that's
actually, I should probably, just so the record's clear on that, I would allow expert testimony on whether this is a multi-level marketing system. I mean, that's the
Judge will concede it's a multi-level marketing.
Yeah,
I mean that's beyond cavil
right now. No one may testify whether or not this is a crime. I mean, I would make that determination myself. How much more do you have?
No, I simply have a few more questions of this witness, and we can then move to the next witness.
All right.
Mr. Hawkinsmith, at the end of the formal presentation that you attended, did people break into smaller groups for further discussion?
Yes, sir. I believe Mr. Duke ended the meeting and told the audience that they were to break into small groups and discuss any questions you might have.
How were decisions made as to which small groups people would break into?
I don't think there was really any, just people just went to representatives around the room. Some of the people out of the five people who made presentations at the meeting, I think people just broke into groups and talked to each individual of those five. We chose Mr. Callan. He was there in front of us there, and we went up and talked to Mr. Callan.
When you say we chose Mr. Callan, how did that happen?
Well, he just happened to be there in front of us at the time. And I mean, we could have went to the back. He just happened to be there.
Okay.
And Ms. Trumbo and I talked to him.
And what did Mr. Callan say? Do you recall?
Several things. He mostly went over the compensation plan, how it worked.
Same objection, Your Honor. On what did Mr. Callan say? It's on tape.
It is on tape. I had some difficulty hearing what was, with all the different voices going on. So I'm going to let him testify as to what he believes he heard at that time. You may proceed.
As I said, he went over the compensation plan, how it worked, how you got into it, how you made your money, how you made the most money.
And how was that?
That was to enter into the tri-pack, buy all 3 tri-packs, get commissions, stock options. You even got 1,000 stock options or some kind of a figure of 1,000. But he went into a figure of 29. If you purchased 29 tri-packs, you would earn an income of $6,750 per week, which I think calculates to $27,000 a month, which seemed to be awful high to me. He mentioned that, and mostly how you made money. And
now the $6,750 per week, would that be earned, as you understood Mr. Callan's presentation, would that be earned exclusively by selling or reselling tri-packs to other people?
Exactly.
Okay. So when he was talking about commissions being earned in this manner, was there any discussion at that time regarding how much money you could earn by selling or making travel accommodations or arrangements?
He never mentioned that. I think it was mentioned during the meeting, but he focused more on how, of course, obviously we was all there to, the purpose of the meeting was to how much money you can make.
Okay.
And obviously that's what he focused on, and he threw figures out of there was 14,000 representatives as of now, and our goal was to get 2 million within 5 years. That sort of thing.
Okay. Do you recall any kind of earnings representations or claims being made by Mr. Callan?
He talked about the 4 horsemen or 5 horsemen, figure of, I believe he's mentioned a figure of what Mr. Johnson made in the first month.
Do you recall about what that figure was?
45,000.
Did he mention any other person that you can recall and how much money they had earned?
I believe there was in his, I'm not sure if it was in his discussion or in the meeting, of a Miss Fireball who made $10,000 in 1 month.
Okay. Now, in terms of how this was explained to you, what was the minimal required investment as far as you understood what Mr. Callen was explaining to you?
I think the first tutorial, the ITA, I think it was a $25 processing fee, and you buy the first tutorial to get into before you can earn commissions.
So was it your understanding that you were required to purchase the ITI tutorial to earn commissions?
Yes. He got into the drawing on the board, and that's where it got into real confusing to anybody that was attending that meeting. It was a 999, a lot of little circles, and it was totally confusing. But he was trying to get over that's how you made your money in the downline. And after you activate your business centers, you have to have 2 or more to activate your business centers, and that's where you start making these kind of figures that he was putting out.
Now, Mr. Hawkins-Smith, was there any discussion about the charities tutorial?
There was very little discussion about that. He did give us a name of a person who in the audience knew about the charities. And he said after we discussed that, he said you could talk to this Tina somebody.
Was it your understanding that they were attempting to sell that program, the charities program, as part of this tri-pack that has been discussed?
Yes, they was trying to sell that. They didn't elaborate on the charities much.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Cross.
Mr. Hawkins-Smith, you learned of the investigation on September 24, 1996. Is that correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. When did you learn of the investigation?
It was prior to that from Investigator Ansman.
And you learned from Ansman. And when did you learn from Ansman about that Travelmax was being investigated?
I don't recall, because I believe at the time we was doing other investigations on the same type of investigation, so I don't recall.
Can you give me an estimate of how long before September 24th, 1996, that you learned of the investigation? Was it a week, days, months?
Could have been a week, days. I think prior to the 24th that Investigator Ansman had attended other meetings of Travelmax. It's my recollection.
And how did Investigator Ansman learn of Travelmax?
I don't know that.
He never discussed how he found out about the Travelmax program?
No, sir. In our office, we do multi-investigations. Matter of fact, at the time, I was doing an investigation on a pyramid investigation myself. So I don't know where Investigator Ansman.
Okay. But I think your testimony was, and I may have heard it wrong, sir, that you were instructed to investigate the meeting on September 24th. Is that right?
Well, yes, I was instructed. I was asked, yes, to do that.
Okay. And when were you asked to do that?
It was a few days prior to the 24th. I don't know the exact date.
Okay. A few days prior. Okay. Now, you have, what was it, had Ansman told you what it was he suspected that the company was doing?
Well, it was a pyramid investigation.
Well, correct, I know, but here's what I'm saying. You would agree that not all multi-level marketing is in violation of a pyramid statute, wouldn't you?
I agree, but yes.
Okay, so like Amway and Shockley, those aren't. What was it, and this is why I'm asking, what was it about that you were told about Travelmax, or were you told anything about Travelmax that made it different from those?
We didn't discuss Amway, and we didn't discuss the others you mentioned.
Okay. I'm sorry. What was it that you were told about Travelmax that made, or were you told anything?
Well, yes, it was.
Let me finish my question.
Okay.
That made you believe, if you did believe, that it was a pyramid.
What was I told? I don't exactly remember what I was told, other than we were obviously was going to investigate Travelmax for a pyramid.
Okay, so you're saying with the investigation you had not made up your mind one way or the other whether or not it was a pyramid.
I couldn't, because I hadn't attended the meeting.
And that's why I'm asking.
Yes.
Was there anything before the meeting? Was there anything that was said that you can recall now that made you think this is more than just multi? Let me back up. Let me see if we can agree with this. If it was simply a matter of multi-level marketing like Amway or Shackley, you would not conduct an investigation of those. You don't go to Amway meetings, do you?
No.
Or Shackley meetings?
No.
Okay. Then there was something different about Travelmax. That there was something that caused you to go there. And what I guess I'm asking is, what caused you to go to a Travelmax meeting?
Well, obviously, because I was asked to attend to assist in the investigation.
And that's and if that's all, that's fine. Now, all I'm asking is, if you were told to go, that's the reason. Was there a specific reason though that you were told that this is different from Amway or Shackley, that this is a pyramid in violation of the law as opposed?
Counselor, Amway and Shackley was never mentioned. This is part of our duties as an investigator, is you investigate. So what you obviously do is go to the meeting and do your investigation.
Here's what let me get the question out, okay? Were you told any fact about the way Travelmax does business that made you believe, before you went to the meeting on the 24th, that it was a pyramid in violation of Kentucky law?
I probably had discussions with Investigator Ansman. I don't recall what it was, and we had meetings on this prior to the 24th meeting.
Okay, so is the answer no, you cannot recall, or that you were told something that you can't recall?
I can't recall.
Okay. When did you recruit Ms. Trumbo to go with you?
I did not. That was set up through our office that she would attend with me.
Someone else did that?
Yes.
Who did that?
I don't know.
Okay. At any time after September 24th, after you attended the meeting on September 24th, did you or anyone else at the Attorney General's office attempt to contact Travelmax?
I did not. No, sir.
Do you know whether anyone else did?
I do not know.
Did anyone buy did anybody register to be a representative, or did anybody register to be an agent, or buy a tutorial, or buy a VIP getaway package?
I don't know, sir.
Okay. Can I ask you then, have you ever seen any of those products in your office during the course of this investigation?
I've seen the product. You're talking about the tutorials, the packages?
Yes, and I'm talking about before people were arrested.
I don't know, sir. I did not.
Now, I think you testified that it was in your conversations with Mr. Callan that it was your understanding that you were required to buy an ITA before you received the commission. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, if you were wrong about that, if in fact the program does not require that you buy an ITA to get a commission, but you only spend the $25 to become a representative, and you can earn commissions. My question is, if in fact the judge determines that you're wrong about that that's not what the program's about, would you agree that you either misunderstood Mr. Callan or he misrepresented it?
I didn't misunderstand Mr. Callan at all. I was trying to find out how you made money in Travelmax, and he explained it.
Okay, but I'm going to ask you, give you a chance to tell us about the ways you make money in Travelmax, but I want to ask you one at a time. You testified that Mr. Callan said that you have to buy an ITA to earn a commission. Was that your testimony?
That was part of it, yes, sir.
Okay, and it's your understanding that you have to buy a tutorial to earn a commission, as you sit here today.
That's one of my understandings of it, yes.
Okay. Now, if you're wrong about that, if indeed the program, had you looked at this, said to start earning commissions, you only have to become a representative and you don't have to buy an IPA, would you say that was because you didn't understand what was being said, or are you saying someone misrepresented that to you?
Counselor, I really don't understand your questions.
Well,
the commission part, I mean, obviously, what I focused on as an investigator was where these folks made money. And that's in paying $25 a fee, processing fee, you're not going to make any money in this company.
Well, that's what I want to ask you.
Okay.
Now, you said your word when you testified on direct was that, well, he started drawing these diagrams and I was confused. Do you remember saying that?
I said that, yes.
Okay. Would you agree that as you sit here today, you're confused about the compensation process of Travelmax?
Well, I would think anybody would be somewhat confused about the compensation, but it's real clear. He made it real clear as to how you made money in Travelmax. If I paid these folks $1,500, whatever it is, and bought all 3 tri-packs, obviously that's where I made the money. That's what they told us.
I haven't got to that part yet. What I'm asking you about now is, let's go back to the $25.
All right.
You said there is no way to make money in Travelmax by simply becoming a representative and paying $25. That was your testimony about
They didn't
30 seconds ago. Is that correct?
Yes, but they didn't represent it that way to me. I didn't take it that way.
I'm sorry. I thought you said that it's your understanding of the program that you cannot make money by becoming a representative.
Your Honor, I think that there may be some confusion with the question here. I think the question that the witness was responding to was what was represented to him as to the way you make money, and I can follow up on that on redirect some if we need to.
Because that wasn't the question. The question was, as you sit here today, you testified a moment ago that you cannot make money by becoming a representative by paying $25. Was that your testimony about a minute ago?
If that's what I testified to.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Hodgson, you're testifying now. Is that what you said, and is that what you believe?
My belief. Well, you want my belief?
Well, no.
If that's what I said, that's what I said. But,
okay.
But counselor, I'm saying Mr. Callen never mentioned the $25 processing fee during our conversation.
At no time did he mention the $25 process.
I don't believe he did, as I recall, in our private conversation or independent conversation at the last meeting. Now, he might have said it during the normal meeting.
No. And if I replayed that tape for you, and I showed you where he does mention the $25 registration and processing fee, then you would be wrong.
Well, I would be wrong,
okay.
Yes.
But that's the side. We'll dig that out here in a minute. Let me go back and ask you the question I asked before. As you sit here now, is it your understanding, based on the meeting you had and your investigation, that you cannot earn money at Travelmax by becoming an independent representative and paying only $25?
I don't know if you can or not. You might be able to.
Okay, then the answer, then that's why I'm asking. I thought your testimony was before you can't earn money, but you're saying you don't know if you can earn money now.
Well, you can earn, I'm assuming you can earn money, but not a lot of it.
Okay, now let me ask you this. Well, why do you say that?
Well, I'm just testifying.
Your Honor, I'm going to have to object. I believe my question to the witness, if I'm understanding this correctly, my question to Mr. Hawkinsmith was, does he recall Mr. Callen making the statement that you must purchase at least the ITA tutorial to get commissions, and his response was in the affirmative. There was no, I don't think I asked a question about whether the option to buy in at $25 and earn commissions. I think that may have been implicit in his response to the question. But I think counsel continues to mischaracterize the nature of the question in an effort to confuse the witness.
Well, so I'm clear on it. My understanding is the gist of your testimony is that after breaking into the small groups, the emphasis was on selling the tutorials.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. That's exactly what, that was the emphasis.
Did anyone specifically tell you that you could not earn money just being a representative, pay them the $25 and being a representative? Or was that just not?
Your Honor, I don't really recall. I think the $25 figure come up during the regular meeting, and I really don't recall what the $25 other than being a processing fee. That's all I know about that.
Go ahead, Mr. Benson.
Thank you. I have to follow up something the judge just asked. You mentioned that they would make money selling the tutorial. Was this ever mentioned? Do you know what this is?
Is that the VIP package? I don't know. Why don't you bring it over here to the stand so I can see it, and I'll tell you. I mean, you don't need to stand over there, huh? Sure. I'm assuming this is the VIP.
Okay. Did you ever see that before?
I don't think so. I believe I've seen the ITA, whatever it is.
Yes.
Yes. I've
And
seen that.
it's your testimony that you don't recall anything being said about the getaway program and making money from selling the VIP getaway program.
Yes, it was mentioned in the meeting, yes.
Okay, so
This is part of the tri-pack.
okay, I misunderstood your answer then. When you said that, let me ask, were these notes made contemporaneously with your meeting, or were they made for preparation to that?
Preparation.
When you said that you make money from and sell tutorial, you can also make money selling this.
Yes.
Okay. Did you at any time during the investigation order any material or read any material whatsoever about how the company pays compensation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when did you do that?
Somebody's phone's ringing over here, John. I don't know at what point I did.
Okay. Was it prior to the arrest?
Prior to the arrest? I don't think so.
Okay. So prior to the arrest of the individuals and the raid that was done, you never looked at the policies and procedures of Travelmax.
Your Honor, before you answer the question, I mean, we're talking about a raid. I think individuals were arrested, but I don't know if it would be appropriate to characterize that as a raid.
I'll use your characterization. How would you like to call it?
That would be fine. We call it an arrest.
An arrest. Before these, how many were there arrested? Do you remember?
I don't recall 5 or 6. I don't know.
It was maybe 8.
Could
But
be
in
8.
any event, before these people were arrested, did you look at any of the Travelmax material on how Travelmax compensated them?
Prior to the arrest?
Prior to the arrest, did
No, I don't believe so.
do you know if anyone at the Attorney General's office did?
Well, I'm sure they did. I don't know.
You're sure they did? Is that your
No, I say I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I'm sorry.
You would have to ask Investigator Anson that because he was the lead investigator.
And you simply don't know whether they
I don't
did.
know. Yes, sir.
Prior to the arrest, was anyone contacted? Let me strike this argument. Who all was notified that the arrest was going to take place?
We had a meeting at our office in Frankfurt with our director of special investigations and the director, I believe, the director of consumers protection, which we do on all these type of investigations, and especially in the orderly manner that we did this arrest on Saturday. It was done in an orderly fashion and well planned out.
Do you know?
Procedure.
Is it normal procedure to notify the press that you're going to make an arrest?
I do not deal with the press. I don't call the press. Never talk. No, sir.
You testified earlier that the Attorney General's office uses lay people all the time in their investigation.
They have in these particular type investigations, and particularly one of the reasons for that is we don't have, well, in our special investigation division, in our section, we only have one investigator and she's in welfare fraud. So in an undercover capacity like that, yes, we do. We have.
You agree that she was working undercover then?
Well, I'll agree that she was there to assist me. There was no danger involved in this. I would not obviously take her in a narcotics buy per se, but this was a regular everyday meeting Travelmax has, and yes, she was there to assist me.
I want to ask you would not take her in. There was no danger from any of these individuals.
There was not.
And there was no fear that they were going to have guns or might resist or something like that.
No, sir. No.
You had no reason to assume that.
No, I would not.
Did you have any decision or any input on the arrest of these individuals, why they were arrested rather than a summons being issued?
No, sir. I had no part of that.
Have you been involved with a case where summonses have been issued rather than people arrested?
Yes.
And you understand the difference, correct?
I understand.
Okay. And who makes that determination?
I don't know if it would depend on what the case is about, what jurisdiction you're in. It depends on a lot of factors.
Well,
obviously.
How many years? 20 plus, 30 years?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I mean, the motion before the court is on our motion for injunctive relief. I'm not sure I understand, unless I misunderstand where this line of questioning is going. It doesn't appear to be very relevant to the question before the court.
I agree. It's irrelevant whether they were.
That's all the questions I have, Judge.
All right. Any other questions from defense counsel? Mr. Radolovich?
Investigator, who was involved in this investigation? You all talk about laymen coming in and who else? We got John Ansman, right?
Correct.
Bob Winlock, right?
Correct.
Yourself, right?
That's correct.
Ms. Trumbo.
That's correct.
Who else?
I believe Kathy Parrish.
Okay. And who else?
I don't recall anybody else.
Now, did any of you have a lawyer or a member of the legal staff looking over your shoulder and assisting you in this investigation?
I think so, yes.
Who was it?
I believe Mr. Turner, Dave Van Meter.
The gentleman that are here today from the legal staff.
Yes, Van Meter. Whatever. Obviously, Commissioner or the Director of Consumers Protection, all of it. He's an attorney
Director of
also.
Consumer Protection and attorney?
Yes. I believe he is, yes.
And when you all went to the Commonwealth Attorney here in Jefferson County,
Your Honor, when the matter was referred to the Commonwealth Attorney, that has absolutely nothing to do with this motion.
I finished the question.
I don't know what the question was. What's the question, Mr.
I'll
Dover?
withdraw it. I don't want to.
All right.
All right. This breakaway session with Mr. Callen that you testified about, weren't you asking questions?
Yes.
He wasn't making a presentation at that point. You were specifically ferreting answers for your further investigation, weren't you?
That was the purpose of breaking into independent meetings like that, is to ask questions. And yes, he was making a presentation.
No, wasn't
to me.
It was question and answer, was it
Well,
not?
yeah, but I wasn't the only one asking questions. There was other
You,
folks.
Ms. Trumbo, and who else?
There was another gentleman or two behind me. I don't know who they were. They're asking questions.
Your questions were part of a dialogue that you needed to further your investigation, were they not?
Exactly.
There was definitely a method to what you were doing.
Sure.
And you never bothered to tell Mr. Callen you were an agent, did you?
No, sir.
What conversation did you have with Leon Duke?
I don't believe I had any conversation with Leon Duke.
Thank you very much.
Sonny?
Yes, Mr. Hawkins-Smith, you testified that you understood, based upon your conversation or Mr. Callen's presentation, or however you want to characterize that, that there was a required purchase of an ITA in this program in order to make any money. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And you also talked about the a requirement of buying a kit or paying an application fee. Is that correct?
No, with Mr. Callen, I don't recall the processing fee with him.
But
conversation.
Well, at some point in the meeting that was brought up.
I think at some point in the meeting, and it was.
Okay.
It was. I've said one time, I believe, and that was.
Okay.
The extent of it.
Now there's been testimony in this case that, assuming that you're correct in your understanding, there's been testimony in this case that the price of the ITA was $470. Do you have any reason to dispute that?
I've heard 470, 495, and I think Mr. Cowan said 500 in our meeting. If you look at the tape, he said 500. So I've heard three different figures.
Okay, so you've heard a lot of different figures. Well, assuming that it's $470, and assuming that the application fee is $25, that's obviously comes to $495. That's less than $500. Is that correct?
Yes, but I think there's tax, $25 plus tax. What would that be? Plus tax.
Okay.
$25 processing fee plus tax is the way I heard it.
Okay, well, you're saying, you didn't mention that before. You're saying now you heard someone say tax on the.
Yes, $25 plus tax. That was part of the processing fee is the way I understood it. So if you add tax with that, I would send you over the $495, I'm assuming, or over the $500.
Or what would the tax be paid on?
I don't know. That's what they told us in the meeting, $25 plus tax.
And Your Honor, it is clearly represented in the tape. It's already part of the record, so I think Mr. Valente can examine the tape for himself.
Who obtains the tax? Is the tax ultimately goes to the Commonwealth of Kentucky or to whatever state it goes to? Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
I don't know.
I mean,
in
your experience, does a business like Walmart, when it sells a product, keep
Your Honor, it's been asked and answered.
I'll take judicial notice that the tax is collected to be paid to the taxing authority.
Okay.
We would
What
not
is
object to that, John.
Or at least it should be.
What is the last time that you reviewed the Kentucky Pyramid Statute?
I believe today I looked at it. I've got it here.
How many pyramid cases have you reviewed?
You want me to name the ones that I've investigated?
No, I'm talking about reported cases that you've reviewed dealing with pyramid schemes.
Your Honor, the witness has not testified that he's an attorney. He may, on occasion, review statutory matters. There's no testimony that he routinely, in a capacity as law enforcement investigators, does legal research to evaluate legal decisions in a particular given area.
Yeah, and I think the question just is, does he? I mean, do you read the cases on this area?
Okay. But you have looked at the statute?
Yes.
Okay. And you understand from looking at the statute that payment based upon the sale of a product is exempted from the definition of compensation.
Your Honor, I think he's requesting a legal opinion.
No, I'm not. I'm asking him what his understanding of the statute is, Your Honor. This is someone who said he investigates pyramid schemes. He knows what the signposts are to look for, and the signpost is.
Your Honor, I think it would be clearly appropriate for him to ask what those signposts are, but I think to ask him for a legal opinion.
I'm asking him what his understanding is. Your Honor.
I mean, I'll let you ask him what he's looking for. I think he said he looks for, lists and how the money's made and that sort of. I'll let you ask that, but I would agree that whether he's right or wrong in his opinion of what a pyramid statute says is irrelevant to the court.
Well, what I'm getting at is isn't one of the signposts that you look for, Mr. Hawkinsmith, whether there's a product being sold and whether any payment of commission is based upon the sale of that product? Isn't that one of the signposts, sir?
Yes, obviously, but there would be a lot of signposts.
Okay.
If we're doing an investigation, you would look at the totality of what you're looking at.
Okay, but obviously what I mentioned is pretty significant, isn't it? Whether there's a product being sold. Wouldn't it be, sir?
Your Honor, he's asking for a legal opinion as to what was being sold in this instance was or was not a product. We think that matter on the facts is a question for the court.
I'm asking him, would he consider that to be a significant signpost, Your Honor?
He said it was a signpost. Is it significant to you, or is it just something you take into account?
Just something I would take into account.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, I mean, you understand, you have a basic understanding about how an Amway works or some other legitimate multi-level marketing companies, don't you?
No, I don't.
You don't?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean, don't you think that would be significant in your training to understand how they work?
Your Honor, again, this witness has indicated no expertise as an attorney who has read the line of cases commencing with nor after Amway. In fact, the witness has indicated that he's not read any of those cases. So to call on the witness to try to draw the distinction between Amway and other companies and this company, we feel this witness has already indicated he doesn't have that expertise to respond in the affirmative or negative to that question.
Your Honor, what I'm asking him is, Mr. Turner has asked a lot of questions. You've had 30 years of experience. How have you developed this expertise? Well, I think it goes to the weight of his testimony, and I'm entitled to ask him these questions. That what he considers significant and not significant, and he's saying, I'm entitled to ask him. Apparently, he doesn't consider how legitimate multi-level marketing companies operate to be significant to us. That's all I want to elicit from him.
All right, I'll give you a little leeway, but let's do it quickly.
Okay. So would that not be important to you in your training, Mr. Hawkinsmith, is how companies like Amway operate?
As far as this investigation goes?
Yeah.
I've never had any training as far as how Amway works. No.
Have you had a friend or relative become involved in Amway or any other multi-level marketing?
Oh yes, I've heard of Amway for years.
Have people pitched you on any of those companies?
No.
Okay.
Not on Amway, no.
Do you understand that as a general proposition that all those companies are interested in building their sales force and obtaining new members?
Your Honor, I mean, council's making reference to all those companies. I'm not sure I understand what company he's talking about. I can represent to the court that each of these companies tends to operate somewhat differently.
Let's limit it to
I
what.
think that question is a question more appropriately.
I think you have a right to ask this witness what he considered important, because it obviously goes to maybe he didn't collect other things that you might think were important. But let's not get into comparisons with it. I mean, he doesn't know. You don't know anything about Amway, or you know anything about any of these other companies?
No, only the others that we are currently investigating, but not Amway, no, sir.
You have in your mind certain things that you look for to determine whether or not you believe something's going on that should be further investigated. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right, let's limit it to that line of inquiry.
Okay. Do you think it would be important to do any follow-up to in your investigative techniques to determine how other companies operate, so that you could tell whether the particular company you're investigating is a pyramid scheme or not?
Well, that would be a possibility if I was the lead investigator in this case. I was not. I was only a small part of it.
Okay, so then really you are not in a position, sir, to weigh the totalities of the factors here and really form any definitive conclusions as part of your investigation.
That's not correct. I did on my part from the meeting that I attended on the 24th of September.
Okay, but that opinion or that conclusion that you formed was admittedly by your own testimony without the full factors that.
Your Honor, the witness has already testified.
Is that a yes or no, sir?
Your Honor, before the witness answers the question, the witness has already testified to the fact that he was not involved in all facets of this investigation. Therefore, he was not aware of all of the information that went into the determination to investigate the matter further and subsequently take the enforcement action that was decided upon. Now,
I think that's a yes. I think that he wasn't involved in all the areas, correct?
That's correct.
So any conclusion that you might make is half baked.
I think, Your Honor, the witness was not called to make a conclusion.
I'll sustain that. Any other questions from defense counsel? Yes, sir.
Just to clarify some of the stuff Mr. Valenti was covering. How many pyramid cases have you investigated?
I think Gold Unlimited was one. Another one, probably 2, 3. This is probably the third or fourth one. I'm not sure. Third.
So you've investigated 3 or 4 pyramid cases.
That's correct.
Beyond the investigation of those 3 or 4 cases, do you have any other experience with respect to alleged pyramid schemes?
Outside the scope of the 3, no, I don't.
Have you read up on this?
Yes, I have.
What have you read?
Well, I've read, for instance, the company you represent, Travelmax, their compensation plan here. I read up on that. You like to see it? Okay. It talks about people, getting people into the organization, downlines, the inducement of people. That's what it talks about in their compensation plan. I read up on that.
I believe you testified a little earlier that you don't know how a legitimate multi-level marketing company works.
I've never been part of Amway, of any of those, no.
So you do not know how a legitimate multi-level marketing company works.
Excellent answer, Your Honor.
I don't know that he did answer you. Is that no? You don't know how they work?
No, sir, I don't.
So you don't know the difference between a legitimate multi-level marketing company and a pyramid.
Counselor, what we do in our investigations is report the facts as we see them, or note the facts as we see them. We don't know going into an investigation if it's pyramid, non-pyramid, or what it is until we our investigations complete. That's how we do investigations.
I understand. But you have certain experience investigating pyramids, correct?
Yes. Well, 3 or 4. Not, you wouldn't say I was an expert on pyramids, no.
And from your experience, you don't know the difference between a legitimate multi-level marketing company and a pyramid.
Excellent answer, Your Honor.
That question has not been answered.
That question was answered.
He's danced around it, but he's not answered.
I mean, I think we're getting back to asking his opinion on whether this is a pyramid or whether this is a multi-level marketing, and I've already ruled that I'm not going to allow this witness to give that opinion. Any other questions from defense counsel? Mr. Majors.
Mr. Hawkinsmith, I'm Don Major, and I represent Art Kessler. On the 24th of September, did you have any individual conversation with Art? Art, would you stand up so the agent can see? Okay. Did you make any recommendations, and you may have answered this and I just didn't understand it. Did you make any recommendations to anyone as to who would be charged criminally in the Travelmax matter?
No.
Okay. Did you base any of the conclusions that you may have reached about what was going on at Travelmax on what Art Kessler had said?
Part of it, yes.
Okay, what part?
Well, the part that he was just part of the total.
Just basically that he was there. There was nothing specifically that stood out like you've talked about some of the others. Is that correct?
I don't recall exactly what Mr. Kessler's part was. I remember some of it, but he was just part of the total.
Your Honor, again, we would remind the court that the part of the presentation that was conducted by Mr. Kessler is accurately reflected as has been previously testified to in the videotape.
So you have no information concerning Mr. Kessler other than what's on the tape. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Anything else from the defense? Redirect from Mr. Turner?
Let's see, I just had a couple of questions. Now, Mr. Hawkinsmith, at the meeting that you attended, I think you've already testified that people were encouraged to buy the tri-pack. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when people, were people encouraged to go out and once they've received it, let's say they buy it, once they receive it, was it your understanding that people would then take the tri-pack that they received after they've used it or whatever and then resell it? Was that the impression you were left with?
No, sir.
Okay. What was the impression that you were left with?
That this is where when you get more people into the organization, then you sell tri-pack, not your tri-pack, but their tri-pack.
Okay. So
Travelmax.
Was there anything at the meeting that would lead you to believe as an investigator that the goal here was to create business centers where these business centers would effectively be marketing the tutorials by reselling them to other people?
Judge,
in other words,
and ask and answered.
Sustain.
I'll rephrase the question, Your Honor. Were representations made at the meeting that you attended relating to people buying a supply of the ITA tutorial, for example, for purpose of going out and reselling that supply to other people?
No.
Just going back briefly to the $25 option, is it your testimony that the $25 option was simply mentioned as a processing fee?
Object to the form, Your Honor. $25 option sounds like a stock option. I'm not sure exactly what we mean by that term, and that's the first time I've heard it is $25 option.
Let's call it the fee, the $25 fee.
I took it as a processing fee. That's the way I heard it.
Okay. Now, when that was mentioned, as far as you recall, was it discussed from the standpoint of if you pay $25, were representations then made as to how much money you could earn by if you did that?
Your Honor, this part is on the tape and about the commissions that can be.
Yes, it is, Your Honor. I will be glad to move on. In terms of standard operating procedures, is it pretty standard when you conduct these kinds of investigations to ask questions to ascertain what the facts are?
Yes, because you'd never find out anything if you didn't ask questions.
Is that something you do
of an investigation?
Is that something you do in most investigations, irregardless to the subject matter?
All investigations that you're working in an undercover capacity, that you would be asking questions.
Is there any reason why you chose not to identify yourself as an employee of the Attorney General's office to Mr. Callen or to others at this meeting?
Why, certainly.
What was that?
Well, I didn't want them to know who I was there. I was obviously there investigating them, and it wouldn't make sense for me to do that.
And once you complete your investigation, what do you do with the information or the facts that you've collected?
In this case, we turn it over to the lead investigator. compiles the information that we collect.
Now, you've already testified that Ms. Trumbo was assisting you in this investigation. Were there any notes that Ms. Trumbo may have recorded that you found to be relevant to the investigation once the meeting was concluded?
No, sir.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Recross.
Very briefly, just to follow up on what's relevant and irrelevant as far as notes. In your years as an investigator, is it your understanding that it's a law enforcement officer's determination to determine what evidence on whether to hold it or throw it away is relevant or irrelevant?
Sure, that's relevant. But in this,
No.
well,
Your Honor, the witness should be allowed to explain his answer. To strap him in a yes/no answer on a question such as that would be somewhat misleading to the court, I believe.
You would normally not write notes in an undercover capacity. I've never seen that done. You just don't do it.
Okay. See, this is where we have a problem. Is you didn't understand my question, and it's my fault. I didn't word it right. So the question is it your understanding, in your experience as an investigator, that a law enforcement officer makes a determination on his own as to what evidence is relevant and not relevant in deciding whether it should be retained for a trial?
I don't know if that's the investigator's total job or not. I mean, it would be through the process. If you obviously had a piece of evidence, the prosecutor would make a determination as to whether it was relevant or not.
Let me tell you, now, isn't it true, and I've been a prosecutor, just let me ask a question. Isn't it true that an investigator's job is to hold on to all the evidence that's gathered, even notes that are taken, and retain those and let the prosecutor determine, hey, what should be thrown away and what shouldn't be thrown away?
Are you talking about the notes that Ms. Trumbo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I can tell you what was in those notes.
Sir, that's not what I want. You see,
well,
this is the difference, is we want the notes.
Okay.
And can you understand why?
I can understand, but I made the determination that we did not need those.
Okay. That's fine, and that's what I'm asking.
That's,
you make the determination.
I
Is
did.
that typical in law enforcement that the law enforcement agent will make a decision as to what's relevant?
On the scene, yes, I did. I made the determination that it was not relevant.
Now, the question was also asked is you didn't tell them who you were because you were undercover. You didn't want them to know who you were.
Exactly.
You were in the Attorney General's office, right?
Yes,
Right?
that's correct.
Now, how is it that you got in the meeting to begin with?
We just walked in.
It's open to the public, wasn't it?
Sure.
Do you think that if you had said, I'm from the Attorney General's office, they had said, you can't come in?
I don't know what they would have said. I did ask.
Yeah. I mean, anybody could have walked in this meeting.
I'm assuming that.
This wasn't a meeting that was in hiding and they said they checked your ID when you came in because they didn't want everyone to know what they were doing.
None of these that our investigators have.
Yeah, they were open to the public, weren't they? Was that a yes or a no?
Yes, yes.
Okay, that's all.
One question. You sent to investigate Travelmax or the individuals?
Travelmax International. Travelmax.
Any other questions from defense counsel? All right, you may step down. Counsel, how's 1:30? It gives a little extra time. All right, we'll resume at 1:30.
Judge, can we hit this for scheduling? We would like to try to obviously get done today. I know the court would too.
Mhm.
If we could set a schedule now, or tentative schedule, where if the
You've got about 2 hours of testimony.
2 hours, we can just reserve 2 hours at the end of the day, and we would like to conclude today.
How close are you, Mr. Turner?
Well, Your Honor, we do have our next witness will be an expert witness in marketing that we plan to put on, and beyond that, we have two additional witnesses that we need to get some additional exhibits before the court on, and that would be it. So if we come back at 1:30, if we can, the most lengthy portion of that I would suspect will be the testimony of our expert witness.
What I was going to propose, Your Honor, if we could have the Commonwealth shoot for concluding at 3:30, if the court could go to 5:30, I don't know if that's possible.
The problem I have is I've got to pick someone up at the airport today, this afternoon.
Judge,
so
we could get someone to do that for you.
it's my wife. I don't think so. I don't want to face that.
Someone identified other judge.
Yeah, right, right. Well, we'll move along as
Your Honor, we will do our best to move along as expeditiously as possible. I mean, obviously, we can't predict how many of the defense attorneys will decide to use a considerable amount of time cross-examining the various witnesses. My guess is that there will be a fair amount of time on both direct and cross-examination of the expert witness.
That's right, East St. Louis.
Yes, ask Lee, but I think that's a complete set right there. It's not
Okay.
It's really just
All right, Mr. Turner, who will be your next witness?
Your Honor, the next witness will be Dr. William Keep.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. How do you spell your last name?
Spell it K, 2 E's, and a P.
All right, you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Keep, could you just state your full name and address for the record, please?
My name is William Wallace Keep, and I live at 744 Mount Vernon Drive, Lexington, Kentucky.
What is your current occupation?
I'm an assistant professor in marketing in the School of Business at the University of Kentucky.
How long have you been in that position?
I'm in my 6th year.
Did you work elsewhere prior to that in the field of marketing?
I have some practical experience prior to getting my PhD and working with a trade association that dealt with retailers and wholesalers, and worked as an assistant to the vice president of operations for a wholesale firm that dealt with some marketing issues such as pricing and some strategy issues.
Just one moment, John. May I approach the witness?
You may. CV.
Keep, I've given you a document there. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes, I am.
What is it, please?
I prepared this for you. It's sort of an abbreviated CV with regard to my experience, my academic training.
Now, Dr. Keep, is this pretty much a summary of your experience and qualifications?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Keep, are you being paid for your appearance here today?
Yes, I am.
And are you being paid as a consultant to our office
Yes,
as
I
it
am.
relates to this case and possibly others?
Yes.
Now, Dr. Keep, if you could, just to spare everyone from having to read all of this on such short notice, could you capsulize what your training has been and then what your experience and qualifications in the field of marketing have been?
After completing an undergraduate degree in social science and economics, I worked, as I mentioned, previously mentioned, for a wholesaler, electric wholesale company in Minnesota as assistant to the vice president of operations. I worked there for a little less than 3 years, and then also worked for 2 years for a trade association in Michigan that dealt with firms of various size that were all in the same industry, an industry trade association. The name of the association is called the Photo Marketing Association. The industry members are owners and operators of camera stores,
or chains of camera stores, and wholesale and retail photo finishing labs, basically where you get your film developed. And I worked there for 2 years, soliciting members for the trade association, explaining membership benefits, helping put on meetings, promotions, those kinds of things. Then I went to Michigan State for 5 years and got a PhD in marketing from Michigan State.
Now, while you were at Michigan State and thereafter, have you had opportunity to conduct research in the area of marketing?
Yes, my research areas are primarily in retailing and marketing history. I have 7 articles published in professional journals, 3 chapters in books, and about 10 or 11 presentations at professional academic meetings.
And those
all dealing with marketing, usually retailing or marketing history.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Keep, have you testified in other cases involving marketing?
I've testified in one other case, the Gold Unlimited case.
And what case was that?
The Gold Unlimited case.
Okay. What was your involvement in that case?
I was hired as an expert witness by the federal government to consider the activities of Gold Unlimited and to talk about them from a retailing perspective, to what extent I thought they were retailing or that I didn't recognize them as being retailing, those kinds of issues.
What conclusions did you reach in that case?
I concluded that it was not. There were aspects of what Gold Unlimited did that were retailing, and there were aspects of what they did that were not retailing.
Your Honor, at this time, the Commonwealth would move that Dr. Keep be recognized as an expert in the field of marketing.
Defense wish to voir dire this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Keep, is it K-E-E-P-E or K? I'm sorry.
It's K-E-E-P.
K-E-E-P.
Just like you keep something.
Okay. Dr. Keep, you're a marketing professor, and we obviously we recognize that. Would you agree, Dr. Keep, that there are subspecialties in the area of marketing?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that the area of multi-level marketing has not been your area of expertise?
I would say that multi-level marketing is a part of my area of expertise. It's part of retailing, and retailing is my area of expertise.
Do you claim to be an expert in multi-level marketing?
In some aspects of it.
What aspects?
I have examined and understand the motivations behind the use of multi-level marketing for the retailing of goods and services. I have not examined every different form of multi-level marketing because the forms vary a great deal.
Tell me the types of compensation plans that we find in the area of multi-level marketing.
The types of labels of them?
Yes.
I don't have labels of
What's a
them.
stair-step breakaway plan?
I don't know.
What's a matrix plan?
I would assume it's...
Well, I don't want to know what you assume.
I don't know.
What do you know? What's a binary plan?
Binary plan is when you have people on each side of you that are generating volume that you're benefiting from.
Okay. You know that from the Gold Unlimited case.
Yes.
You learned really what you know about multi-level marketing from the Gold Unlimited case?
I had done some reading prior to that, but most of it, yes.
Okay. And what did you do in preparation for Gold Unlimited other than review their program materials?
Oh, I did a literature search to see what else was out there in the current literature on multi-level marketing, particularly as it pertained to what was and wasn't retailing.
Tell me about some articles that you've read on multi-level marketing.
I don't have any labels right now, and that was about 8 months ago. I can't
Well,
give
you're
you
here as an expert witness on multi-level marketing. You claim that you have some expertise on aspects of multi-level marketing. Tell me about some articles on multi-level marketing, published articles.
Submit that later. I don't have a title. I can't give you a title.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would be happy, and I'm sure that the witness would also be happy to identify and submit that information at a later date if it's important to counsel.
Your Honor,
for
I
purposes of
object.
the avoid.
I'm in the middle of a voir dire, Your Honor.
Yeah, let's allow the defense to finish his voir dire.
Tell me what books you've read on multi-level marketing.
There's a book and I'm going to be pressed for the name of it. Something to do, and again, I'm sorry, I apologize if I don't remember the title. It has to do with the social aspects of multi-level marketing.
Social aspects of multi-level.
In other words, that part that's tied into doing business. The fun, this is business and this is fun.
You read this is the fun part of multi-level marketing, a book on that.
I read that the success of multi-level marketing hinges to some degree on the social aspect of person-to-person selling.
And did that book teach you to examine the structures of a multi-level marketing company?
Did not.
Okay. Any other books you read on multi-level marketing? No. Okay. You ever written? I noticed you indicate you've published 7 articles.
Mm-hmm.
You ever published an article on multi-level marketing?
No.
You ever taught a course on multi-level marketing? No. Have you ever attended a conference on multi-level marketing?
No.
No. Do you know who the Direct Selling Association is?
Yes.
Who are they?
They're a trade association that firms who conduct direct selling forms of retailing can belong to.
Yes. What is direct selling?
Direct selling is a form of retailing that relies upon person-to-person selling. Usually it's face-to-face, but it doesn't have to be.
Who are some of the prominent members of the Direct Selling Association?
Avon, Tupperware, Mary Kay.
You know what the annual sales of Avon are?
No.
Mary Kay?
No.
Amway?
No.
Have you ever been to an opportunity meeting for a multi-level marketing company?
No.
You ever been in a multi-level marketing company?
Yeah, I have to take back my last name, so I have to change my last answer. Yes, a long time ago I went to a meeting in someone's home when I was an undergraduate.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay. Was that an Amway presentation?
Yes.
You never attended a Travelmax meeting?
No.
Have you ever read the Travelmax manual, distributor manual?
I'm not sure what manual that is. There was a manual that...
You're right here. Have you ever seen this manual?
Yes.
You have?
Yes.
It wasn't introduced by the state as an exhibit.
I believe
it was not produced by the state in discovery. Are you telling me that
I'd need to see
I'm going to have to object. Now, Travelmax, Mr. Babner's client has not requested any discovery in this matter, as they noted for the record on yesterday by Mr. Pence. Now he's referring to a discovery which has not even been requested.
In all materials turned over by the state, Your Honor, this manual was never provided. Have you ever seen this manual?
Your Honor, our case in chief is not concluded at this point.
Well, I guess my question is, have you ever seen the manual?
Before I said yes so quickly, I need to look at the contents. I saw material that looks like it fits in that manual, a manual of that size.
May I approach the witness? Sure. Do you ever talk to anybody at Travelmax?
No.
Ever talk to the corporate officials?
No.
Do you know who the chief financial officer is of the company?
No. I've seen his name. I don't.
What's his name?
I don't remember. I read it in a brochure.
Mr. Paisley?
I don't want to say for sure, but I read it in a brochure.
Do you know what his background is?
No. I mean, other than
25 years, partner, Cooper's Library.
Oh, that rings a bell. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Highly credible credentials, correct?
It's a highly credible firm.
Those are highly credible credentials. 25-year partner, Cooper's.
I don't know why he left. Those are highly credible. That's a highly credible firm. Well, then, if you're under retirement conditions,
Your Honor, he's asking the witness to speak to questions that he has no idea on. He already answered the question.
The objection sustained. Yes, I saw this material.
You've reviewed this, okay? You reviewed their policies and procedures?
Yes.
And their distributor agreement?
Yes.
Okay. You weren't planned as an expert witness for the initial hearing in this matter, were you?
No, I don't believe I was.
When were you contacted?
I don't remember. I was contacted sometime, I believe, in November or October, there was a long period of time of inactivity between when I was initially contacted and when we really sort of got rolling. My first meeting, well, you didn't ask about that, but I was contacted prior to December sometime.
Okay. Can you explain to me how the Amway compensation plan works?
I can explain. So there is.
If you want, you can go to the board and
Right.
to illustrate.
I won't be able to be specific enough in terms of the percentages. There's a shared percentage there's a percentage of margin based on volume that's shared among different participants in the program, depending on level. That's as specific as I can get.
That's all you know?
Yes.
You don't know how it would be characterized?
No.
You know what an Australian 2-up plan is?
No.
How many distributors are there in the United States in the direct selling industry?
I do not know.
What is the volume of sales of the direct selling industry in the United States?
I do not know.
How many distributors in the world are there in this particular area?
I do not know.
What is the difference between direct selling and multi-level marketing?
Direct selling is a term that encapsulates other forms of selling besides multi-level selling, multi-level marketing. Well, multi-level marketing would be considered a form of direct selling. So I would consider direct selling to be a more general term.
Have you ever participated in any case studies on multi-level marketing?
No.
Would you say that your background in multi-level marketing is rather academic?
I would say it's very academic.
Nothing practical at all.
That's correct.
Certainly no hands-on.
That's correct.
And in an academic way, you've really reviewed very little of the literature in this industry. Is that not correct?
I don't know how much literature there is. I've reviewed some.
Yes. Well, you were able to name one book on the fun part of multi-level. What literature have you reviewed as to the structure of multi-level, as to whether or not it's legitimate or not legitimate?
It was part of the packet that I got from regarding the Gold Unlimited case. There were a couple of articles. I don't consider them to be literature in the sense that they weren't from academic. They weren't generated from academics. They were generated from the trade association or affiliated newsletters, things like that.
And there are many professors in the United States, Dr. Keep, who in fact do focus on the direct selling industry, are there not?
I don't know.
Well,
no, there are some. I don't know what you mean by many. Is there 100? Is there 1,000? Is there 10? I don't know. There are some.
What does the Direct Selling Education Foundation do?
They're a branch of the Direct Selling Association to promote, my guess, I have had some limited exposure to them, to promote research and understanding about the association.
They sponsor and fund case studies by professors all over the United States, do they not?
I believe they sponsor some.
They've published the list of those case studies. There have been scores or hundreds, have there not?
I don't know.
You don't know. You don't know one way or the other.
That's right.
What are the case studies? What was the question there?
Case studies on direct selling, multi-level marketing, from a marketing economic standpoint.
It's DMA. It's a flat group.
Have you ever been asked by the Direct Selling Education Foundation to participate in a case study?
No.
Now, Dr. Keep, let's just say I, as a lawyer, a trial lawyer in the field of direct selling, was preparing for a case involving multi-level marketing, trying to determine whether or not something was a proper multi-level marketing structure or not. And I came to you and I said, I'm looking for a professor that has real expertise in multi-level marketing. That would not be you, would it?
Depends on what they wanted to know about it. I would have to say that there would be conditions where I would refer them to somebody else.
You'd have to say that you're not one of the more qualified guys on multi-level marketing in the United States. You'd have to agree with that.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, Dr. Keep, you're not an expert in this subject, are you?
I think I already answered that question.
What was your answer?
My answer was there are some aspects of it.
Oh, and you told me those aspects.
Could the witness, could he finish his question?
Your Honor, I think the witness should be allowed to finish his response before another question is asked.
Sorry, Your Honor.
For the record, could you repeat the question and allow the witness to respond?
Well, if I had a court reporter, I'd ask them to read it, but I don't.
I know one question was you don't consider yourself an expert, and I believe you said you already answered that, and maybe that's when you were going to explain. Is that?
I think it was shortly after that, Your Honor.
Do you recall what you were about to say, Dr. Keep?
Only to repeat what I had said earlier, that I thought there were some aspects of multi-level marketing that I feel very comfortable analyzing and talking about and defending my opinions upon, and I consider them to be expert opinions.
Tell me about the Kentucky pyramid statute.
I can't quote it verbatim. It deals with the legal issues aren't something I would consider myself to be an expert on. It deals with the why people engage in certain kinds of activities, of products and incentives and those kinds of things. I'm the wrong person to ask.
You're the wrong person to ask. Okay. So in deciding whether or not, or coming to a decision as to whether or not something is a legitimate multi-level marketing structure or a pyramid, you would be the wrong person to ask. Is that correct?
I would not make a decision as to whether or not something is a pyramid scheme. Is that the question?
No. My question is, so in trying to determine whether or not something was a legitimate multi-level marketing enterprise or a pyramid, you would be the wrong person to ask.
Does your word legitimate mean legal?
Yes.
I do not make legal decisions, so yes, the answer is yes. I would be the wrong person to ask.
And if I were just to take out the word legal, I was just trying to understand in the context of the direct selling industry what is regarded in the industry as legitimate multi-level marketing versus pyramid. You would be the wrong person to ask.
I can't speak for the industry.
You can't speak for the industry. So you would be the wrong person to ask.
Yeah.
And in terms of asking you the factors, because there are many factors that would go into determining whether or not an organization was a legitimate, and I say legitimate in the business term, a legitimate multi-level marketing business, you would agree there'd be many factors. You just can't make a determination on one factor.
Well, I don't understand your use of the word legitimate in the business sense. I mean, legitimate, is this a legal business operation? Is this a profitable business operation? I can answer questions about margins and profits and incentives and commissions. I don't understand the use of the word legitimate.
Do you know what the 70% rule is?
Yes.
It's an important rule in the industry, is it not?
Yes.
What is it?
It means that for any person in the organization, the multi-level organization, 70% of the products or services they buy have to then be wholesaled or resale on.
Well, that's not correct.
Okay.
That's not correct, is it?
I don't
Your
know.
Honor,
You're telling me it's not
The
correct.
witness has answered the question. He has given the explanation called for in the question, and counsel is now challenging the witness as to whether his response is correct or not.
Well, that's not correct. Is that?
Then he needs to be the witness.
Your Honor, if Mr. Babin would like to testify as an
I
expert
haven't
witness,
finished my
perhaps
question.
that's what the defendants should do.
I'm gonna let him finish his question. Why don't you explain to the witness what you believe the
70% rule, Dr. Keep, do you know where that rule comes from?
I know that it's associated with the Amway case. I don't know if that's the first association.
What is the Amway case?
It was a case where the Amway organization was accused of illegal operations. I believe that the illegality was a charge of a pyramid scheme, and it was a case in which they successfully defended themselves.
1975, Amway was accused of being an illegal pyramid scheme, just like Travelmax is here. And in the final decision, what was the basis that it was found that Amway was a legitimate multi-level marketing company?
I can't give you the single basis. I believe that there were a number of issues that a number of aspects of Amway's practices that meant that they had not violated the law.
Such as?
Such as not requiring inventory loading. In other words, that a person would have to accumulate a lot of inventory. My understanding of the 70% rule, making sure that 70% of your product moved on in a wholesale or a retail format,
Okay.
one or the other.
Thank you, Dr.
And
Keith. Okay, go ahead.
you asked me such as, and also that every month the sale of, there'd be a retail sale of products to at least 10 individuals.
Okay, and if I were to tell you, Dr. Keep, and I think we've already marked into evidence the Amway 70% rule, that the Amway 70% rule does not provide that you must sell 70% of everything on to ultimate non-participants, but merely that you must, before reordering, you must either have used or you must have sold 70% of what you bought.
Your
Would
Honor,
that be?
Mr. Badner is testifying. I'm at a loss for where the question is.
Well, I believe what he's saying is what his understanding of the 70% rule is, and seeing if your expert agrees.
Yeah. Would that refresh your recollection as to what is the Amway 70% rule?
It would seem what you have added to my explanation was that the person could also use that.
Yes.
Okay, I'll accept that, yes.
Yes. Okay. It is not a retailing rule. It's an anti-inventory loading rule. Is that not correct?
I would consider it an anti-inventory loading rule.
Yes. And the 10 retail sale rule, similarly in the Amway program, references purchases either that are made by non-participants or purchases made for personal or family use.
I would consider that
correct.
Correct.
Yes, thank you. Your Honor, with all due respect to Dr. Keith, we would recognize that he is a marketing professor, but we would also argue that he is not an expert in this field. And we've introduced experts in this field, Your Honor, and with the sort of credentials Your Honor is familiar with. This gentleman doesn't teach it. He doesn't write on it. He doesn't study it. He is familiar with a book about the social aspects of multi-level marketing. He has vague familiarity with legislation, with case authority. He doesn't participate in trade associations on this subject. He doesn't counsel companies on this subject. He has no practical experience other than attending an Amway meeting in college. With all due respect to Dr. Keith, we would argue that he is not an expert witness in this matter.
First of all, the rules here are very liberal in terms of who's to be recognized as an expert. Now, Dr. Keith, we have been asked to come and share his opinions in the marketing area in terms of how products get to the market. Now, Dr. Keith has testified that he is familiar with the manner in which some direct selling or network marketing companies get those products to market. We believe that that testimony is relevant. On the legal question of is this a legal multi-level marketing or legal direct selling program versus an illegal one in terms of violating the pyramid statute, that decision is ultimately up to this court. Dr. Keith should not be excused as a witness. Now, let's talk about the experts that the defense has called. The defense called Professor King. Now, Professor King testified that he has consulted in many cases. Who has he consulted for? He has consulted for companies that have been accused of violating either statutes that relate to fraud or statutes that relate to pyramiding
I object,
activity.
Your Honor. That is a misrepresentation of Dr. King's consulting experience.
Did not Dr. King testify that he is providing consulting on Fortuna Alliance?
Dr. King testified that was only one aspect.
His
background was being an expert.
His vita is in the record, Your Honor.
Yeah, I've got notes of his testimony.
Is not the FTC suing Fortuna Alliance?
Your Honor, Dr. King has been qualified as an expert accepted by the state. A gentleman who has taught direct selling for 5 years at the University of Illinois, who consults with companies on this subject, who writes on this subject, conducts accredited university courses on this subject, has familiarity with this subject. He is also a marketing professor. But, Your Honor, this gentleman knows as much about multi-level marketing as you do and as the investigator does. He has vague notions. He is a marketing professor.
Your
I
Honor,
will not take that
I
away,
would,
but he has
submit
vague
at this
notions
point
about
that,
this subject.
This witness has not presented what their opinions are at this point, and counsel is simply speculating as to what he thinks those opinions are. Counsel is speculating as to what questions we will ask of Dr. Keefe if he is qualified as an expert. But let's leave Dr. King. Let's go to Mr. Let's look at some of your exhibits that they put on in support of their experts.
Let me short circuit this.
Yes, sir.
All that's required for an expert witness to testify is superior knowledge to the finders of fact. That being me, that doesn't require much. So this witness has testified that he considers multi-level marketing a part of his expertise. I think the question here would go more to weight, and your arguments would go more to weight than they would in his acceptance as an expert, particularly given the fact that he was recognized as an expert in an identical, not an identical fact situation, but an identical case situation. So, I mean, I appreciate your arguments. I understand where they're coming from, and I understand both sides, but I'm going to hear his testimony. He may give opinions.
Thank you.
Proceed.
Dr. Keefe, were you in the courtroom when the video and audio tape was played of the September 24, 1996 Travelmax presentation?
Yes, I was.
Do you have any opinions as to the content of that presentation that was made?
The presentation that was made was similar to transcripts that I have reviewed, and in many substantive ways similar to some brochures and other information that I looked at with regard to the program put out by the company, Travelmax.
Okay. And based on your review of the promotional materials, is that correct? Were these promotional materials, did they appear to be prepared by Travelmax International or someone else?
I had a collection of materials that I looked at, including promotional materials presented by Travelmax, produced by Travelmax, or paid for to be produced by Travelmax. In addition to the manual that I was shown, I saw a brief promotional video, an audio promotional tape, the ITA pack, including the video, the audio tape, and the instruction manual on how to activate yourself as a referral travel agent, and the VIP pack was also, I believe, promotional material that was produced either by Travelmax or at their request.
Now, is there additional information that you would have liked to have seen that would have somehow given you more support for whatever your opinion might be?
Well, certainly, it's always nice to ask for more information. I'm particularly interested in the flows of money, because the flows of money, I think, represent incentives, and that's what I think indicates what a business does, particularly retail business. That's where I can speak from.
Now, Dr. Keefe, given all of the information that you've reviewed, and you have indicated that you reviewed the videotape and the transcript, do you have an opinion as to the flow of money and how that flow of money operates with the Travelmax program? And if so, could you explain?
Well, at this point, could I compare what I expected to see from a retail perspective to what I did see? In other words,
with the indulgence of
for me to present what in terms of my opinion, is based on what I saw from reading this material. I'd like to, in order to explain that, I'd like to show what I expected to see from a retail perspective.
Whatever you
Your Honor,
need
do
to
you
do.
need a blackboard or anything to assist you in doing so?
The board or the sheet of paper,
Your
either
Honor,
one.
before he answers, I just would like to understand what he's giving an opinion on, not a free-flowing narrative. He says, can you give me an opinion on the flow of money? I don't know what that means. And of course, then he said,
Your Honor,
I have some
until the witness-
expectations, but I would appreciate that the witness respond to questions and not just give a discourse on unrelated subjects.
Your Honor, this witness was asked a question. His response was he looks at the flow of money to make some judgment as to where the incentives are. The Commonwealth is simply asking him for the latitude to explain what he sees in this case in terms of how the money is flowing and what those incentives are. That is, those are issues that are clearly relevant to the motion for injunctive relief before the court, because the flow of money, I believe, is very important on the question of whether or not people are being compensated for the act of sponsoring other people.
My concern is that we're all talking about the same thing here. I mean, I'll allow him to explain his answer, but I want to know what assumptions are being made. When you say from what you expected, I'm not sure I understand what you're saying there. From you expected from an ordinary retailer or a multi-level marketer, or does it matter? I mean, you're really going.
I think the witness indicated in his answer that he would look to see if there are factors which focus on retailing versus something else. Do the factors in terms of the flow of the money, does the flow of the money give people the incentive to do retail selling or something else? If I'm not mischaracterizing the witness's testimony.
Your Honor, could I ask a question 8 of objection?
Sure.
Dr. Keep, when I hear the term flow of money, I'm picturing in my mind looking at financial records, money flow sheets, balance sheets, sales records. You're nodding your head to every one of those comments. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think flow of money is a very general term that could include.
So I guess my question here is, have you reviewed any financial records of Travelmax?
Your Honor, we would stipulate that no financial records have been provided because we have not received any discovery from Travelmax.
Ask a question.
Mm-hmm.
I have not reviewed any financial statements of Travelmax.
Okay. Have you reviewed any sales records of Travelmax?
Not records per se.
Have you reviewed any of the company's sales genealogy printouts for company representatives in the United States?
I reviewed a genealogy. I believe it was a company printout.
Are you familiar with the sales volume at all of any type of product of Travelmax?
Your Honor, this is cross-examination. It seems to me that we should be at least allowed to.
Yeah, we're a little out of order here, aren't we? Although I wanted to ask that question
I guess
myself.
my question, Your Honor, was my objection is that this is a witness is about to testify give his opinion on the flow of money. Now, Your Honor has already qualified to hear his opinions, but I would object to him giving an opinion about something he knows nothing about and has no basis.
Your Honor, we would ask the witness to provide whatever basis supports whatever conclusions or
My
opinions.
concern, Your Honor, is he's giving all of his testimony in the abstract, in the academic.
But here's what I expected I was going to. Here's what I thought the question was about. First of all, I might be wrong, but I didn't even take it for a moment to be, has he looked at the flow of money within the Travelmax company, the California company, and, how the money goes there. I mean, what I had in my mind is that you're going to explain how when an individual signs up, and particularly when an individual signs up on one of the tri-pack deals or takes all 3 of them, how they're compensated later when they sell it again or somebody else buys it, and how that works. I mean, am I correct? Is that what you were about to?
Yes, Your Honor, and how that acts as an incentive for future activity, because is that activity, they asked me to look at it, is this activity retailing? And so I looked at the incentives associated with that activity to see if that, in my opinion, is retail.
Your Honor, in that event, I would object that this witness has been qualified to testify about retailing, but knows nothing about the business opportunity of multi-level marketing,
Your Honor,
and hasn't indicated that
Your Honor,
he has
I mean,
that.
defendants want it both ways. They want to stand before this court and convince you that these are retail products, but an expert in the area of marketing and retailing cannot express an opinion as to whether or not the true focus of these so-called products is retailing or something else. They can't have it both ways, Your Honor.
I'm gonna let him answer. Sheriff, wherever you are.
I apologize, Your Honor.
It's all right.
Whatever it is, we're sorry.
Would you get? I think you wanted to chop the board there.
Either one of those would do fine.
Oh, okay. Would you bring the this around so that maybe I can see it and everybody else, maybe just up a little bit to the edge of that. So y'all thought I was taking you into custody or something? I hadn't even thought of that.
Whatever it is, I didn't do it.
Well, here or what?
It may have to be tilted just. I want everybody to be able to see it, including me.
And Your Honor, could I ask the witness to explain whatever information that he relied on in reaching whatever conclusions he reached in terms of examining this flow plan, if you will, please.
That's fine. Counsel, if y'all don't mind, I'm going to walk around to where I can see. I mean, and I'm just bringing it up because the record of these proceedings will indicate that I left the bench and I'm not leaving the courtroom. I want everybody to agree to that. I'm not walking out on anybody.
Basically, what I expected to see. Although, see if that one works. Although multi-level or network marketing terms are sometimes used interchangeably, the programs vary a great deal in terms of their specifics and in terms of their compensation programs, et cetera. But the general strategy from a retail perspective is the same. Use of network marketing or multi-level marketing is essentially a way to structure your labor force. It allows you to bring people in who and then bring other people in. So you have salespeople who are helping to recruit and train and motivate other salespeople. So for example, we could have salesperson number one up here, and as part of the program, they bring in other salespeople. So we'll have salesperson number two. And salesperson number three. Now, each salesperson may also have customers that are not part of the program. These customers are buying the products or services through that salesperson, and the salesperson is getting some commission based on those customer purchases. Now, also, in exchange for their activity as a recruiter, trainer, and motivator, they get commission on the sales that are generated by the activities of these other salespeople. Now, how much commissions, what kinds of steps, how this is exactly structured varies a great deal from the ones that I looked at. If you were to just compare two commonly known ones, Amway and Shackley and Mary Kay, three, you would find differences in the structure and differences in the amount of compensations, etc. Also differences in the amount of whether someone can move up or someone stays down, that sort of thing. Now, in the Travelmax situation, what I saw was, first of all, this is a program that has a sort of multifaceted, it has a number of aspects to it. One of the aspects is a person can join as a referring representative, I believe, though I'm a little shaky on this part. I'll tell you why I'm shaky in just a second, for $25. and that's the $25 fee that was being referred to earlier. The reason I'm a little uncertain as to the benefit associated with that $25 fee was I was never able to confirm in the material I have what that $25 fee then allowed that individual to do. I know they said you could join for $25, and there were references to being a referring representative, but actually in the tape yesterday, you'll see where one of the speakers said that you need the ITA card to become a referring representative, and I understood from my review of the ITA packets that you receive that card after completing an exam and reading through the material in the packet and that sort of thing. So there's the $25. Thank you. There's the $25 aspect that a person would come in for, and I'm not really positive what that then allowed them to do. If it allowed them to be a referring representative or not, and what the benefit was not clearly laid out in the information I had. The next possible level of activity was the ITA. Now, the ITA, essentially we're talking about here travel as a service, and the ITA allowed the person who would purchase and then complete and be recognized as a referring representative to refer people to purchase travel services through Travelmax for a commission. And this commission is actually 40% of the travel agent's commission. Not 40% of the sale, but 40% of the travel agent's commission. Now, that commission could be initiated by the individual themselves taking a trip and calling Travelmax and booking, and so you sort of get a commission on your own purchase. They could have other people call up Travelmax and say, use my PIN number. They call it a PIN number. Use my PIN number when you call Travelmax, and they would get credit for that, and that would generate this 40% commission. There was another aspect here called the VIP pack. And the VIP pack was essentially a collection of travel opportunities that had associated with them some discounts. So you could, there were some trips associated with the VIP pack. So that allowed the individual to do a number of things with the VIP pack. First of all, they could use it. They could take those trips and the discounts, etc. Second of all, they could sell it to what we would call a retail sale, because a retail sale is defined by a sale to an end user. So the end user could buy it. So this could be self-use, this could be retail, it could be wholesale, which would mean to sell it to someone who would then resell it again. And this could be given away or thrown away or whatever. I mean, those are most of the possibilities that I could think of. Then there was a third opportunity, which was the opportunity to engage in charitable activity. And this is in some ways similar to the ITA in the sense that you would work with a charity to book travel. The charity would get a part of the travel agent's commission, sort of like a discount incentive to book through them, and a sort of a charitable issue there. And the representative would also get a portion of that. So in terms of incentives to make commissions, the sources of commissions and why, from a retail perspective, some of the sources of commission have to do with me getting, if I'm the ITA representative, I get a 40% commission by travel booked through here. I get a commission, and that was somewhat unclear. My best recollection is that the charity got 25%. I believe the referring representative got 15%, but I'm not positive. They get something. So in a sense, you're in business. You're a retailer. You're retailing the service, and you're getting a commission back on that. Also, an aspect of this that is retailing is if the individual representative has a VIP pack, sells it to another end user. That would be considered retail. And they would make a commission on the sale of that. Travelmax, like any other initial seller up here, cannot delegate the selling price. That'd be vertical price fixing, but they can suggest. And so I believe they suggested in one thing I read or listened to about maybe $600. So they could sell this pack here to the retail for $600. That'd make them $100 because this costs $500. So there's sources of commission here, and it's difficult to be specific because I don't know how much they would choose to sell it for. I only know how much they paid for it. And if we were to say go into the wholesale side of it, they may make some commission here, and then the wholesaler would sell it again, make some. So they may choose to sell for $525 to that wholesaler, who could then sell it for something else, and they could make it $25. So there's sources of commission here, or there's sources of commission here, and there's sources of commission here. What activity associated with this that I felt did not qualify with retailing was a strong incentive that was associated with simply purchasing a pack. And there was a strong incentive that was beyond the value of the pack. In other words, for example, if I could refer back up to this commission here. Person who was getting a 40% commission on the travel agent's commission. The travel agent's commissions vary from, in the case of buying a plane ticket, limited at $50 a ticket, to,
That's pretty recent.
that's a fairly recent, right, that's a fairly recent change, to up to 16% or so roughly on package deals. Now, again, I'm not an expert on the industry, but I did talk to someone who's in the travel industry, and I also...
I object, Your Honor, to these conversations with somebody in the travel.
Well, let me ask you this.
Your Honor, he's not, the witness is not reporting what the person said to him. He simply referenced that he has talked to someone in the travel industry as a part of what he's basing his opinion upon. It seems to me that that's reasonable.
He was about to base his comments on...
That's speculation, counsel.
I was going to say also, I also reviewed the videotape in here, which uses specific examples about commissions. And this is from Travelmax. And the example that they used in tape from Travelmax was that if a person were to generate $100,000 worth of travel sales, they would generate for themselves $4,000 in commission, approximately. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less. But it would take them, they would need to generate $100,000 in what we would consider retail sales of a service, flying, hotel, whatever, to give them $4,000 here. However, that same individual, simply in the process of selling the travel packs, could make between $1,450 and over $6,000 with no travel at all ever taking place. So there was a strong incentive to engage in the selling of the travel pack. And the incentive exceeded, in my mind, any notion of the value of the pack at all. In other words, in my opinion, a person who had no interest in travel and who didn't know anybody who had any interest in travel might still be interested in the process of selling packs. And so it was clear from, in terms of, again, and I was talking about the incentives that a person to engage in a certain activity, I saw these incentives to be conventional retailing incentives. 40% based on travel, incentive to retail a product out to another person, incentive to wholesale. I saw those incentives to be conventional retail incentives. The incentive to get people to buy the pack, especially to get people to buy the pack who are interested in getting other people to buy the pack, is what allowed the large commissions in a very short period of time. And so, in fact, the example used in this tape here from Travelmax, and it was actually, and we don't need to get into that, but it was in reference to sort of being recognized as an independent travel agent by some trade association. They said, suppose in a year you were able to generate $100,000 worth of sales, that would just about get you to the level of commissions that it would be necessary for you to be accepted by this trade association as what they would consider to be an independent travel agent. And so it was their reference of suppose in a year you were able to generate that much sales. When in fact, in just selling these packs, you could generate a lot more commission than that in a week. And I think that there was value in the minds of the people that were buying the packs that was in excess of the value that they might have seen in the pack in itself. And in that sense, that, in my estimation, no longer was retail. Because I thought they were buying an opportunity, a business opportunity, not a retail opportunity.
While you're at the board, Dr. Keep, the diagram that you have in the black up top there, are there companies that kind of operate in that manner as opposed to what you've described as how Travelmax is operating in the red writing there? And could you explain what those differences are?
Again, every company, if we tried to lay the company's template onto you in terms of the structure of the sales force, would look different.
Right.
Every one of them. But in general, what's happening is commissions are being, let me say it another way. The individuals are being rewarded with commissions for the activity of moving volume, moving business volume. And in the cases of Shackley and Amway and Mary Kay, we're talking about a product or products. It could be a service where the more volume that gets moved, the more money these people make. The thing that bothered me about the Travelmax situation was that although there's a lot of talk about travel, these people can make a lot of money in a very short period of time and no increase in a very short period of time and no increase in travel necessarily needs to take place.
Dr. Keep, from your observation there, as someone who is a professor in marketing, do you look at what is the focus? I mean, is that what you're saying? The focus in the red, which relates to Travelmax, was not on use of those products or so-called products, and that the structure.
Leading, Your Honor.
Dr. Keep, do you have an opinion as to what the focus is as to the wording in the red versus the wording in the black in terms of what they're attempting to get people to do?
Well, yeah, typically, in business, we label a business, and honestly, those labels are somewhat rough sometimes. We label a business based on where the incentives are or the monies are generated from the business. For example, if you were to look at Sam's Wholesale Club, Sam's Wholesale Club is a wholesaler and a retailer. The two people in line buying something from Sam's, one might pay a state sales tax because it's a retail sales. The next person might not because they have a tax number. And in fact, my guess is that I've read some material about this, someplace between 40 and 60% of Sam's sales are wholesale. So is Sam's a retailer or is Sam's a wholesaler? It depends on the activity. The federal government classifies in terms of retail area based on where the sales volumes are generated. And so basically, again, following the dollars. In following the dollars here, it seems to me that most of the dollars are in the activity of getting people to buy packs, and in particular, people to buy packs that are interested in getting other people to buy packs. And so in that sense, I felt that the activity was primarily not retailing, though there's certainly retail aspects to this activity. And any individual could get in there and engage in what I would call retail. But the strong incentive to get, and this is something that comes very strongly through in the presentations and in the transcripts I saw in the presentation, the strong incentives is, and we see terminology like the real opportunity here the strong incentive is to make big money. And again, using terms like back to the real opportunity, money that will allow you to do the kinds of things that you want to do. That seems to me to be primarily focused on this building of the downline.
Could he be seated, Mr. Turner?
Now, Dr. Keep, you've talked about the focus being on the flow of the money. Are there other factors that you would look at to determine whether or not the focus here is on the retail sale of these products versus I think what you described as the mere selling of the packages?
Well, I think that certainly we would look for the support and the activities that are surrounding the individual's decision to become a part of an organization. In other words, I was struck by the notion that it wasn't until after you bought a pack that they really talked to you a great deal about how you might succeed in generating commissions by acting as a referral agent. I mean, it is true that they talk about being a referral agent as part of the overall program, but nowhere in the transcripts that I read or in the video we saw did they talk about the kinds of commissions that you might generate, or the kinds of activity you might engage in, or the kinds of training that they were going to give you. At some point, someone says, well, we don't really, no one has to really sell travel because everyone's interested in travel. But from a competitive standpoint, what does have to be sold is why travel through Travelmax or through any other, why buy from me and not from someone else? Those kinds of discussions didn't take place, at least not before the person became involved, or at least not before at least not that was not the thrust of the presentations that I reviewed.
You want to map those witness, please?
You may.
No, Dr. Cape, I'd give you what has been previously marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 5. Could you just take a brief moment to look at that?
This is a genealogy of the downlines of some, apparently of Bill Johnson.
You seen this exhibit? Now, Dr. Keep, there are names on this document, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. There are what they call BC numbers. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there are words that basically say representative name and sponsor's name. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, as a marketer, in reviewing this document, do you see any significance to this as it fits into the discussion that you had in terms of the focus of generating income?
Well, it represents to me the building of the downline for this individual. I can't, just by this listing, reproduce the structure of when people came in and who they represent. It is possible in this organization to put yourself downline, and I'm not sure of the timing on that. But this represents that structure we're talking about of business centers.
Now, just looking at the last page of that, there's a number of 269.
Mm-hmm.
Does that have any significance?
Seems to indicate the number of business centers. I can't tell if that's the number of individuals or not, because you're allowed yourself, after you reach a certain level, they actually, I guess, give, or I believe they give you a business center. That's the way it was presented, that you can then place downline of yourself. So it's not clear that this says, whether this says 269 business centers or 269 individuals. My guess is business centers.
Now, the person whose genealogy report this is purported to be, what's the name on that document?
It says sponsor Bill T. Johnson.
Okay. Now, Dr. Keefe, you referenced the videotape that was shown earlier, and do you recall the representations from that videotape regarding Mr. Johnson's first month's earnings, his first 30 days earnings with Travelmax?
There was some reference towards the end of the tape that he made $40-some thousand in 30 days or something.
Okay. Now, was it your understanding of the way this compensation plan worked that you could only earn up to a designated amount on a weekly basis?
My understanding was that there were upper limits, but that though, as long as you continue to operate, you could continue to generate commissions. In other words, while a single business center, I believe, could generate $22.50 a week, I think if you bought 3 a tri-pack, you could potentially reach $6,750 in a week. But then, and so in answering your question, I'm not quite sure if you meant in a week or
right in a week.
In a week, there seemed to be some max in a week.
But would that include these bonus centers? For instance, where you mentioned that they give you a bonus center?
I believe the bonus centers were assigned after you reached a certain level of production, so I'm not really sure when they kick in.
Okay. Now, just looking at the figure of $45,000 in your first 30 days, that appears to be a fairly high number. Do you have any idea as to whether part of that was...
Object to the form of the question on whether it's a fairly high number or not. That's
Sustain.
Okay. The $45,000 amount that was represented in the meeting as having been made by Mr. Johnson, would you have any basis for an opinion as to whether or not some portion of that was for arranging or selling travel packages, based on everything that you've seen and reviewed in this matter?
My best guess would be that the bulk, if not all of that, came from the sale of packs to individuals. It's certainly possible that he could have, that he could have received some of those commissions based on bookings. I mean, during that month, he and other people may have used his PIN number to generate commissions. But again, we're talking about 40% of roughly 10% using their figures. So that's 4%.
If I were to give you a hypothetical question of assuming that $20,000 of that $45,000 amount was specifically paid for arranging travel packages, do you have any idea as to about how much travel packages would need to be arranged? In other words, the airline tickets, hotel accommodations, etc., that would need to be sold to generate that amount of commissions?
According to their numbers, if you generate $100,000 worth of sales, you'd get about $4,000 in commission. So if you were going to generate $20,000 in commissions, then I would assume you'd have to generate about $500,000 worth of sales.
Thank you. Dr. Keep, have you reached an expert opinion as to what the primary focus of the Travelmax program was? And if so, could you state that opinion for the court?
Based on the incentives that a person gets to engage in an activity, it was my opinion that the primary focus was not to retail travel, but primarily to get people to buy packs that are interested in getting other people to buy packs.
Now, Dr. Keefe, in terms of that opinion, would it, if there was evidence in the record that in some cases some part of this tri-pack is not delivered, does that have any significance as it relates to the focus?
Well,
does it relate to the question of whether or not there is an effort to get people to use the product, if you will, the VIP packet, or if that's not delivered, or the charities package, if that's not delivered, does that have any significance as to the importance that Travelmax and Travelmax representatives place on the use or the resale of those products?
It doesn't seem to indicate. Let me see if I can say that a different way. It seems to indicate that the Travelmax was lax in getting tools into the people's hands that they might use to generate travel. But they certainly didn't seem to be lax in getting people to try to buy the packs.
Now, Dr. Keep, do earnings claims that are being made, does that factor into your opinion in any way? And if so, how?
Well, I think that doesn't strongly factor in. I think that it's possible in all kinds of forms of retailing to make significant earnings. But I was looking at where those earnings were coming from. And certainly there's strong motivation. If you do certain things, we give you this bonus. If you do certain things, we give you stock options, those kinds of motivational tools to get you to act in a certain manner. And the manner was to sell packs to people who want to sell packs, it seemed to me.
Now, speaking of the stock options, could you clarify as best you can your understanding of how people are entitled to get those stock options and what they're required to do to obtain those?
My best understanding, and I have to go back to look at my notes and things, but I believe that once they received the 6,750 level, there was a stock option that kicked in, and or it may have required also that two other people in their downline receive that 650. There's a trigger there of either the one individual or two other individuals, but when that happens, the stock option kicks in, and they. I presume if it operates like other stock options, it means that at some point in the future you can exercise to buy stock that is at less than the market rate.
Now, what would be your expert opinion as to the reason for structuring that stock option in that manner? What are they attempting to get people to do?
It's an incentive. It's another aspect of the incentive program to get people to generate downline as fast as possible.
So when Mr. Callan stands up at the end of the meeting when he's talking to people one-on-one and says 29 tri-packs pay $67.50, does that encourage people to go out and try to get 29 people signed up to buy tri-packs every week if their intention is to maximize out and obtain those stock options?
If the individual is interested in getting as much commission as quickly as possible, yes.
Now, Dr. Keep, from what you've examined here in terms of looking at the focus, is that consistent with your understanding of the line between direct marketing, where the focus is on selling the retail product, versus a form of direct marketing here where the focus is on getting people to do something else? And if it is focused on getting people to do something else, could you express your opinion as to what that something else is?
Object to the form of the question, Your Honor. He characterized that there is something else going on. That's not an opinion from this man, this doctor. It's an opinion from counsel.
I'm asking the witness to express his opinion as to what he sees as the primary focus of this program as it relates to other forms of direct marketing that he's familiar with.
No objection to that question, Your Honor.
May I answer? I think that the primary focus, based on the incentives that are described and clearly paid out in some cases, is to build downline without regard to any increases in travel by anybody. No one has to increase their travel. No one has to book trips. No one has to do anything, and yet the participants in the program will continue to generate large commissions, larger than they would be able to generate in the same period of time by booking travel.
Now, is it your opinion that when you look at the what has been identified as Plaintiff's Exhibit 5, the genealogy report, is it your opinion that that appears to be the focus of what Mr. Bill Johnson was doing here?
That simply indicated to me that he was building his downline fairly fast, it looked like, but I couldn't tell for sure. I mean,
now, did you see the portion of the videotape that was played on yesterday where Mr. Johnson was referred to as the leader?
Yes.
Okay, and there was some reference to a group called the Four Horsemen.
Yes.
Would it be reasonable to conclude that the goal of Mr. Johnson and the Four Horsemen was to get as many people signed up to purchase tri-packs as quickly as possible? Would that be your expert opinion from all the evidence you've seen today?
Objection, Your Honor. We've got, again, the opinion being given by Mr. Turner. One, this has been asked and answered. But two, it's a continuation of the same question.
Your Honor, we'll withdraw the question. I have no further questions.
Cross.
Dr. Keith, I was just noting some of your last comments. Based on incentives here, the primary focus is not to retail travel, but to sell these other products. Is that correct?
No. The incentive here is to get people to buy packs that are interested in getting other people to buy packs.
Now, you keep referring to these as packs. The company refers to these as products.
I appreciate that.
These are products, are they not?
These are products, yes.
The VIP Getaway package is, in fact, a product.
It is a product.
Were you able to hear the testimony of Mr. Anelick?
I'm not sure when
It's a
was
product that stands on its own, does it not, as a consumer product?
No.
It does not.
I have not seen evidence of that product being sold in the marketplace.
Would you be surprised that one of our earlier witnesses, one of the foremost experts in the travel industry, testified that the VIP package...
And I'm going to object to the characterization as foremost experts. I don't think the court reached the conclusion. In fact, I have some very serious questions about the time of Mr. Anelick directly to the creation of both these programs. Mr. Anelick dared to be great, and now he wants to dare everybody else to stop him.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Would you be surprised that an expert in the travel industry, recognized by this court as an expert in the travel industry, testified that the VIP pack is a valuable and viable product?
I would not be surprised that someone saw, an expert I recognize by this court, saw that to be a valuable product. I also see that to be a valuable product.
Thank you. Products like that are sold in the marketplace, are they not?
Products like that are sold in the marketplace.
Thank you. Would you regard the travel tutorial product as a viable and valuable product?
I would regard the tutorial product as having value. I don't know how viable it would be in the marketplace, but I believe it has value.
Well, is Travelmax the first company to market these travel tutorials in the marketplace?
I don't believe they are.
They're readily available, as a matter of fact. These sorts of travel tutorials, people spend thousands of dollars to go to a travel school for such education, do they not?
I have no knowledge of that. That wouldn't surprise me.
It isn't your area of expertise.
Travel is not.
And in fact, people spend this much or more every day to buy travel tutorials like Travelmax tutorial. Is that not correct?
Your Honor, I think Mr. Babner is again trying to testify. I think the witness has answered the question. The witness has indicated that they're not familiar with all of these.
Your Honor, this is for us. I have a right to lead the witness, and I object to this continued.
You don't have a right to testify for the witness.
I know who the witness is. He can lead. You can suggest the answer, in your question, and I'm listening to what the response is. So you may ask the question. Go ahead.
Could you ask me that again?
I wish I could remember what
Go.
We were talking about the travel tutorial, and basically what I was saying to you. Sorry for throwing my pen at you there. What I was saying was the tutorial is a viable and valuable product, is it not? As it is priced.
I'm uncomfortable with the word valuable, and I'm uncomfortable with saying as it is priced. I believe the product has value. I have no evidence. Mm-hmm. I did not conduct a survey of this tutorial versus others that are in the marketplace.
Well, Dr. Keith, you spent a lot of time, basically, as a marketing expert, coming to the conclusion as to what was the motivating factor to why these distributors bought this product, why they bought this product. And let me ask you, as a marketing professor who was doing a survey of the motivation of individuals in buying a product, would it be helpful to either a focus study or to interview any of the purchasers? Would that contribute at all to your opinion?
I'm not a strong believer in focus groups or surveys depending. Okay. I'm not a strong believer in focus groups or surveys to determine value.
What determines value?
The marketplace.
The marketplace. So if I were to show you that these particular products were sold in the Wall Street Journal, in the Robb Report, as has been already admitted into evidence, at
Your Honor, may I ask what products he's referring to?
Mm-hmm.
Are you referring to Travelmax
the
products
travel tutorial,
or some other products?
travel tutorial type products, which basically has been testified to by Mr. Analik, is substantially the same product.
Your Honor, we would object to the characterization of substantially the same product. We objected when these exhibits were offered as to them being offered for the truth for what's contained in those documents. Those documents were simply introduced by the defendant to establish that there were correspondence courses that charge a price somewhat in the range of what Travelmax charges for this particular product.
Your Honor, Mr. Analik testified that he knows these products, and he compared the products.
You may proceed.
So these products are sold in the Wall Street Journal, Robb Report, and other publications for the same or similar price as Travelmax. Would you not agree?
I will accept that sales takes place. I don't know if they're the same kind of product.
Okay. Well, let's assume for the moment, not just assume, it's in evidence, that in fact it is the same type of product at the same or higher price. What does that tell you about the value?
Your Honor, there's no foundation, there's no evidence in the record that compares that in terms of what that product is, the intellectual value of that product compared to the intellectual value of the product that is in evidence. We think if Mr. Babner wants to talk about the ITA tutorial offered by Travelmax, which is right there, and the witness can look at it, that's one thing. But to have him speculate as to the content of a correspondence course that he's not reviewed.
I thought his witness testified that he had reviewed it and it was the same kind of.
Yes, he did, Your Honor. That was the evidence. It is in evidence.
Well, I think we need to look at the transcript on that point. My recollection of that witness testimony and my objection when that exhibit was offered was as to it being limited to what they offered it for, and that was simply that there were other correspondence courses that charge a price roughly equivalent to the pricing in this instance, and I think you accepted it into evidence for that purpose and no other purpose.
Well, it's been some time since he testified, so I'd have to go back and look. But I think what he's asking him to do is assume that the two are substantially the same.
Your Honor, I think if you read the document on Global Travel International in and of itself, there are distinctions between the program. I can note some of those distinctions for you. I was planning to bring them out through another witness after we concluded with Dr. Keith. But
okay,
I think I made my point, Your Honor. What I was trying to get at, Dr. Keith, is you said based on incentives, the primary and focus is not to retail travel, but to sell these other packs. And all I'm trying to tell you, all I'm trying to ask you to agree with me.
We think that that's what you're doing is exactly
Your Honor,
that.
Your Honor, I think this is very rude on the part of Mr. Turner, and this is not necessary. I didn't interrupt his examination.
All right, let's make specific objections that we have them and not editorialize at this point. You may proceed with your question. Did you have an objection right there? I mean, I know that your
my objection is that Mr. Babner continually is testifying as opposed to asking a question, whether irrespective of the form in which he asks that question, and we would just ask him to form his questions in the form of a question that the witness can respond to, as opposed to his elaboration or comments about what the standard happens to be.
I mean, he may make a statement so long as it has something to do with this case and ask the witness if he agrees or disagrees.
Yes, and we think that's appropriate, John.
Right.
Dr. Keep, you said that based on incentives, the primary focus is not on the sale of retail travel, but the sale of these packs. And the underlying assumption of what you just said is that you're giving the impression that these packs, which we've now identified as the VIP, which you agree is a product, and the tutorial is a product.
Yes.
The underlying assumption is that the purchase of those as products is somehow not the sale of products. And that unless this company only sells travel bookings, it isn't in the business of retailing. It is retailing these products, is it not? As well as travel bookings. Is that not
There are
correct?
some retail activities going on here, including those products and including travel bookings. I agree with that.
Okay. In fact, there are very significant retail activities, and in your terms, retail. But we can both agree that in multi-level marketing organizations, retail means sales outside the network as well as sales to end users who are in the network. Can we agree on that?
Yes. I don't agree with your use of your word significant, but I do agree with your later statement that selling inside and outside the network are both part and parcel of multi-level or network marketing.
They are. As a matter of fact, the Kentucky statute, one of the few statutes in the United States, recognizes personal use, sales for personal use, as basically exempted from the payment of consideration in a pyramid, does it not?
Calls for a legal opinion, Your Honor. The statute speaks for itself, Your Honor. I don't know if the witness has read this statute.
You wouldn't disagree with that, would you?
My recollection is that use is part of it.
It's one of the more liberal statutes regarding the recognition of personal use within a network of any statute in the country, is it not?
I don't know that.
As a matter of fact, in leading companies such as Amway or Shackley, the majority of product is used personally by distributors. Is that not correct?
I believe that to be true, particularly Shackley.
Now, you indicated that one of the concerns you had was because of the extent of personal purchases or purchases for personal use of these products by distributors, and you will agree, Dr. Keep, that these distributors weren't buying volumes of these tutorials. They bought one.
That's correct.
And they bought one VIP if they wished.
Yes, that's
correct.
my impression.
Of course, as you read the literature, you also discovered, Dr. Keep, did you not, that you could sign on, buy a $25 sales kit, not pay a fee, but buy a $25 sales kit, get the sales manual, and you could only be an order taker. You didn't have to buy anything. You could just go out and take orders for products, could you not?
I was not clear on what activities that you could or couldn't engage in, or how much commission was associated with that activity. That I was not clear.
You didn't read the materials very carefully because they point out that you may either sell or you may take orders, and you may sell the product or you may buy it for resale.
Pardon me.
Show him where you're referring to if it's in there. So
compensation.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will stipulate that the promotional materials by Travelmax do present three methods by which.
Your Honor, I don't need that stipulation.
Okay.
Too late. Okay. We're looking at what is the compensation plan brochure. You've seen this,
yes.
Correct? Okay. And it indicates basically you join the company. Of course, you pay $25, you get a sales kit.
Okay.
That is universally recognized in the direct selling industry as how you get into a direct selling company, is it not?
I'm more comfortable with your word universal.
Well, based on your scanty experience in the direct selling
Your Honor,
industry.
I object to the characterization using the adjective.
I do want you to move along as quickly as you can. Believe it or not, there are other cases pending in this division.
Mr. Sheffield, the fact that Mary Kay distributors are offered a variety of packages ranging from $600, all the way up to $3,000, their career order. That's not unusual in this industry, is it?
No.
So the fact that Travelmax distributors are offered a variety of optional purchase products is not unusual. It's not unusual in the industry, is it?
No, it's not.
Now in Mary Kay, of course, am I correct that as in Travelmax, the upline distributors would receive commissions based on the volume of their downline distributors?
That's right. That's how it works.
And the distributor who buys product would receive personal sales volume for the amount of product they bought.
That's correct.
And that could have an impact on where they were placed and how far they made it into the Mary Kay program.
That's correct.
Some of this product may be for sale, some may be for personal use.
That's correct.
In other words, there's an economic incentive for a Mary Kay distributor to buy the amount of volume that they think is appropriate for themselves.
Yes, sir.
And that would be typical in the multi-level marketing industry.
That's what drives business.
And that doesn't make it a pyramid, does it?
No.
Mr. Sheffield, based on your experience in the industry, is the product of this company incidental to the opportunity?
No, I think it's critical to the opportunity because people need to understand the travel industry. They need to understand how they participate as an outside travel agent and the various methods and steps they would take to be successful as an outside travel agent selling individual travel or group travel.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any other defense counsel want to ask direct questions of this witness? Cross.
Your Honor, if I can get some cooperation from the witness, I'm going to try to be like 15, 20 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Sir, I'm going to be as quick as I can here, but not at the expense of accuracy. If I make an inaccurate statement or if you don't understand the question, stop me and we'll take the time to clean it up. I don't want to confuse you, but I do want to try to move us along as quickly as I can.
Thank you.
I understand you read the Dare to Be Great case?
Yes, sir.
And that is Dare to Be Great versus Commonwealth Kentucky X. Rel. Hancock.
Yes, sir.
Kentucky case. And you're familiar with everything that is described in that case about what Dare to Be Great was doing?
Yes.
And it would be correct to say, wouldn't it, sir, that at the trial court and at the Court of Appeals level, what is referred to in here is what actually was done as opposed to what the Dare to Be Great documents said were supposed to be done or might have been done or whatever was included in the documents. That's a fair summary, isn't it?
I know only what I read in that document.
Sure, and that's what it says in the case, doesn't it? I mean, it talks about the go tours and what actually went on at the sales meetings as opposed to the documents that Dare to Be Great cranked out from Florida.
Yes.
And so that's what the court looked to, was what actually happened in the meetings as opposed to what the documents were, right?
According to the document, yes.
Yes, sir. Well, and I tried the case. So would you accept my word that that's what happened?
I would certainly would.
Do you mind if I write on your drawing? Flip the page.
I think you need a new page.
All right. Well, I live to please. All right, let's put Dare to Be Great here. A little bit of gold here if you want also, and way over here. You've read the Dare to Be Great case, and you've read about the go tours, and you heard about those in the 60s and 70s, didn't you? The go tours and what happened at the go tours?
I heard about them after they were closed down.
Sure. But you knew what happened.
Yes, sir.
And there was singing and dancing and yada yada at the go tours, weren't there?
I suppose so.
Yeah. And
Your Honor, that's not described in the case.
His familiarity goes beyond the case. He says he's familiar beyond the case. You're familiar beyond what this case says about Dare to Be Great.
He said he never went to a Dare to Be Great.
That's not what I asked him.
Let me ask you this. Do you know anything about this case other than reading the case itself?
Just things I've heard over the years, Your Honor.
And you heard about what went on.
And Your Honor, what he heard is really not.
All right. They made great hay out of it. I think I'm entitled to go into it.
Go for it.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
As a matter of fact, the dancing and talking about being a rich man and the jingle and all the falderall that you saw in the videotape that we made of your meeting, or their meeting rather, that's the same sort of thing that the court refers to in here in the go tours, isn't it? That same.
Sorry, I didn't see that, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, you didn't see the tape?
No.
Your Honor,
Okay,
there's
so-
not a mention of dancing, and there's not a mention of falderall nor fiddler on the roof in this case. So he's testifying now. He has great memories and
Let's limit it to what's in the case because that's obviously all the court relied on.
Okay, so when the Dare to Be Great case in here talks about what actually went on at the sales meetings, you're not familiar with what went on in the sales meeting that we videotaped and showed the court, are you?
I read the documents. I did not see the videotape.
So you didn't see the video and you don't know what's portrayed on the video?
No.
So you don't know whether they're singing and dancing and talking about being a rich person, which would be analogous or similar to Dare to Be Great?
Enthusiasm in a sales meeting is pretty normal.
The same kind of enthusiasm that they had in Dare to Be Great.
Object to the form.
Same kind of.
He still doesn't know about the enthusiasm. You don't know about the enthusiasm in there to be great. He doesn't know about it. Let's
So
go.
let's put, with regard to the go tours, let's put Fiddler on the Roof, or whatever you want to call it, the dance. There's a similarity there. There.
Wait a minute, Your Honor. I don't recall reading about the dances in the reported case. This is, again, a flashback down memory lane.
He's saying he's familiar with what they did. We've established that on the record.
No, he
Yeah,
didn't.
I didn't think he did.
He didn't.
Are
You don't know anything at all about what happened in the Dare to Be Great and go tours?
You know, being in the business I am over the years, you hear things, but
Sure.
I wasn't part of
And
it.
and even if they did, if the court didn't rely on it, how can it have any relevance to my decision in this case? Just wasn't
The court
mentioned.
did decide it, it wasn't mentioned in the appellate.
Why don't you tell him the specific songs,
Why don't
and
I
then
just
he'll tell
move
you
on?
if he knows.
Do you know whether or not singing and dancing and talking about it being a rich person happened in the sales presentation that these people did in the Commonwealth of Kentucky? Do you know that?
I was not there. I didn't see the video.
So you don't
All I
know?
know is from testimonial here.
So you don't know?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to ask you, since you don't know, if that sort of thing happened, would that make you a little uncomfortable about what was going on with regard to the presentations at those meetings?
Singing, dancing?
No. Talking about being a rich man and firing people up and screaming about the four horsemen and that sort of thing. That sort of thing makes you uncomfortable, doesn't it?
Your Honor, he's asked multiple questions about four horsemen,
Sustain.
singing about being a rich man.
All right, let me ask you something else about the Dare to Be Great case, which you read. You've testified at some length about the fact that you can become a distributor for $25 and there's no purchase necessary and that sort of thing. Do you recall that?
Yes.
That was also true in the Dare to Be Great case, wasn't it?
I think it was.
Okay, so we can put Dare to Be Great and Travelmax down here too. They both shared that characteristic that you could become a distributor and join in Dare to Be Great, you could get in for free.
Well, Your Honor, again,
That's what the case
that's
says.
not an at-cost sales kit.
That's what the case says, doesn't it? You can get in free.
That's not correct, Your Honor.
I haven't read the case in a
Well,
while.
I have. The case says when you spend $1,000, you're then entitled to bring other people to spend $1,000.
Well, let me read from page 226. Although prospects were informed that they could become salesmen without the purchase of tapes, and the selling techniques employed were such as to downgrade this option, and few, if any, prospective customers ever became salesmen without a prior investment on their part. That's what the case says. You read the case, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And that is the same characteristic that is also true in Travelmax, isn't it?
Same characteristic with every legitimate multi-level marketing company.
And so when you testified for, I have it down here about 25 minutes about that being a wonderful characteristic of Travelmax, that's a characteristic of Dare to Be Great, Costcott, and all the others, isn't it?
And all legitimate multi-level marketing companies.
And illegitimate marketers as
I
well.
wouldn't know about that.
Well, in the interest of time, I'll not explore that. You are in when your client rather, asked you to compare Dare to Be Great and Travelmax, what all did you look at in terms of Dare to Be Great to form an opinion? I mean, we've established that you weren't familiar with what went on at their meetings. Did you look at any of the Dare to Be Great documentation?
I looked at the papers that you have in your hand.
Okay. But you never saw the Dare to Be Great sales documentation in the literature similar to the literature that Travelmax has?
No, sir.
And you wouldn't know whether that was substantially identical in terms of the kinds of disclaimers and prohibitions and toothy language that they have here. You wouldn't know whether they're identical, would you? No.
Judge, we've had an admonition about those editorial languages. I don't know how many times. No, the toothy language thing.
So when you express
I
this
agree.
opinion,
Let's leave that out of it. Go ahead.
when you express this opinion about how Dare to Be Great and Gold was over on this side and Amway and Travelmax was on this side, you didn't really do much research about Dare to Be Great, did you? You didn't know what they did at their go tours. You didn't know what their documentation was like. You didn't know what their offices were like down in Florida and whether they were similar to the Travelmax offices in California. You didn't do any of that, did you?
No, sir.
You just came up here and said they were not the same, even though you didn't know anything about Dare to Be Great other than the case that you read.
Based on the case.
Okay. And we've established previously that the court in the Dare to Be Great case relied on what was done at the meetings rather than what was in the documentation. You've agreed with that, haven't you?
I'm sorry, please again.
You agree in reading this case that what the court relied on at the trial level and the appellate level was not what was in the documents, but what was testified to about what happened in the meetings at the go tours. That's what this case is about, isn't it?
Okay.
And the court ignored all those to the extent that they existed. Exculpative documents that were developed by Dare to Be Great, correct?
I wouldn't know.
Okay, I'm going to move along because I'm running out of my 20 minutes. I'm going to move along to your expertise as a product developer. You've worked in this product development function before with regard to other companies?
Yes, sir.
In other states?
Yes, sir.
I don't need this back, but that's what we're going to be. Have you looked at other travel type companies like this in other states?
Yes, I have.
Which companies in which states?
Twin Travel in Nevada. Another company called Global Travel, not the Global Travel we've been talking about, out of Oklahoma City. A company called Travel Navigator out of Dallas, Texas. Called World Class Travel out of California. Some other startup companies.
And there's an Ohio company called Plus Gold, which marketed travel services. Were you at all familiar with them?
Never heard of it.
Let me ask you to read this case.
Does the judge have a copy of the decision?
Oh, you got it.
Does the judge have a copy?
Yeah. Can I have a copy, please?
Yeah.
You want this one back to refer to?
If you would, Judge.
Go ahead.
Want me to read?
Yes, sir. Just tell me when you're through.
Yeah. Push the bench on. Here's a copy.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, sir.
And let me know when you finish reading. Judge, this does kind of gets my 20 minutes now. I didn't figure this time in. I thought we.
Why don't you go ahead and ask and
Sure.
tell him what it is the case.
I think it would probably be quicker just to all of us to read it out loud. Would it be correct to say that? Do you know what the Court of Appeals of Ohio is? Yeah, it's an appellate court in Ohio, at least. Okay. According to the appellate court in Ohio, would you agree with me that this Gold Plus belongs in this column as opposed to the Amway column? They were found to be an illegal pyramid, weren't they?
If the court found them, then I suppose they are.
Okay. So we'll put them on this column down here under Dare to be Great. And what I'd like to explore with you is the
Your Honor, I
similarities.
object to, we could search all 50 states and bring in cases and have our experts sit here and read cases from all 50 states. We have very clear guidance here in Kentucky. We have a statute. We have a leading case. Now, there are pyramid statutes, and there are pyramid statutes in Ohio, may or may not be the same as Kentucky. There are pyramid cases in every state. If he would like to ask him certain factors that he believes make, well, I think you've already said he's not supposed to give legal opinions. But I don't know how inquiring into.
What are you intending to get into here?
Your Honor, if I could respond to that, this expert witness has been submitted to this court as the #1 preeminent expert in the cosmos, apparently, on multi-level products. I have located an identical product to the one at Barr, which was found by a sister state to be an illegal pyramid, which was upheld by the appellate court. Now, I don't understand the objection. Is it supposed to be irrelevant?
Well, I think I was saying, do they have a similar statute? Is their statute the same as ours?
The 20-year-old case, the Dare to be Great case, which he keeps referring to as a 20-plus-year-old case, it is pre-pyramid statute. To answer your question, Judge, I think you can take judicial notice that their pyramid statute is essentially identical to ours.
Your Honor, I think it's a mischaracterization. The court didn't find the product to be a pyramid. It found how these items were being marketed. I think in summary, what the court said was they were giving people virtually worthless items for huge marked up prices.
We're going to get to that. But my question to him, Judge, is
let him ask him about that subject.
My question to him is, isn't this product substantially similar to the product which he has said here is okay?
And that's fine. You can ask him that. If the product described in this case is the same, the rest would really be the court's
Sure.
work.
Now, you understand the question. I want to explore the similarities between Gold Plus in Ohio and Travelmax here just below the South in Kentucky.
Well, Your Honor, he was admonished to ask him about the products, not to compare Gold Plus
That's the
with
product.
with this case.
The product is what I'm comparing.
Ask him that question.
All right, go ahead and ask him.
Fine. You understand the question?
I don't think there's
I'm
been a
asking you to
question.
compare the product, which is the package of the travel services and the other the whole product package between Gold Plus and Travelmax. Do you understand the question?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are there similarities between those two products?
Not too many. One thing you talks here regarding the sale of a membership in exchange for $250. It does not talk about a travel.
Let's let the witness answer the question.
Well, we're under a time limit, Judge.
We really are. I'm about to terminate the entire proceedings. Let him finish his answer, though. Tell me what the differences are that you see there.
Your Honor, the document here talks about a membership. It does not talk about a travel tutorial. Membership could be anything. It could be of no value, just the right to belong to. This is not a product in the way that I see it here. The second thing it talks about is a discount off of a certificate, and the combined amount is $750. I think I see it in one place. And so this could very likely not be a legitimate product if, in fact, as the document states, that the same discount could have been found in any of the magazines and so forth. That it wasn't anything out of the ordinary, a proprietary product developed specifically for this company, but something they just found out there that others might have been giving away. That's what I'm saying.
So that's your big distinction between Gold Plus and Travelmax? Coupons?
No.
No,
What is the bright line distinction between these two programs? Because
Your
I
Honor,
don't see any
Your Honor,
dissimilarities at all.
Your Honor, I object. He was permitted to ask about the product, and now he's asking him, so is that the difference between the two programs?
Product, program, whatever you want to call it.
Well,
I want you to
whatever-
compare and contrast these two companies and what they're doing to consumers in Ohio and what they're being allowed to do to consumers in Kentucky.
Your
Do
Honor.
you understand the question?
Your Honor, I would object. He's getting carried away. And whatever is something my 14-year-old daughter might say as an explanation. But he was told he could ask this witness to compare the products. And now he's running off saying, tell us about how this is similar to Travelmax and how the Ohio statute is similar to the Kentucky statute, and tell us why you're not a pyramid.
Judge, if I could respond, I'm being stonewalled at a time when I have about 3 minutes left. They know it, and we know it.
Okay.
And he will not answer the question because he knows the answer is going to kill these people.
Well, he's saying, I mean, let's stick to the facts first of all, because I mean, this is not authority in Kentucky. I mean, we sometimes look to other jurisdictions when there's a lack of authority, and maybe there is in this case. And I'm going to encourage both sides subsequent to this hearing to get me authority they think would be helpful in this case. But let's talk about the facts as you know them of this case and see how. I mean, I'll allow you to ask him to compare them to the facts of the Travelmax case if you want.
Thank you, Judge. Turn your attention to the second column, page 734. As the trial court noted, the cruise coupons are available at the cost of a national magazine.
Sorry, sir, I don't know where you are.
On page 734.
I'm there.
Second column.
Okay.
About the 8th or 9th line down.
Line down.
Okay.
Here, may I approach the witness?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's underlined in your copy. If you want to underline it again. As the trial court noted, the cruise coupons are available at the cost of a national magazine or New York Times Sunday edition. Now, some, at least, of the coupons which are included in this material are also available in national magazines, are they not?
I'm not aware of that.
You don't know one way or the other.
I don't know if they're available.
Okay, that's fair. And you don't know whether they're available in the New York Times Sunday edition, the travel section.
I wouldn't know that.
Do you know whether they're available in a magazine sold around here called Entertainment 97, I guess it is this year?
I'm not from here, so I haven't seen that.
And if that sells for $35, would you say that is an indicator of the value of the coupons and stuff in here?
I'd have to determine if it's the same product.
Okay. So you don't know whether or not the things that the court in Ohio refers to are identical to the ones that are sitting on that table, do you? You have no idea?
No.
Under questioning from your client here, you indicated that you gave some significance to the fact that there were various products that were between $25 and $5,000.
Sorry?
In direct examination, you made some point about the fact that they had various products from Travelmax that were available from $25 up to $5,000. Do you recall that?
I never made a statement about $5,000.
$25 to what amount?
Most of the products that I've seen range in prices up around the $500 range. Not discounting the new products that they're going to be launching.
That is also a shared characteristic with all other or most other multi-level sales programs, is it not?
I would say so.
Including the ones such as Dare to Be Great and Gold Plus as well.
My understanding, they were not a multi-level marketing, they were pyramid.
Now, one last line of questions, and I'm going to try to keep it under a minute or two. You went through a litany of items that you said put Travelmax in the Amway column as opposed to the Dare to Be Great column. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned a policy and procedures guideline. Do you know whether Dare to Be Great had one?
No, I don't.
If they had one, that didn't make any difference in terms of whether they were pyramid, did it?
Apparently not to the court.
What about the enforcement division where they sent people up from wherever or that sort of thing? If that happened in Dare to Be Great, that wouldn't make any difference with regard to differentiating between which.
Your Honor, he's assuming facts not in evidence and basically asking the witness to
I'm asking what he knows.
to testify based on his speculation without any evidence.
I'm asking if it would change his opinion, Your Honor, if he knew that these are shared characteristics.
Well, he's not. Do you plan to offer evidence to this point?
I'm entitled to ask an expert witness hypothetical questions. I want you to make some hypothetical assumptions, okay?
Well,
I would object to the hypothetical assumptions not based if he has no evidence or no intention of introducing that evidence.
Well, let me.
Yeah, if it's never going to be placed in evidence, it's nothing I could do anything with. I just got a phone. I need to start confiscating phones.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Vanderbilt.
Yeah, one last set of questions. If I understand, you expressed some opinions about the problems that happened here were to lack of communication.
I think so. Yes, sir.
And that was in the context, was it not, of the enforcement and disciplining of folks within the organization?
In context of what I consider the AG's office not making a very simple phone call to a company who would most likely have been very willing to cooperate and give you any information that you wanted and take appropriate action if there was something going on.
If you would, please listen to my question, try to answer that.
I'm sorry.
Let me ask it another way. You obviously, it's my fault you didn't understand it. Is it your experience through the years in multi-level marketing that frequently there are things done in sales meetings that conflict with the operating manual that is issued by the home office?
That's why you have an enforcement division at a company to deal with issues.
And that's a common occurrence, isn't it, among multi-level marketing?
Some more than others.
And if there were statements made, not in the materials that the company generates, printed materials, but if there were statements made in the sales presentation out at the motel that indicated that people who were quoted as being appropriate to be quoted were making thousands of dollars a week, would that cause you some discomfort without some sort of disclaimer as to what a normal earning was or typical earning was?
I think that the Travelmax policy and procedures is clear that would be inappropriate.
Sure. And you agree that would be inappropriate?
If that goes against the policies and procedures.
Sure. And so if there were any statements made out at the motel here in Jefferson County that violated the written Travelmax procedures, that would be inappropriate and actionable, wouldn't it?
I'm sorry, I thought that was a question I just answered.
Yes, sir. It is. That would be inappropriate in your...
If depending on what those claims were.
And if those claims were also... If they violated the company's guidelines, would you feel comfortable that they violated the guidelines that would make that might get them crossways with the enforcement folks? You understand the question? Let me rephrase that. I'm obviously running out of steam here. To the extent that there were statements or representations made at the meeting at the motel that conflicted with the written rules as generated by Travelmax, we've agreed that that's inappropriate and wrong.
I think you have to understand that in the scheme of things in this industry, you're dealing with normally non-professional salespeople that are learning a business. They're, in the case of Kentucky, relatively new, trying to do their best. Obviously, from what I can see, very honorable people who have just trying to grab their piece of the American dream. And so in the event that they said something that maybe wasn't the way it should have been, whether it was illegal or not, I can't speak to. Whether it was something inappropriate from the corporate standpoint, had the company been notified, they would have looked into that, I'm quite certain, and taken appropriate action to remedy that problem.
And you're familiar with the kinds of benchmarks nationally that as to what constitute actual false statements in meetings such as that, aren't you? You've studied that. Are you familiar with the same kind of standard guidelines in Kentucky?
If they're the same as other states.
Well, let me just ask you about the national. A representation of an earnings claim that is given out as a typical or a reliable statement that is far in excess of what the average, that's wrong, isn't it? That's inappropriate.
Again, I would have to understand, you would have to explain to me in more detail what you mean by that, because if it's a testimonial of money that somebody's made themselves, that's one issue. If it's that they're telling somebody that you're going to make a lot of money and so forth, and that's an earning representation,
sure, then
it may violate company policy. Whether it violates each and every state that they operate in, I would not know.
Okay. Would it, in that context, if you have a 20-minute presentation in which we say we're all going to make money and this is a great way to make money and you know the money's coming, everybody's making money, and then you start bringing out people who have made thousands of dollars a week without any kind of disclaimer that that's not what everybody else is making, or that's not the average, or that's not, you know, a minimum or an average or whatever. That makes you a little uncomfortable, doesn't it?
Network marketing industry itself.
Excuse me, if you could, it does make you uncomfortable, then you can explain why or whatever.
Could you ask the question again?
Yes, sir. Would that sort of thing makes you uncomfortable, doesn't it?
What?
This sort of thing where you talk about how rich everybody's going to be and how much money everybody's going to make, and then they cite some examples of people who've made huge amounts of money without anybody mentioning that that's atypical. That doesn't pass your sniff test, does it?
You're talking about something that's so intangible, I don't know how I could respond to it.
All right, let's stop it here because I was, you may step down. We're not going to have redirect on this witness recall. You may step down. I'm not, I want to make sure I'm understanding what we're here about. It's not the Commonwealth's position that these folks need a lecture or better training on how to sell this product, I presume. Is it? I mean, my understanding is you want this business stopped from doing business in the Commonwealth completely.
You ought to know that's not completely accurate. What we want to stop taking place in Kentucky is the activity which surrounds itself of rewarding people for simply getting other people to join the program. We have not alleged, nor do we contend that Travelmax should not be allowed to sell travel, nor to pay commissions on travel bookings.
I was just trying to make sure that, that, I wasn't misunderstanding that the thrust of those last questions was not to brag about how much money you can make, not to exaggerate how well you can do, because I can't believe that there wouldn't be an agreed order signed on that sort of thing. But that's not what this is about. I just want to clear that up.
That's correct, John.
All right. That concludes the evidence in this case. Presume?
Your Honor, that's all we have. We would request the court that you allow each side no more than 5 minutes to present their position to you, and that we submit this to the court for a decision.
Yeah, I tell you what I would prefer, because I've got numerous pages. I mean, over 20 pages of my own notes. Rather than a closing argument, I believe I know what the facts of the case are.
I'll tell you what, Judge, if I could rephrase that nobody make an argument and we submit it to the court right now. I would be happy with that.
You know what I would love from you, if you wouldn't mind doing it within the week, is a brief memo on the authority you believe applies to this.
Your Honor, we did submit a pre-hearing brief.
Okay.
About 25 pages long that does indicate all the authority.
Okay, if you want, that's fine. If you want that to suffice for your,
that does state the
for your
authority.
brief.
Your Honor, we would like some opportunity to present that. We wanted to hear what the facts would be.
Right,
from
I understand
an
that.
perspective, and we haven't received some discovery.
You're satisfied the facts have been just exactly what you thought they were going to
Yes,
be when
Your
you
Honor.
submitted.
Your Honor, what you want is basically the statement of authority, et cetera. But if you want us to go back and go through all the tapes and
No.
we need at least a month or
no, and I don't want that, and I know everybody needs a decision
I think,
on
Your
this.
Honor, we have submitted what we are satisfied with. Is
I'm not as
brief.
concerned about the facts, because I know what the facts are in the case. I'm more concerned with the authority, because this issue is such that even the facts as I know them, I'm not sure I know what I'm seeing necessarily, and I want it to be you ought to have an opportunity.
I understand,
to
Judge.
answer.
We'll submit a memorandum.
Okay, Judge, why don't we, if we could set, is it in a week? Because if we can submit simultaneous memorandum,
Sure.
It's not going to be anything lengthy. We may want to present something else to the court. If we could have no more than a week anyway to do that, or even less. We want to put these people back to work if the court's going to
I understand.
The court's decision is going to go a long way in affecting a lot of things in this case.
Mhm.
And therefore, we are going to ask the court.
And that's why I want to be
quickly.
careful about making it. I don't want to.
I understand that.
Shoot from the hip on it. As I said earlier,
Your Honor, what date would you like the memorandum of authority?
I wouldn't want it to. I wouldn't want to stretch just beyond a week to get that to me. Is that enough time for you? A week from today would be fine by the close of business. Say to be filed by 5 o'clock next Wednesday. Is that enough time for everybody?
Yes, sir.
Simultaneous, no replies, and then I will get you a decision as quickly as possible, because I know everybody wants one and is ready to go.
You can throw
All right.
And thank you, Your Honor, for your patience. You will. You talked in the context of I was having some difficulty understanding how that applies in a situation here where there arguably really isn't any inventory. If we're really talking about the travel packages, where you go on the various sites as opposed to the tutorials and the other programs that people buy to set up these business centers. How does it work with Travelmax? How does the 70% rule?
I would interpret that if one were buying for inventory for the purpose of building and selling to potential travel agents, that you would not buy tutorials on your own account and stockpile them in your basement. I think that's the context in which I interpreted that 70% application.
Is it not true that most people that buy into Travelmax simply pay for those whatever tutorials they purchase at the time they sign up?
I don't know anything about the particular arrangements, but in most companies, very few companies operate on credit. So if you're buying from New Skin International, you pay with your credit card, but New Skin then comes back. I know that company well because we use it as a case study at the university. New Skin comes back and does its own monitoring in terms of doing surveys to make sure that you are in fact moving the product.
Well, conceptually, I can
I can figure it out where if you join a company and you get a box of something physical, something that is consumable, candies as an example. And I can see where if you have to make some certification that has been resold. I guess the difficulty I'm having is with personal consumption. And could you elaborate on that a little bit as it relates to the 70% rule? Because conceivably here with Travelmax, you could have a situation where basically 100% of the retail product is retailed by personal consumption. Everyone gets the tutorial. They personally consume it for their intellectual enrichment. They don't resell it. They simply go out and get someone else who does the same thing. Are you following me?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Because typically if I, as a potential travel agent, buy the tutorial, I buy it not to resell it. I buy it for, in fact, my intellectual consumption. And you consider that to be inappropriate?
No, I'm not saying it's inappropriate. I was trying to get some explanation.
I'm asking, I'm not trying to debate with
What
you.
about
I'm not clear.
What about the VIP program? If if you buy that business center, and you don't have any
objection to the characterization of buying a business center with the VIP. That's not been anyone's testimony.
If you buy that
product
item, but you have no desire to go to the places that are available with those discount coupons. I mean, your intention is really to earn commissions. Why don't people resell those to somebody else?
Your Honor, I object. He's asking the witness to speculate on what somebody's speculation might be.
I would draw the question, Your Honor. Professor King, you talked about the similarities in terms of safeguards between Travelmax and several other companies. And I was, see if I can find the exhibit here. The Amway. Yes. In the business reference manual for Amway that I think a copy of was shown to you, there's language which reads as follows. It's a number C. You must state the following at the beginning of a presentation. It's on page 51.
I don't have it.
Let's see.
I place it over at the judge's desk. Should I get it?
That was exhibit 19. Page 51.
All right.
Okay. With the Amway program, there's a statement that says you must state the following at the beginning of the presentation.
And where are you again?
At number C on page 51.
Got it.
Left-hand column.
Yes.
Okay. The examples I will use are simply to show you how the plan works. They are not intended to project or promise any actual earnings. Does that exist with Travelmax? According to your evaluation of their safeguards?
I don't recall that particular phrase, but there are clear statements in there about income statements in terms of their policies and procedures. I don't think it's duplicated exactly this way.
Well, Professor King, if you were to attend a meeting and a representation was made by one of the people who were sponsoring that meeting to the effect of that party earning $45,000 through this program in a 30-day period, would you find that to be inappropriate, over-aggressive, or possibly misleading and deceptive?
Probably misleading and deceptive is more intentional. Exaggerated may be more factual.
Dr. King, if you attended a meeting, say the meeting such as you talked about in Dallas, where they presented a big check and said, "This is what I earned, $5,000 in 1 week," would you find that problematic?
I would find that to be an income claim that would probably justify some compliance investigation.
Dr. King, you talked about you having read the Kentucky's decision in Dare to Be Great, and did you read the part about the go tours, where the idea was to get these people kind of hyped up about paying
Yes.
the $1,000? If you went to a meeting and you had an individual who was presenting at that meeting on the stage singing a jingle, did you find that problematic? Did you find that similar to Dare to Be Great? Jingle about how much money you can make.
I can't speculate about that
I
because
object, Your Honor. There's been no evidence. That was not the testimony of the first witness today.
Your Honor, I believe the testimony of that witness was to reference the word and to read the word in the single that said some kind of jingle. He could not specify exactly what the nature of that was. I was posing a hypothetical question to.
Well, I object. There's no foundation. There's no evidence. This basically this is the testimony of counsel.
Hypothetical question, Your Honor.
I'll allow the question. Would somebody sing in a jingle, and I'm gonna make somebody sing one here in a minute. Would that be something that you'd want to draw to the attention of a compliance officer or something, or is that out of bounds, or is that fine? Or?
I think that's humorous. If a compliance officer, if the jingle were merely a jingle, it could be a motivational song. It could be some sort of a celebration. If you go to Amway meetings, they sing jingles all the time, but they don't go to jail. So the bottom line is, the jingle itself has any relevance to the argument. It's what is in the content and what is the intent of the particular communication. In the case of an income claim, I would be more concerned about that. A jingle could be part of a histrionic presentation of some kind.
Well, did you read the part of the case in the Dare to Be Great case where they discussed how the inspiration and motivation motivated the purchasers? I'll just read the language. The purchaser was not only motivated and inspired, but he was given an opportunity to put into practice and demonstrate his newly discovered personal magnetism by assisting in the sale of the program to others, for which he would receive a commission of $400 on each such sale after the first two. Did you read that language?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, going back to the Defendant's Exhibit 9. Do you have that, Doctor?
Yes.
Now, well, I'm not going to ask you about the jingle, but what I am going to ask you about is you've mentioned in your testimony that people are that it's pretty natural for people to be very aggressive, to be successful in network marketing. And my question for you, Professor King, is whether people are going to be, if the option presents itself, aggressive to the point of encouraging people to buy into a program in such a way that it benefits them most economically. In other words, they get the most economic gain by way of the manner in which that person buys in.
I object, Your Honor. He's just asking the witness to speculate.
I'm not sure I understood the question. What was your question, Mr. Turner?
My question, Your Honor, is, and maybe I should just simply rephrase the question and see if that if that still presents a problem. Individuals who become representatives in Travelmax, are they motivated by the opportunity to earn compensation, in your judgment?
Some will be. Compensation may be dollars, compensation may be travel.
Those who are motivated by dollars.
All right.
Okay. Is it possible that some of those people can be overly motivated to the point of encouraging people to join by way of joining in a manner that provides the most economic benefit, most dollars to that sponsor?
We're back to it is possible. It is possible there are, in fact, UFOs.
In your expert opinion, is it likely?
And I'm sorry to be cynical, but is it possible? In this industry, anything is possible. But on the other hand, if we look at business people, if I, as a travel agent or an independent representative, go into the marketplace and start effectively pushing product, and my buyers do not get adequate return, I'm going to be a failure long term.
Now, Professor King, if you viewed a Travelmax video and you saw an individual drive up in a Ferrari to make a presentation, would you find that problematic? In other words, is it in the nature of making an income claim by way of a demonstrable object?
He may have leased the car
Doesn't matter how you got
for
it.
the weekend. I'm not
Find it
going.
problematic.
So I drive up in a Ferrari, and you conclude that I'm making that money through this program? I have a very wealthy wife, as a matter of fact.
Well, that's what I'm asking. I mean, is it likely
I'm being
that
facetious because I think the question is facetious.
Okay.
The implication is whatever it is. But symbolic advertising has been with us since the beginning of that industry.
if someone is waving a check around as in terms of this is how much money I made in 1 week with Travelmax, it's that symbolic?
I agreed with you. Income claims I do not approve of. So you and I are on the same response base there. But in terms of my driving up in a Ferrari, you have no assumption as to how I got it, because I do have a rich wife.
Well, if that same tape also included representations by supposedly people who have been representatives stating how much income they have earned, but it also includes a disclaimer that this may not represent average earnings claims, would you find that problematic?
I think we're in a gray area, but the rule has been laid in the past that if you can document and verify those income claims, then they are acceptable. New Skin International has an 801 number that you dial, and over the long distance wire, they will tell you what different levels in their organization make, and they say that their blue diamonds make on average $700,000 a year. Now that is public domain information. Any Justice Department, any Attorney General's office can make that call. Why hasn't New Skin International been closed down? Because they document in specific detail that they do have people who are making that kind of money, and the Justice Department has walked past that information. So I turn back and say, if I, as a distributor, as a travel agent, make $500,000 or $45,000 and it can be documented, I think that may well be the answer to the question, if it's documentable. I don't necessarily agree with those income claim concepts, but I think if it's documented, it may change the color.
Just looking at Defendant's Exhibit 4 briefly, I'm not recalling whether there was any comments on this, but I know that in number 3 there, it indicates retailing emphasized. And you also indicated that something to the effect, I believe, that personal consumption was equivalent to a retail sale. Could you elaborate on that, please?
Repeat your question. I was trying to get back to what I said.
When you talked about these selected anti-pyramid annotations,
yes,
in this exhibit, number 3 there says retailing emphasized. And I believe I recall you saying something to the extent of you viewed personal consumption as a retail sale.
This is a controversial issue in the industry as we speak. And I tend to see some companies that view retail sale and personal consumption as synonymous, and other companies that do not. In my own attitude, I think I'm sort of borderline. I would prefer to see more aggressive retail selling to third party. But on the other hand, if you're personally consuming the product, you're effectively doing a retail number too.
If you were setting the standards, if you were doing the Amway case in 1996 as opposed to 1975, whenever that was, would you require some percentage of end-user sales to someone other than that person who's consuming that product that could be verified that those sales had actually occurred in order to make sure this was not a pyramid scheme?
I think given you're offering me a hypothetical situation, I'll offer you a hypothetical answer.
Yes.
If I found that there was exploitative activity at work and consumers were being injured, then that would raise some concern on my part if I were rewriting the Amway story. I've seen nothing that we've discussed in this testimony to date, or anything I saw in my audit of the company, to say that people were in fact being injured by essentially buying travel packages, going on travel trips. I saw nothing to that effect in any of my analysis. Is that what you're implying?
What I guess I just have one other question. I wasn't implying anything. I was just trying to get an understanding of what your testimony was, sir.
I never understood your question. That's the reason I'm asking you, is that what you're asking? I gave you an answer to a question I don't understand, so since you didn't know what you asked, I don't know what you asked either. So let's just, I'm not playing with you. I'm trying to say, let's clarify our questions. I'll be absolutely honest and straightforward.
The question that I asked you was, if you were doing the Amway case in 1996,
yes,
and you were setting up a retail sales test, a 70% rule, would you require some component of that, some specific percentage of that 75% to be sales to persons and that were third-party arm's length transactions, that were not consumer sales? In other words, you buy from the company and you use that for your own personal consumption.
Your Honor, I would object because this misstates the Amway 70% rule. The Amway 70% rule says don't reorder unless you have either personally used 70% of what you've previously purchased, or you've sold it to a third party, or you've given it away as samples, used it as demonstration. But it does not say what Mr. Turner says.
That's where I was trying to get to.
I think it's a hypothetical question. I don't think it really gets us any further along here. Now, you talked about these false earnings claims, and should there be some safeguard where if orders coming into Travelmax from the state of Kentucky tend to indicate that people are buying the items, the VIP package, the tutorial package, and the charities package, but perhaps they're not reading it or they're not using it to accomplish the end result of commerce and travel. Should that not be identified by their own internal control somehow?
How can you assess that? If I elect as a buyer to buy a charity package on the presumption that I'm going to my church, I'm going to help them become more effective at charity solicitation or get the commission. And it doesn't work. Is that Travelmax's problem?
You're the expert. I'm simply.
I'm asking you the question. You posed the hypothetical illustration again.
Mr. Turner asked the questions. You just answer them as best you can.
Okay. Repeat the question.
Should there be some internal controls where if individuals from Kentucky are simply purchasing the tutorial, the VIP package, and the charities package, but after some point in time, there is no commerce occurring whereby people are purchasing travel packages by way of third-party sales.
If those people feel they've been injured, then there's a return policy already outlined here.
No, that's not my question. So my question is, should there be some controls within Travelmax to identify when that's happening so that they know when to take the appropriate action against agents, independent representatives that may be.
I see no way.
I want to enter an objection as far as that would assume that there was some action that was supposed to be taken by selling the tutorial only, and there's not any evidence that by selling that product, if they only sell that product, that some action should be taken against them. That's what this is all about.
Well, I think in light of the last witness who testified that this is a legitimate travel agency industry, that if I understand your question, Mr. Turner, it's that if people in Kentucky aren't traveling, even the reps themselves, I guess, if they're not consuming, if they're not booking flights, if they're not taking trips, shouldn't there be some checking into that, because that's not accomplishing that intent or something that they read earlier. I mean,
That's precisely
what your question is? The corporate intent that was discussed by the last witness is to promote travel, have people using this as a travel agency. He's just saying is after a period of time, if people in Kentucky aren't traveling, shouldn't somebody come and see what's going on with the independent agents and how they're handling this up?
Let me give an analogous response, and then I think this will clarify. I spend a lot of time with vitamin supplementation companies. The typical vitamin supplementation company has as its mission, its mandate, its objective to improve the health and wellness of its customer base. So I buy Charles King $100 or $500, to put it in this context, of vitamins. And for whatever reason, I eat too much fat, or I don't exercise, or I don't even take the vitamins. And let's take worst case, I die. Does New Skin International have any responsibility for my behavior? Now, in this case, if your Kentucky people buy the product and don't do anything with it, is that Travelmax's responsibility? Is there any way that can be tracked? And I simply say there ultimately must be some responsibility on the part of the consumer side to not buy product they're not going to use, because a lot of people do in fact buy product that never gets used.
Well, Professor King, doesn't that happen when, if you aren't selling travel, at some point, don't people stop investing in the tutorials, the VIP packages, and the charities package? At some point, doesn't the market become saturated because there are no longer any other people in Kentucky who are willing to buy into a program where the end result of that program, which should be discount travel available to other Kentuckians by way of commercial sales from those independent agents to those people?
Let's separate two issues. Number one, you said the people are not successful at using the products toward some objective for which they purchased. The other question is one of saturation. If the people buy the product and for whatever reason they find it doesn't work, They can't do it. They have the right to return that product. And that return cycle can go on with every other customer. And this company will have the responsibility to return under the return clause. Now, if in fact you talk about saturation, I argue that saturation is a philosophical concept. Our market is changing every hour. In the next 3 weeks, we will graduate almost 1,000 people who will move from student status to probably about $35,000 a year status. They just moved from the impoverished student role into people who are probably going to take a spring break and go to the Bahamas and become travel consumers. Do you see my point? So we might have said that the market is saturated until we have another graduating class. And that new graduating class changes position. We have several million people going into retirement every year, moving from a 40-hour week into a new market segment that has the time to travel. Now, when is saturation really saturation? Because the market's in a continuing state of change, the market is changing, and opportunity and potential continue to shift. So I don't agree with saturation as a concept in network marketing at all, because the market is in a state of flux for virtually every product category we would talk about. Now, coming back to the issue of not being able to use the product, the company has that covered when they offer them the option to return the product.
Now, in your direct testimony, you referenced the word live meat. Could you elaborate on what that term means?
There's a joke in the marketplace that says about live meat. What is that joke? It's inappropriate for court.
It's inappropriate then. Don't respond.
Your Honor, I stand corrected.
If it's inappropriate, don't respond. Could you give us an example that is appropriate of what that means?
I think I took it out of context. I'd rather pass.
Would it mean prospects? A new person who
much more aggressive than prospects.
Much more aggressive than prospects. Okay. Now, when you talked about the officers of Travelmax, you mentioned a couple of people, and one's involvement in a company called NSA. Is that National Safety Associates?
Yes.
Was not National Safety Associates sued by several states for pyramid activities at one point?
Yes, I don't know the details, but several companies were back in the 90s.
Do you know whether the particular officer involved here with Travelmax was participating with National Safety Associates at the time that it was sued?
I do not.
Your Honor, I would object to that characterization. Not that it really is relevant, but NSA, I don't believe, was sued. It did enter into some consent decrees with 10 states regarding its marketing practices.
All right. I have no further questions here.
Any redirect?
I just have a few brief questions.
All right.
Dr. King, is there anything inherently unethical, in your opinion, with a independent representative trying to get a person to buy 3 products as part of a tri-pack, for example, instead of 1 product?
Of course not.
Okay. You have reviewed Travelmax's policies and procedures, have you not?
Yes.
Okay. And for income representations, it states that stating your own actual income or with written permission, the actual Travelmax income of another independent representative is permitted. Okay. So to the extent that an independent representative said that you could make $6,750 in a week in this program, and he knew that someone actually had made that in the program, and he had permission to make that statement, that at least under Travelmax's policies and procedures would be okay.
Yes. Now, that was exactly what I talked about when I was going through the discussion about Nu Skin. If you can document the evidence, that's an entirely different charge. That's not an income claim. That's an income statement.
Okay. Have you ever heard people use an example in presenting a network marketing program, would you rather make $1 or $3 or something equivalent to that?
Yes.
You find anything inherently offensive or wrong with that kind of
No.
sales pitch?
No.
Okay. I just have one more question. You talked a little bit about the saturation, and I want to read you something from the case of Jeremiah versus FTC, and ask if you agree with this proposition, Dr. King. And I'm quoting from the opinion of the Second Circuit Court of Appeals of the United States. The sole evidence to support the Commission's holding that the plan is inherently unfair and deceptive is a mathematical formula, which shows that if each participant in the plan recruited only 5 new recruits each month, and each of them in turn recruited 5 additional recruits in the following month, and this process were allowed to continue, at the end of only 12 months, the number of participants would exceed 244 million, including presumably the entire staff of the Federal Trade Commission. The Commission concludes that this, in effect, is the impossible dream, and that the siren song of Simrat, that's the company involved, must be stilled. We find no flaw in the mathematics or the extrapolation and agree that the prospect of 250 million brassiere and girdle hawkers is not only impossible but frightening to contemplate, particularly since it is in excess of the present population of the nation, only about half of whom hopefully are prospective lingerie consumers. However, we live in a real world and not a fantasy land. For example, a Dr. Dirk Wassenauer, a witness for the petitioners, testified on cross-examination that in practice, distributors go into this for a while and they get tired of it, or they find greener pastures, or they get pregnant, or they get married, or they get transferred, and they give up on this particular kind of program. So you have to consider a dropout rate. So as the company grows, the number of people that will join the company will become smaller. The number of people dropping will probably increase, and this thing will balance out to some kind of an equilibrium. Do you agree with that general proposition, that a statement of saturation?
My statement of saturation was talking about changing marketplace. There is clearly an attrition at work, but I don't like the concept of equilibrium. If enough people drop out and enough people come in, then there'll never be saturation. I don't like that concept. But the idea being that there is a continuing change in the marketplace, there is attrition, there is no addition. So I don't know if I agree or disagree after that.
But you do, right? I mean, not only is there, the point I'm trying to make is not only may there be new potential consumers, there may naturally be on the other side people that, for whatever reason, lose interest, decide to do something else. I mean, isn't that kind of a fact of network marketing? I mean, not everyone that gets involved in this, takes it to the highest degree it can be taken.
In that context, I agree.
Any recross, Mr. Turner?
I have a question.
Well, certainly.
Dr. King, Mr. Turner harbored with you and the other witnesses about different services and products being sold. Does the fact that most of the individual defendants were only involved in Kentucky for a 2 to 3 month period, isn't it inherent in the travel business that there's a lag between travel when it's taken and when it's planned?
Of course.
And wouldn't that lag also be you have to build the sales force, which is the tutorials and other things, before the services can flow?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the defense have any questions? Mr. Turner, do you have any recross?
Well, just one thing in redirect. You, in response to Mr. Radolovich's question, you did indicate that the essentially a sales force has to be developed before you will see the result of actual travel occurring, which would, in my judgment, be a retail sale. In a sense, how long should it take, my question, before you begin to see the realization of those third-party sales?
It depends on the character of the sales organization.
In the case of Travelmax, could you give us an estimate of how long it should take?
I cannot. It depends on the market. It depends on the particular segment that's doing the marketing. There is no generalization for that. No generalized answer to that question.
Any further questions?
No further questions.
You may step down.
Thank you.
All right. I don't know about everyone else, but I've had enough for today. We have another date. Is that correct already?
Judge, we do. It's January 13th,
Okay.
Monday at 10 o'clock.
Okay. My secretary had indicated that someone inquired about a Saturday. I don't have any problems with doing a Saturday if y'all want to do it. I mean, I think it's incredible we found a day when all the lawyers are available on the 13th.
The 13th will be fine then, Your Honor.
Do you think we'll finish in that day? And
If we have a full day like we had today, we'll be finished.
okay.
Judge, there is one procedural matter. The Commonwealth has been generous enough to allow us to delay or continue from answering filing an answer to the complaint. We would ask the Commonwealth if we could have an additional delay till after the restraining order before we have to answer.
I don't see that we would have any objection to that.
Okay. All right. Have a good weekend.